You know what? That's really cute. I think it's very cute that I have a fan channel called Jolah. Jolah. That's really cool. That's actually really innovative, creative. Everything you can say about a person. It's really awesome. I appreciate that. I value that. I appreciate and value you for the time you put into the world. You could have done anything. You could have been productive. You could have been happy. You could have been a lot of things. And you chose to be a Jolah hate account. A very small YouTuber. I like it. Oh, wait. You're the David Pakman show guy. You're the same David Pakman show guy I make fun of, aren't you? Are you the same guy with the David Pakman hate account? I feel like you would be. That's the type of thing you'd do. Okay, I'm live on Twitch too. I'm trying to dual stream to multiple platforms. I'm also live on Instagram. I'm not sure if that's gonna matter. Probably not. I do want to try it though. I want to see if my OBS lags. Now my final one I want to try. The final step is I have TikTok set up. I'm really curious if TikTok is gonna work. So I might start that now and just see if it's gonna lag. No one's gonna watch on Instagram. I wanna see the stream though, see if it looks good. Let's see. How do I know if I'm live on Instagram? Can I even see that? Am I live? Am I not live? I'm so confused. It says I'm live on Instagram. Jolah Talks Politics. If someone goes on Jolah Talks Politics on Instagram, can you see me live right now? Or am I not live? Incredibly confused. I don't know. It says I'm live. It might be true. It might not be. Alright, Twitch is functioning. Both YouTube shorts. Oh, wait. My regular stream's not up yet. Whoops. Sorry. Did you see the video of the Arizona? No, I didn't see the Arizona thing. Someone from Arizona saying that. Oh, the AG said it. Oh, I did not see that. True, though. I have no hope in America, to be honest. I think we're going to keep going down this road. But hopefully when things get really bad, people are like, oh, yeah, my bad. Let's go back. We're not going back. We're not going back. What's up, guys? I'm just trying to log into all my stuff real quick. This is pathetic, bro. This dang computer. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna freak out. There you go. Cringe. We will fight. We will win. Alright, I'm gonna try going live on TikTok and see if it works. Because it never worked before. I'll have to update the studio for TikTok. What are they doing to me, bro?
Of the notion that being rich automatically means that you're smart. If you wanted to disabuse yourself of the notion that being rich automatically means that you're smart, all you have to do is spend some time listening to Elon Musk. As the judiciary presents itself as a bulwark against Trump and Elon's corrupt edicts, Elon took to Twitter writing, "If any judge anywhere can stop every presidential action everywhere, we do not live in a democracy." So, here's the thing. If any judge anywhere can stop every presidential action everywhere, then that is quite literally what a democracy is. Democracy is when a judge who's sworn an oath to uphold the law and uphold the Constitution can block an action, yes, even one from the President of the United States, which is illegal.
Whoever just checked for me on Instagram, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for checking for me on Instagram. I'm installing the TikTok live studio now. Really annoying, but it's whatever. How's everyone doing? Bro, is this gonna keep on messing up, bro? Why are you doing this to me? Y'all want to mess with me. Bad. It's probably going to lag anyway. I don't care if it's multilingual. Okay. Go live. Nice. We're live, I think. Let's see when the stream starts lagging. Because I'm live on TikTok now. I believe I'm live on TikTok. Twitch check is good. TikTok check is good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't get paid for all the YouTube stuff until next month on the 20th. So if people donated through YouTube, I don't get that until next month. So that's one of the issues with the donations. If you do donate at Coffee, which is the link you see pinned and also on the screen, that's text to speech, I'm pretty sure. I want to make sure it works at some point. But it should function as text to speech. So if you call that, or if you donate to that number, then, or that link, you should be able to blah, 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 whatever they say. Okay, let's see. Elon saves America. How cringe.
Well, folks, another week in the books, and that means it's time for another terrible episode of Ben After Dark. Well, do you hear that? Listen close. You hear it now? That's the sound of savings. America is now like Party City. Costume 75% off because we are liquidating this.
Oh my God! We're having a fire sale!
Vegas buffet-style bloat of our past administration spending has been musked, baby.
By the way, when it comes to money flowing out of our treasury, it's been increasing every day since Musk has been doing his like fake coup thing. So yeah, him saying this makes no sense. Obviously, it's stupid, but it's whatever. GG's.
Well, it's constantly being broken down, analyzed, and slashed by Doge. A group report
Constantly being broken down, analyzed, and slashed by Doge. Yeah, how is it being slashed? Just by talking about pronouns? Is that cutting the budget? Cutting pronouns out of the budget, bro? Is it? Are we talking about our financials being cut down to something we can handle, or your emotional state being cut down to something you can handle? Because that's all that's been happening so far.
reportedly made up of some resourceful kids and their big goofy friend. Can't believe people like that movie. Listen, there's so much winning going on, I wouldn't even care if this committee was run by like a group of teenagers obsessed with bad, punny meme names. Oh, wait.
Yes, so this is a 19-year-old high school graduate who has used the unfortunate nickname Big Balls online.
And ponder Big Balls. Who the hell voted for, excuse the phrase, a guy who calls himself Big Balls?
Yeah. Elon actually went so far as to rename himself as official leader of the Chainsaw Nerds, which is the name of their garage band, I think.
Now, the disruptor-in-chief, Elon Musk, who apparently has adopted the alias, at least he changed his social media handle to Harry Balls.
I haven't seen mainstream media anchors this upset over testicles since the Trump administration announced that, officially, women didn't have them. But listen, this team is getting the job done.
Oh my god, this is such bad stand-up comedy. Is there something interesting I could do? Is there a video I can make? A video I can react to? Anyone have any suggestions? I guess I could do the... Oh god. This... I heard enough about this. JD Vance is crazy. This is completely fascist speech. He's a fully authoritarian guy, as we would say. Artificial Intelligence Summit.
The kind introduction, and I want to start by thanking President Macron for hosting the event and, of course, for the lovely dinner last night. During the dinner, President Macron looked at me and asked if I would like to speak.
Oh, man. What is this going to be? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay. What's up?
Who's this?
The TV
Hang
show.
on, I got the wrong number. My bad. Take care.
And I said, Mr. President, I'm here for the if I would like to speak, and I said, Mr. President, I'm here for the good company and free wine, but I have to earn my keep today. And I, of course, want to thank Prime Minister Modi for being here and for co-hosting the summit, for all of you for participating. And I'm not here this morning to talk about AI safety, which was the title of the conference a couple of years ago. I'm here to talk about AI opportunity. When conferences like this convene to discuss a cutting-edge technology, oftentimes I think our response is to be too self-conscious, too risk-averse.
Hi. Hi, beautiful.
Hi, man. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
You just called me beautiful?
Yeah, I did.
Man, you are one sexy motherfucker. So I just wanted to ask, like, what's so wrong with the government of, the government of spending efficiency and whatnot? I feel like that's a good idea.
I mean, you could think it's a good concept, but they're not doing anything that you probably would say you want them to do. They're not actually like, they're not making the government more efficient. They're just like lying.
So I don't want
anything.
the government to save money on a government citizens or anything like that, or?
If that's what they were doing, it'd be cool. They're not doing that.
Fuck themselves, essentially.
No, but they're not doing that though. They're using that for branding.
Personally, I love my thumb right up my ass. That is the best place for it to be.
Yeah, you sound like the type of guy that would. That's good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You gotta quit spending money on other people's asses and focus on my ass. Okay, Jolah?
Blocked. All right. Is this the one where is this the speech? Is this the speech where JD Vance made all the fascist comments? That were like
convene to discuss a cutting-edge technology. Oftentimes, I think our response is to be too self-conscious, too risk-averse. But never have I encountered a breakthrough in tech that so clearly calls us to do precisely the opposite. Now, our administration, the Trump administration, believes that AI will have countless revolutionary applications in economic innovation, job creation, national security, healthcare, free expression, and beyond. And to restrict its development now will not only unfairly benefit incumbents in the space, it would mean paralyzing one of the most promising technologies we have seen in generations. Now, with that in mind, I'd like to make 4 main points today. Number 1, this administration will ensure that American AI technology continues to be the gold standard worldwide, and we are the partner of choice for others, foreign countries.
Oh, that's just the security summit. Which one was the crazy one? Which one is the crazy one? Drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. The security conference. Yeah. How long was the statement there? How long did he talk for? I'm sure everyone saw 19 minutes. That's too long, bro. Free speeches and retreat all across Europe.
Of the United States, Mr. that he has come back. Please. Well, thank you, and thanks to all the gathered delegates and luminaries and media professionals, and thanks especially to the host of the Munich Security Conference for being able to put on such an incredible event. We're, of course, thrilled to be here. We're happy to be here. And, one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is, of course, our shared values. And, it's great to be back in Germany. As you heard earlier, I was here last year as United States Senator. I saw Foreign Secretary David Lammy and joked that both of us last year had different jobs than we have now. But now it's time for all of our countries, for all of us who have been fortunate enough to be given political power by our respective peoples.
Remember, J.D. Vance visited Germany. The chancellor, who's a member of the Social Democrat Party, the Social Democratic Party, the chancellor, J.D. Vance skipped meeting with him and instead met with the AfD instead, which are the neo-Nazis in Germany right now, the same party that Elon Musk supports. So the United States of America is basically making an endorsement of the AfD in Germany.
To use it wisely to improve their lives. And I want to say that, I was fortunate in my time here to spend some time outside the walls of this conference over the last 24 hours. And I've been so impressed by the hospitality of the people, even as, of course, as they're reeling from yesterday's horrendous attack. And the first time I was ever in Munich was with my wife, actually, who's here with me today, on a personal trip. And I've always loved the city of Munich, and I've always loved its people. And I just want to say that we're very moved, and our thoughts and prayers are with Munich and everybody.
All right, when does he get talking?
And we will certainly, but we gather at this conference, of course, to discuss security. And normally, we mean threats to our external security. I see many great military leaders gathered here today.
So normally we talk about threats to our external security. Okay, he says external is usually what we focus on. He's probably going to say we need to focus on our internal security, whatever he means by that.
But while the Trump administration is very concerned with European security and believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense, the threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values.
All right, so the job of the Vance-Trump administration is to try and fracture democracies around the world, fracture any country that's free. You want to bolster and support Russia and China, you know, lessen the threat of them. Feel the lessened impact. You know, Russia and China are not that big of an issue. The real enemy is the enemy within. They want to make sure democracies are fighting each other. They're distrustful of their system, so we tear apart our democracies. That's why they support the neo-Nazis in Germany. They don't care about the neo-Nazi part, but they care about the radical part. They want radicals to destroy governments because they're corrupt, and governments stand in the way of corruption when it comes to corporate corruption. So that's the entire goal here. The enemy within, be afraid of your neighbors, that kind of thing. Directly just plain fascism. We can go more into what fascism means, but it's just, oh my God, bro.
Shared with the United States of America.
And saying that European values, the EU is leaving its European or leaving the shared values that we have.
Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany, too. Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been told that everything we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team.
So on this day, I believe, the White House was blocking media from the Oval Office for not calling the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America, like the AP. So the actual name is Gulf of Mexico. That's internationally recognized. America identifies it as Gulf of America because we're special like that. But Reuters, I believe Reuters, I think they're calling it Gulf of America. But AP News was still calling it Gulf of Mexico because they report globally. And the White House is banning speech. They want to compel speech. They want to pick favorites in the White House. They don't want a balance of journalism or whatever. So it's really funny J.D. Vance is saying this on the exact same day that he does that the White House is restricting press freedom. And the Romanian election was annulled because a far-right candidate won after a very coordinated influence operation led by Russia. The cyber attacks, disinformation, and a bunch of other tactics Russia typically uses to influence elections. They caught that pretty early. Europe is more sensitive to authoritarian countries trying to take over elections, and they nip it quicker. In the U.S., we use that as a reason to support the Russian-backed candidate. So Donald Trump is working for Russia and China right now because it's funny, kind of, not really funny. But out of every country in the world, the U.S. is the country to fall to the Russian influence campaigns. And our president is the one to be taken over by Russia and China. Meanwhile, countries like Romania, which are still, influential, but very, very small, these countries are having safeguards against what's happening to us. So it doesn't happen to them. But the fact that it happened to us is really disappointing. And it's, it just shows, I guess, the American electorate. I don't know what else it shows, bro. I don't know, bro. We love Russian propaganda here. What can I say?
We must do more than talk about democratic values. We must live them. Now, within living memory of many of you in this room, the Cold War positioned
bro, they're probably stressed.
Defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And
so he's saying that defending democracy is the goal. And he's going to say probably that Europe is the one that's anti-democratic. Is that what he's going to say? I think he's going to say that.
Consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents, that closed churches,
Censored dissidents.
that canceled elections.
Closed churches.
Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank
Yep,
God.
he's calling the free countries right now. It's the cry bully thing, where you say your true ambitions, you project that onto other people. So like, oh, you want to cancel elections, you want to censor speech, blah, blah, blah. Now, is it censoring speech? Is it canceling elections? No, they're not canceling elections. These are forms of democratic maintenance. But obviously, Vance and Trump in the U.S., they want to consolidate power and do all the authoritarian things. But somehow Vance is positioning Russia and China and North Korea as not very scary. They're not a big deal, bro. They're not that dangerous. The real danger is Europe. You know how Trump never criticizes Russia? He never criticizes North Korea. He never criticizes any of those countries. Meanwhile, he wants to annex Canada, invade Mexico. He wants to purge Ukraine of its resources and give up territory to Russia. He hates our allies. Trump hates Europe, but they love the authoritarian countries.
God, they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this.
Now, this makes a lot of sense, by the way, especially with AI. You don't want people believing random things on the internet. Let's say there's an angry mob that's running around trying to attack people, and Elon Musk is sharing AI videos of, a politician or a public official or someone doing something insane. You can get riots to start. You can cause chaos. Disinformation and just the chaos of social media in general will cause a lot of traumatic pain. It'll make social tension even higher. Social media is not our friend. So shutting it down during periods of social unrest, as far as the algorithms go, so I would say there's a difference between freedom of speech and freedom of reach. So freedom of speech is the ability to post, the ability to converse with others, but the freedom of reach is if you can get that same language boosted by an algorithm. Now that's where we get into dangerous territory. If we boost language, that will cause social chaos and disarray. So I mean, what JD Vance is doing, he's encouraging Europe and other free countries to lessen the guardrails that protect them from Russian propaganda and Chinese propaganda, essentially. More so Russia, more so North Korea, definitely more so Russia. They're really good at their propaganda, but they want JD Vance wants these European countries to fall to the same thing the U.S. is falling to right now, to this populist movement that takes apart the systems of government that actually does help people, that actually does prevent corruption. They want to keep all the bad parts of government. They want to keep all the bad parts of speech and all that kind of stuff, and remove all the good parts, just like Doge is doing.
This very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder.
Wait. What happened in Sweden? Sweden arrested for Koran burnings. Funny also from the party that wants to jail people for burning the American flag. Let's see.
And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm
What did he say about Sweden again? 1 second.
Convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted
They convicted a Christian
misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief.
Wait. Okay. All right. Again, Donald Trump banning people from the Oval Office just for calling it the Gulf of Mexico, which is the real name for it, still the real name. Wanting to jail people for burning the American flag, wanting to deport people for advocating for Palestine, because he wants to go genocide Palestine, and we're controlled by a lot of different forces. The same people that are going to do all these authoritarian crackdowns in America, he is now lying 100% and putting that on Europe. And that'd be a hate crime, right? If you're burning... Okay, wait 1 second. What is this Swedish law? I want to see the Sweden law. I know it's a far-right activist. It's hate speech. What was he convicted of? Just hate speech in general? Because hate speech is not covered under free speech in all scenarios. You're not really a free speech absolutist. No one is, by the way. No one's really a free speech absolutist, other than like libertarians and like socialists or communists that don't really have that much political power. I don't know.
And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes, not obstructing anyone.
Okay, 1 second, sorry. What is this other thing he brings
veteran,
up?
With the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3.
Okay, a vet praying outside of an abortion clinic. And what else?
A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes, not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person. But
okay, well, the intent of the law, obviously, the intent of the law, and it makes sense, obviously. Okay, the buffer zone is to protect people from harassment or from crazy activists trying to block the doors and things like that. So the buffer zone is so you can comfortably go seek care without having someone trying to push their beliefs on you. So if this person was silently praying inside the buffer zone and refused to leave, that would still violate the law. It's not saying you cannot pray outside of that proximity or outside of the whatever the what did he say, 200 meters? Let's see. Because when you pray in front of the abortion clinic like this, like, obviously you're trying to send a disapproving message. So that's the actual law. It's not like a big persecution thing like JD Vance is crying about.
No, this last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may amount to breaking the law. Naturally, the government urged readers to report any fellow citizen suspected guilty of thought crime. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear.
Remember, right now, if you're a federal worker, you have to report your fellow employees, your coworkers, if they say anything about DEI. So again, if you have a thought crime right now in the federal government, they want you out. They want to replace you with a loyalist. So yet another thing, pretty much everything JD Vance is saying here, accusing Europe of, they are actually doing in the U.S. very aggressively for the worst reasons possible. And we're at the security conference. Remember, the security conference, no mention of Russia, no mention of China, no mention of any adversaries. He's focusing on just yelling at the liberal democracies, the free countries, and our allies, trying to make the people of these countries more mad about the systems. Because like I said, JD Vance and Donald Trump are chaos agents. They are here to destroy, governments, and social stability around the world so China and Russia can pick up the pieces. That's J.D. Vance's entire job here. That's why you hear him talking about all these far right-wing social warrior topics. These really crybaby culture war topics. That's the reason he's talking about it. He wants everyone to look at their neighbors, feel distrustful, and want to topple the government. Once they topple the governments, if they do, if the AfD party wins in Germany, then guess who comes in? Elon Musk, the big corporations, the most powerful men of all time, are going to come in and enact authoritarian control on people. They're going to their goal is to end democracy explicitly. They want to end democracy.
Is in retreat. And in the interest of comedy, my friends, but also in the interest of truth, I will admit that sometimes the loudest voices for censorship have come not from within Europe, but from within my own country, where the prior administration threatened and bullied social media companies to censor so-called
There was no threatening or bullying, okay? And remember, Donald Trump threatened to put Mark Zuckerberg in jail if he didn't take away fact-checking. And, dude, we could bring up a million other things that I already brought up concerning the First Amendment. But again, there was no bullying. And the FBI talking to Twitter about disinformation with COVID and with the election was during Trump's administration. Remember, they banned Trump from social media sites during his own administration. But the point of this is not critical thought or evaluation, of course.
misinformation. Misinformation like, for example, the idea that coronavirus had likely leaked from a laboratory in China. Our own government encouraged private companies to silence people who dared to utter what turned out to be an obvious truth. So I come here today not just with an observation.
An obvious truth? It's still not proven. The CIA just said they had very low confidence, but they made a statement for political reasons. It's still not proven. It's still not obvious. There is no obvious in this, bro. It's propaganda. By the way, if you want to call in, I'll take a call when I'm done reacting to this. So another 10 minutes, okay? If you want to call in 10 minutes, call in 10 minutes. We'll talk. Okay, drop a like on the stream. Drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. We'll talk in 10 minutes. All the people calling in, give me 10 minutes to watch this.
But with an offer. Just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town.
Imagine being able to lie like this, bro. Being able to lie this effortlessly and not care. Like, being able to lie to this extent so confidently is so crazy, bro. Sociopathic. It's insane.
And under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree.
Okay. He looks concerned. Yeah, it's because they don't mean it. Because they're lying. They are lying. They want free speech absolutism so they can spread propaganda to people and lie about things. They want to be able to lie. They hate fact checkers for a reason because they want the lie to be able to spread. It's nothing about free speech. They don't like free speech. They're already cracking down on free speech the moment they get the power to. They want loyalists. It's all a lie. It's all propaganda.
Now, we're at the point, of course, that the situation has gotten so bad that this December, Romania straight up canceled the results of a presidential election based on the flimsy suspicions of an intelligence agency and enormous pressure from its continental neighbors. Now, as I understand it, the argument was that Russian disinformation had infected the Romanian elections. But I'd ask my European friends to have some perspective. You can believe it's wrong for Russia to buy social media advertisements to influence your elections. We certainly do. You can condemn it on the world stage even. But if your democracy can be destroyed with a few $100,000 of digital advertising from a foreign country, then it wasn't very strong to begin with.
And remember, another push from J.D. Vance is they believe democracy is over. They want democracy to be over. Peter Thiel believes that. Elon Musk believes that. They subscribe to technocracy. They want techno-monarchs. They really do want to end democracy. Their intended goal, their explicit goal is to end democracy. But yeah, if you have intentional lies being sold to people in an emotional way, they will vote in certain ways. That's why Trump won. And you can call in and debate me on that, okay, guys? When this is over, you can call this phone number and debate me on this. Trump won based off lies and propaganda because you believe whatever slop Twitter feeds you. All right, drop a like, hit subscribe on the stream. I'll take calls in a few minutes.
Now, the good news is that I happen to think your democracies are substantially less brittle than many people apparently fear. And I really do believe that allowing our citizens to speak their mind will make them stronger still. Which, of course, brings us back to Munich, where the organizers of this very conference have banned lawmakers representing populist parties on both the left and the right from participating in these conversations. Now again, we don't have to agree with everything or anything that people say. But when people represent, when political leaders represent an important constituency, it is incumbent upon us to at least participate in dialogue with them. Now, to many of us.
By the way, in Germany, the AfD party gets a lot of airtime. They take advantage of the liberals' inclination to be extremely fair. So the AfD gets a lot of play. They got a lot of, they get shared a lot, bro.
On the other side of the Atlantic, it looks more and more like old entrenched interests, hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation, who simply don't like the idea.
Wait. Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation?
That somebody with an alternative viewpoint might express a different opinion, or, God forbid, vote a different way, or, even worse, win an election.
Hey, man, most Trump voters I know believe that 3 million illegal aliens voted this election. So I think, I think the misinformation thing might be a problem.
Now, this is a security conference, and I'm sure you all came here prepared to talk about how exactly you intend to increase defense spending over the next few years in line with some new target. And that's great, because as President Trump has made abundantly clear, he believes that our European friends must play a bigger role in the future of this continent. We don't think, you hear this term, burden sharing, but we think it's an important part of being in a shared alliance together that the Europeans step up while America focuses on areas of the world that are in great danger. But let me also ask you, how will you even begin to think through the kinds of budgeting questions if we don't know what it is that we are defending in the first place? I've heard a lot already in my conversations, and I've had many, many great conversations with many people gathered here in this room. I've heard a lot about what you need to defend yourselves from, and of course that's important. But what has seemed a little bit less clear to me, and certainly I think to many of the citizens of Europe, is what exactly it is that you're defending yourselves for.
Okay, give us your answer. What are we defending ourselves for, buddy?
What is the positive vision?
Tell me, what is the positive vision? Yes, let us know. What is the positive vision?
So important. And I believe deeply
that
there is no security if you're afraid of the voices, the opinions, and the conscience that guide your very own people. Europe faces many challenges, but the crisis this continent faces right now, the crisis I believe we all face together, is one of our own making. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you.
Yeah, so populism is a disease. The doctrine of fascism went over a lot of these talking points. So they essentially pretend to be on the side of the workers and whatever the people are. They blame the liberals for everything, like in the Weimar Republic in Germany before the Nazis took over. They say the system sucks, we should burn it to the ground. But again, J.D. Vance wants us to burn the system to the ground rather than improve it because he wants to be corrupt and seize the power. Russia and China want to be able to reconstruct the entire world to a world government of surveillance and AI. And all you Trumpers are falling for it because you're dumb. You're all falling for the authoritarian trap because you're all stupid. Like, you're all dumb, bro. And you're not just dumb. Like, you're not really dumb. You're intelligent. You choose to be dumb. You choose to be misinformed. You choose to not know what the hell you're talking about. You don't put work in. You don't ever put work into anything. When it comes to your brain, you can't think about emotionally tough topics. You can't even handle your own emotions. You can't even talk about yourself as a person without having huge emotional breakdowns. You cry about pronouns and race all day and DEI. You don't talk once about issues that can improve your own lives because you are emotionally fragile and you need to focus on issues that are easy to tackle head on without putting much brain effort into it. Because you being alone with your own thoughts is your biggest fear. You need to show all of your emotions through anger or stoicism.
Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump. You need democratic mandates to accomplish anything of value in the coming years. Have we learned nothing that thin mandates produce unstable results? But there is so much.
Compared to what? Because the thin mandate in America is one of the smallest election victories in American history. So they have one of the thinnest mandates. But I mean, he did say thin mandates produce really unstable results, so it makes sense.
Of value that can be accomplished with the kind of democratic mandate that I think will come from being more responsive to the voices of your citizens. If you're going to enjoy competitive economies, if you're going to enjoy affordable energy, and secure supply chains. Then you need mandates to govern.
Remember, every country he's talking to right now, all these countries, if you look at them, they have life expectancies that are 8 years higher than America's. They have happiness levels that are much higher than ours. Their people have a much higher chance to go from poor to rich. You get rewarded for your hard work more in Europe because of the systems they created. Their democratic bodies are more representative. They're more representative of policies that the people want to see happen. So he's criticizing governments that serve their people far better than the American government would serve us. Just remember that. Like, all the people in these countries live much longer than you. They have happier lives. They have better public infrastructure in general. And J.D. Vance is wagging the finger down at them.
Because you have to make difficult choices to enjoy all of these things. And of course, we know that very well in America. You cannot win a democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail. Whether that's the leader of the opposition, a humble Christian praying in her own home, or a journalist trying to report the news. Nor can you win one by disregarding your basic electorate on questions like who gets to be a part of our shared society. And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represent.
And also remember, J.D. Vance is leading this entire talk with lies. Like, for example, saying that you cannot have a private prayer in your own home in Scotland with the safe zones around abortions. You cannot even pray in privacy. That's not true, bro. That was not true at all. J.D. Vance lied about literally everything. Or he made it very dramatic for you emotional dumbasses.
Presented to your face, I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration.
Oh
Today,
my God, bro.
Almost 1 in 5 people living in this country moved here from abroad. That is, of course, an all-time high. It's a similar number, by the way, in the United States, also an all-time high. The number of immigrants who entered the EU from non-EU countries doubled between 2021 and 2022 alone, and of course, it's gotten much higher since. And we know the situation, it didn't materialize.
Okay, I want to know why it's bad. What happened as a result of migration? Because Germany's crime rate, even with an influx of immigrants, has still declined. The crime rate has still gone down. The economy has still improved. Most of the issues they're having are social issues. So, like, for example, DEI and diversity. That's why parties like AFD can focus on just hating minorities and being afraid of minorities versus actual policies, because people are doing pretty decent. Just like in America, they want to make people fight each other. Migration has not been a big issue in any of these countries at all. So I want to really hear how he wraps it up.
Is in a vacuum. It's the result of a series of conscious decisions made by politicians all over the continent and others across the world over the span of a decade. We saw the horrors wrought by these decisions yesterday in this very city. And of course, I can't bring it up again without thinking about the terrible victims who had a beautiful winter day in Munich ruined. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and will remain with them. But why did this happen in the first place? It's a terrible story, but it's one we've heard way too many times in Europe and unfortunately too many times in the United States as well.
And Munich is one of the safest places in the world as far as cities go. So when you make the argument like an immigrant did a crime, therefore we should cut off all immigration, at that point you should just have a fully authoritarian government where you have government big brother surveilling every person 24/7, because naturally born citizens in pretty much any country commit crime at a higher rate than immigrants do. So if you're going to say like we can't have any immigrants because they're going to do crime, blah, 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 then you have to just have a complete police state. You're having an unreasonable position, because no matter what, you can have the crime rate for immigrants be literally 0.01%, but you'll use that 0.01% as a reason to not have any immigration. So your opinions are irrational. Bad things happen. Different groups of people commit different levels of crime, but blaming that crime on immigration it makes no sense, especially when the natural born populations are committing crime at a higher rate. And the biggest perpetrators of crime are just men in general. So you want to crack down on men? You want to crack down on just men, make anti-men policies? It's just an irrational perspective, but it helps people. It helps all you emotional guys, the guys that are emotional. It helps you guys hate immigrants, and it's really easy for you to hate immigrants. It's hard for you to care about economic policies, so you take the easy way out.
An asylum seeker, often a young man in his mid-20s, already known to police, rams a car into a crowd and shatters a community. How many times must we suffer these appalling setbacks before we change course and take our shared civilization?
Our shared civilization's crazy. Our shared civilization, dog whistle. Also, this is how people talk about like school shootings and stuff. This is how they talk about, and that's actually a policy issue that's directly talking about that. But we have a lot of situations where we have someone who's being watched by the FBI, who's a citizen, and they're being watched by the FBI. There's not enough cause to detain them or charge them with anything. They're being watched, and they end up committing a crime. And then you're like, why didn't the FBI stop them when they had a lead on him before? Because they all have profiles, so that isn't really saying much. And like I said, the only way to cut down on all this crime that you guys want to be able to cut down on is to have a complete police state. You have to trade all your freedoms away in your your utopian world that you want.
In a new direction. No voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants.
So the issues are European values censoring their free speech, and also the influx of migrants. And we need to protect our shared civilization. That's the biggest threats that J.D. Vance is bringing up at the security conference. Meanwhile, saying Russia's not a threat, China's not a threat, not mentioning them once in his talk.
But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that people care about their...
By the way, the new polls on Brexit, like 60% of voters now wish they never did it, and only like 25 or 30% are in favor of it after they actually did it. So you can say, oh, they voted for this, but people are not happy. There's a lot of buyer's remorse because people were lied to when they voted for that decision. Like Brexit, a great example. That's a great example, actually. It proves that people can be lied to by politicians and other propaganda forces, and then later on they actually do the policy, and they're like, oh, wait, I actually don't like this. Or right now all the farmers in America, right now all the farmers that are losing their funding, or the health workers that are losing access to the rural health clinics, losing their jobs because Donald Trump wants to cut federal funding, and he wants to cut Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. All those same people can be propagandized to be voting on migration, and then when you actually get the effects of the policies, you get mad about it. All these Trump supporters right now, like, why is Trump coming after me? It's like, dumbass. He hates all the poor people. He hates anyone that's not rich. Trump serves anyone that's not rich. He serves the ultra wealthy. He serves the wealthy. It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, immigrant, citizen. It doesn't matter. He's coming for the weakest people first. They're going to go for the weakest and keep on working their way up until they get to you. That's how these governments work. That's how authoritarianism works. They don't care about you. They lie to you. And you guys fall under them like little cult worshippers.
Their homes. They care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves and their children. And they're smart. I think this is one of the most important things I've learned in my brief time in politics. Contrary to what you might hear a couple mountains over in Davos, the citizens of all of our nations don't generally think of themselves as educated animals or as interchangeable cogs of a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be shuffled about or relentlessly ignored by their leaders. And it is the business of democracy to adjudicate these big questions at the ballot box. I believe that dismissing people, dismissing their concerns, or worse yet, shutting down media, shutting down elections, or shutting people out of the political...
It's really funny, too, because Republicans have always said it's a republic, not a democracy, and he's advocating in the same way that a populist communist would say, we need a direct vote. A communist would speak... I mean, with the American understanding of communism in terms of, like, China... today or Russia, like J.D. Vance would be a communist, okay? He'd be a Stalinist, or he'd be a Maoist, or he'd be Hitlerian. He's advocating for populism in general. These same appeals are made to all these countries before they fall to dictatorships. But he sounds like a communist acting for a direct democracy or something. It's a republic, bro. It's a constitutional republic, bro, not a democracy. Like, why is he making this argument if that's the case?
Political process protects nothing. In fact, it is the most surefire way to destroy democracy. And speaking up and expressing opinions isn't election interference. Even when people express views outside your own country, and even when those people are very influential. And trust me, I say this with all humor, if American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, bro. Like when Joe Biden made Greta Thunberg the lead of the executive branch, the sole leader of America, unilaterally shutting down government programs. That's the same thing, bro. But unironically, conservatives do see it this way. They see Greta Thunberg as a greater threat than Elon Musk because she offends them. Okay? They think the richest man in the world going and shutting off government programs that are investigating him. They think the richest man in the world shutting off government programs that are investigating him, okay, and deciding where our tax dollars go, They think that's less of a threat than Greta Thunberg because they're offended by her. They're offended snowflakes by Greta Thunberg. Imagine being offended by Greta Thunberg. Imagine basing your ideology off being offended by a small climate activist girl. What kind of politics is that, bro? What kind of ideology is that? You're just big mad. You should register for the Big Mad Party. Like, well, what are you even doing at this point, bro? Do you care about power? Or do you care about flowers and crying and being a little sissy? Like, well, what is the point of your political ideology, bro?
But what no democracy, American, German, or European, will survive is telling millions of voters that their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations, their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being considered. Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls. You either uphold the principle or you don't. Europeans, the people, have a voice. European leaders have a choice.
And also, when you look at like a freedom index, when it comes to freedom in democracies, Europe ranks higher than the US because they lack the same corporate infiltration that we do. So they limit money in politics more in Europe. They regulate big corporate power more in Europe. In America, our democracy is fractured more by big corporations, which J.D. Vance is funded by big corporations. He's funded by Peter Thiel. Remember that. That's why the EU, they give their citizens health care. Okay? They have higher standards of living, public transit, higher standards of just enjoying quality of life in general, with a much lower GDPs. They are much happier over there. There are less chemicals in the food because they regulate the chemicals out of the food. That's why Europe and Canada have the food without the chemicals, because they regulate it. Because big corporate influence is restricted there. In America, we have a less free democracy because big corporate influence dominates our democracy. And Donald Trump has been doing this by far more than any president in American history. We need Teddy Roosevelt, bro. We need Teddy Roosevelt to come back, bro.
My strong belief is that we do not need to be afraid of the future. You can embrace what your people tell you, even
live, laugh, love. Live, laugh, love. Live, laugh, love. I hate immigrants and live, laugh, hate immigrants and love. Live, laugh. He's saying live, laugh, love, but for like angry white guys. Not white. It's not white. It's just angry, dumbass, bro. I love my whites. I'm white. I love myself. No, I don't.
Even when it's surprising, even when you don't agree. And if you do so, you can face the future with certainty and with confidence, knowing that the nation stands behind each of you. And that, to me, is the great magic of democracy. It's not in these stone buildings or beautiful hotels. It's not even in the great institutions that we have built together as a shared society. To believe in democracy is to understand that each of our citizens has wisdom and has a voice. And if we refuse to listen to that voice, even our most successful fights will secure very little. As Pope John Paul II, in my view, one of the most extraordinary champions of democracy on this continent or any other, once said, "Do not be afraid." We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. God bless.
Okay, when those views are completely made off of lies, then yeah, you have to disagree on that. Even if you're a government official, you cannot say, "Oh, democracy matters," and then just believe the aspirations of people that have zero facts that they're basing their anger off of. There is some regulation that is needed. We have to police. We have to crack down with the big government on people's thoughts. Actually, Elon Musk wants to do that. Elon Musk wants to put you all in a surveillance security state. By the way, if you're watching, I'll take calls now. I will take phone calls. Mostly on Elon Musk, Doge, Donald Trump, and authoritarianism, okay? In general, authoritarianism attacking America. Please drop a like, subscribe. If you want to donate at Coffee, you can see the link up there. There's also a link pinned to the chat. Any donations through there, it's $10 minimum, but your voice will be read out loud. Okay, so instead of a super chat, I recommend doing it that way. So you have, I think the TTS should work, text to speech, through Coffee, if you're going to do a super chat. And that goes right to my PayPal, if you do it through there. It doesn't have to go through YouTube. Let me get a water quick. But But yeah, Jolah Politics on Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. There's a lot of people trying to call in right now. There's like 800 people watching, 900 people watching. Drop a like, subscribe. If you want to call in first, Venmo me $10, Cash App me $10, PayPal me $10, Venmo, whatever. Those three, send your first name and your phone number. Your first name and your phone number, and you could jump ahead of the line if you do that. That's how we run the system around here. And bigger donations go first. But 1 second. You can call in. Call in. Oh my goodness. I bet the chat's happy. I can tell it's a nice night for them. All right, let's see. The one hand clapping.
Will express views that disagree with their leadership. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. God bless you.
They all clapped. They're all friends.
Call from
Ian.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy, what's up?
Am I online?
Yep, you're live. You can pause the stream.
Excellent. Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
I just want to get an idea of where you're coming from before I actually go forward. What is the crux of your argument right now concerning in general, or what you're saying about what Vice President Vance was saying?
He's convincing Europe to view
New
themselves.
Donation from God Emperor. Trump sexuals rock.
Thank you for the donation. I hope. 1 second, sorry, I got a donation. I want to see.
No, go
thank
ahead.
you for the donation, guys.
Do your work and then.
There was no message attached to that, but yeah, thank you. You can pay through the coffee too. You could use anything to donate. But yeah, thank you for the donation. But that's how your message will appear if you guys send a donation and actually want to do TTS. I'm pretty sure. I hope it works. But yeah, JD Vance is in Europe. The biggest issue globally right now for security is Russia and Ukraine, and probably China. And he's turning the conversation into a cultural one, scaring people about migrants, talking about acting like Europe is censoring speech. And he brings up a bunch of he lies, for example. He says people are getting arrested for praying in their own homes, which is something that's just not happening. So he wants to make Europe very insecure, to turn on each other. And it falls in line with Trump's strategy and the White House's strategy. Whenever Trump or any of these guys are in charge, they attack the liberal democracies and our allies, so Canada, Greenland, Mexico, the EU. They attack those countries, but we only have nice words to say about Russia and China. And it seems like we're aligning ourselves globally more with Russia than we are the EU, which is a really weird position to be in.
I see. Anything else you tell me?
What was that? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Anything else you can add to that before I go forward?
Yeah, I mean, Trump came in and we basically we did not talk to Ukraine at all. We only talked to Russia. And by we, I mean the Trump administration. They basically told Russia they'd help reinforce that they can keep the land they stole from Ukraine with the invasion. Trump said, he actually had a quote where he said, well, Russia had to fight for the land and they had a lot of people die, and they should just keep it because it'll be hard to rebuild. So that's direct propaganda from what you would say if Russia told you to have a talking point. Russia fought for it, they earned it, or something like that when they invaded Ukraine. And Trump also said about Ukraine, wow, this was a really bad war for Ukraine to get into. And I'm like, Ukraine didn't get into a war, they got invaded. They're defending themselves. So yeah, the White House's rhetoric seems very, very, very pro-Russia, very, very, very pro-China, and anti-European Union and our allies. And we've been attacking Canada, obviously, and Mexico with tariffs, and saying we want to take Canada and Greenland and all that kind of stuff too.
I will start with Canada because I do have some personal exposure with that. I will first off say, again, thank you very much. And if I come off as we're talking, this is a debate, so I don't want to come off as being gotcha or trying to be respectful, first and foremost. Agreed?
Okay.
Very good. So, myself, I'm in New York State currently. I am also a truck driver, so I have had the experience of actually serving not just America, but also Canada, and with what I do and trying to help the economies. With that said, me going into Canada, I've actually experienced the situation during COVID-19 and during that situation. And saying that, the breakdown of Canadian-U.S. relations have been ongoing, not just from this point now with the tariffs, but it's been before that.
Wait, what situation are you talking about? I'm not familiar. What you didn't say what you're like. You said you noticed you were there during the situation. What situation do you mean?
COVID-19, sir.
Okay, and what about it?
As a U.S. driver, as a U.S. truck driver, coming into country, I really didn't have any issues coming in, but there was occasions every now and then where I would actually have to not just reprove myself as an American citizen, but also have to show or try to prove certain paperwork for vaccines or what have you,
Okay.
even though I was not a citizen of their country. So the beginnings of the rupture of our friendships didn't happen necessarily, from my view, currently in the last couple of months.
Okay, how does that hurt the relations? How did that hurt the relations? What happened with COVID-19?
Basically trust.
Trust on what?
We as U.S. drivers didn't have to sign on to their COVID app that they had.
Okay.
But if you're a Canadian driver, you had to have an app showing that you had your shots up to date, and in order to come back into the country, you had to actually have that app ready to go.
Okay, how did that hurt our relations with our? How did that hurt relations between the U.S. and Canada? How did that hurt our relations?
Basically, trust.
Trust on what?
Basic trust on the fact that we were allies.
But there's nothing to do with Canada and U.S. relations. It seems like a technicality, like a technical issue with like an app for their mandates for vaccines. It doesn't seem like an international trust issue. That didn't really hurt U.S. and Canada trade relations at all, or trust between our populations. Like the sentiment between the U.S. and Canada has been really good until Trump came into the picture. So I don't know what you're talking about with the vaccines.
I'll go forward with that. The app, because that U.S. drivers didn't have to sign to the app, United States drivers, when we actually started going to the border at one point, had to give up our phone numbers in order to be tracked to make sure that we're not, first off, if we were sick with the COVID virus, not being super spreaders within certain provinces, i.e. Ontario, Saskatchewan, wherever the points of entry were. To the point that it was said, now I'm not quoting this, and I hope this is wrong, but this was a rumor between truck drivers within the states. And I hope this is wrong, but this is something that's
say it. Just say it. Just say it, bro. I'm gonna have to move on to another caller. You're not talking fast enough. What? Make your point. Okay, someone else call in. I'm not doing that. He just repeated the same loop 20 times in a row. Someone else call in who can actually like speak. I'm sorry, but next guy up. Make sure you drop a like on the stream. I don't know. I'm not doing that. GG's. Oh, RFK is gonna. Is RFK gonna ban Adderall? If RFK bans Adderall, bro, I'm gonna have to make my own meth. That'd be a scary day. Scary day, bro. Hello, what's up?
What's up, man?
Nothing much. How about yourself? How are you doing?
Pretty good. That last guy, I don't really know what he was talking about either.
I don't know what he's talking about. And like he can't just like stop talking in the middle of the stream too. That really is not good for the flow of the conversations, you know, so.
Right, yeah, I got you. Yeah, but I've been keeping up with geopolitics for a while. I just wanted to know what your opinion on like the Greenland situation was at this point.
So there's a wealthy crypto investor that told Trump to get Greenland for him, and I think that's probably one of the reasons we're going after Greenland, because we want it to be like an autonomous crypto zone. I forgot the guy's name, but he is actually working with the White House now. But he tried buying Greenland privately, or tried establishing a town there and couldn't. And then he made a request for Trump to get Greenland in particular. I could look up his name really quick. But yeah, I think it's pretty damaging.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I see what you're saying there. But like, as like a U.S. citizen, how would you feel if we got Greenland, like security-wise?
I think we can easily expand our security relations there. We already do have a base there. We could expand that. They'd be fine with it. They already said that. There's zero reasons we need to own Greenland to expand our security there. We have no issues working with them.
Yeah, that's probably true. I was thinking like maybe like put more military bases.
Yeah, they already said they'd be open to it, and they'd be open towards like even mining contracts with our businesses. They even said.
Yeah, that'd be beneficial. And then I listened to the JD Vance speech that you were just showing. I listened to it live, and I do feel like the immigration issue in Europe is a pretty big deal. How do you see that?
One second, my TikTok is making loud noises. Wow, that was scary. I gotta end my TikTok stream. Okay, so with JD Vance, TikTok's crazy. With JD Vance, and his speech and migration, saying that our biggest security concerns are migration and not China or Russia is insane. Just on its face, that's insane.
Yeah, but I think he was talking more about for Europe at that point, right?
Yeah, but for Europe and Ukraine and Russia, Russia and Germany are the same distance away as like Pennsylvania and like Indiana.
Right. I guess that I just kind of see it more as like I still think it's like a pretty big issue for Europe, with like the terrorism and everything, with letting all those immigrants in, I guess would be a pretty big deal. But I guess that the point of the speech was also like about freedom of speech and everything, which I also think is a big issue facing Europe. Because you always see those stories in the news, whether they're real or not, or like whenever like the London police chief said that like they should like arrest Americans, over in America for stuff that they say online and stuff. I do think that would be kind of detrimental to their democracy.
Wait, arrest them for what did they say?
The London police chief, he said that that they should go after Americans who make, comments, hateful comments, quote unquote, about illegal immigration and stuff. But
London police chief should arrest Americans making hateful comments about immigrants.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Nothing. I just think that the freedom of speech thing is actually a pretty big deal in Europe that they are facing, and I thought it was kind of good that he called them out on it a little bit, because it is a little bit detrimental to their overall democracy, in my opinion.
Oh, wait. Okay, this is tied to the anti-immigration riots where people were going and ripping brown people out of their cars and beating the shit out of them, saying they're immigrants. Yeah, I mean, if someone's spreading like something on social media that's causing riots, especially if it's lies, I think that should definitely be removed from the internet. If they're causing racial violence or racial tension where it's not there, if it's causing like people to go and beat up random people who look like immigrants, like random mobs, then yeah, I think that's probably speech that's inciting violence and also probably spreading a lot of disinformation.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was only about that. I mean,
but that's why he said that though.
Yeah, I mean that was what was going on at the time, but there are like other examples of people just being anti-immigration in Europe and getting arrested.
Okay, just being anti-immigration in Europe and just being arrested? I can't see anything about that. The tweets I'm seeing are, for example, from an American saying like, hey, by the way, the immigrants outside want to rape your wife and your daughter. You have to go kill them. Like saying that, for example, and causing people to go riot because they think their daughters and wives are in danger when they're not, and they go and beat up a random brown guy. I think that could be pretty.
Why wouldn't there? Well, I mean, like, why wouldn't their daughters and wives? Because that's right after the Taylor Swift, all the kids of the Taylor Swift thing all got murdered by that immigrant. So. I mean,
okay, we have much higher rates of crime by naturally born citizens in all these countries, and they commit higher rates of rape and murder. So it's like, if you want to cut all immigration out or have a police state, then cool. But like I said before, I mean, there's no evidence at all that immigration in any country that we're talking about in Europe or America, that immigration creates higher crime rates. We have zero evidence for that.
Well, I mean, if somebody comes in here and commits a crime, then they shouldn't even be there in the first place. I mean,
Okay, then you're
anti
anti-immigration. You do not want any immigration. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want no immigration at all, that's fine. But if you have immigration in general, even with a fully vetted process, you're going to have immigrants who commit violent crimes, just like you have Americans or like, white Americans that are born here that commit violent crimes. White men in America commit like 80% of rapes.
Mm. But I think that another big problem in Europe would be that they let in all these, people from the Middle East that don't really respect the culture of the European countries that they go to, and then they end up.
What do you mean respect the culture? What kind of culture do they not respect?
Well, they don't respect, Christianity as a whole, in these.
Okay, what did
countries.
they do that's illegal there, as a result of disrespecting Christianity?
Well, I mean, there's been cases of churches burning and stuff like that.
Okay, churches burning in Europe, churches
Mhm.
burning. Well, like in the U.S., for example, we have the Proud Boys that set fire to a black church and vandalized a black church. So we have Proud Boys and white supremacists in America doing that to black churches. So I wouldn't be surprised, and that's American citizens doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone commit a crime. But let me find, churches burning, Europe, from, you said, Middle Eastern migrants. Churches burning. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if there is something. Let's see. The incidents being tied to Middle Eastern migrants. There's a blog called Catholic World Report. There's another one called Assist News. I don't know how big that data collection is. There's some reports of extremist activity, but again, it's the same trend. Where the crime rate is not higher with immigrant populations. It just so happens that when an immigrant creates crime or does crime, that is going to be advertised everywhere and it's going to be boosted in the news as a top story. And when someone who's a citizen creates a crime, it's just another crime. But people want to use it for a political agenda if they're anti-immigrant.
Yeah, but I mean, and then stuff like, Muslims saying that, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Of the car attacks in Germany and stuff like that. I guess it just kind of gets people worked up a little bit.
Car attacks in Germany. I know it gets people worked up, but they need to get worked up about all crime of that nature. The biggest issue with immigration is the assimilation and cultural integration of different cultures. And typically, it is hard. Like diversity is not easy. But countries that can be more diverse and deal with it are much more resilient and end up better as a result. I would say America is a keen example of that. I don't think any country of our size handles race relations better than the U.S. We have a lot of issues, but until now, I mean, it's a little bit. There's a big conversation happening right now about DEI and stuff. But America historically, from even 1980, and we still have a lot of issues, but 1980 to 2020. With the amounts of different cultures we have, with how big our country is, we actually do pretty well with diversity and adapting over time, even with all of our problems. And I'm saying with the size of our country, it's hard to have a country of 340 million people move in the same direction when it comes to diversity, especially considering countries of 40 million people or 20 million people or 10 million people have issues, or even just small communities have issues with this. So I would say that it's a pretty good perk if you can handle diversity.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're saying from the American standpoint, and then you have immigrants in Europe that are having the anti-Israel protests, the Palestinian protests.
I mean, I think that's fine. Attacks are not good, obviously, but is protesting bad?
Oh no, yeah, protesting is fine, but
we could probably find more instances of anti-Palestinian protest hate too. I mean.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I just don't see the point of having people that and then they burn, let's say the UK flag inside the UK and stuff like that.
I mean, that's fine. That's freedom of speech, though, right?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want somebody in my country that hates my country. Right?
So you don't like freedom of speech?
Well, I'd say that goes a little bit past freedom of speech. That's kind of a threat of terrorism, right?
So if I burn the American flag in protest, which I would not do, by the way, do you think that's terrorism?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's insane. That's a freedom of speech crackdown.
I would say that's probably a threatening statement.
It might be terrorism to your emotional state, but it's not. It's covered under freedom of speech. It's a symbol. They're not hurting someone. If they say something like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this," and "Death to America," etc., then that's a little bit different. But just burning a flag in protest, Even death to America, like even that, I would not say. I'd say that's pretty protected in forms of public protest, unless if you have actual plans and organizations to try and do something or conspiracy to commit a crime. I think burning the flag in a country is completely fine. And also, I don't know if there's many cases of immigrants burning flags, UK flag in UK.
Well, I was just giving that as like an example, which I'm sure there are.
I can't find. Let me see. Burning a flag while dancing. It's hard to say as well because a lot of the videos you see about flag burning are made by Russia, unironically, with actors, with like fake crisis actors. So we would need to prove that there's actually people even doing this, which I don't even know if we could find proof of.
I mean, I don't think it's like that surprising to say that people would be doing that. You know what I mean?
No, but like we need actual evidence of this happening. But the videos you see on the internet are not all true. Like there's a video of like a bunch of black guys beating up a white girl, and that was made by Russia as well. There's a couple videos like that, and it's obviously scripted. So we would need actual, like, if you're so mad about this, you should probably look into it more, because I really don't see. I'm trying to find any evidence of a flag being burnt for the UK. I'm seeing far-right violence burn the UK flag because they're mobbing against immigrants and against diversity. I'm seeing the UK citizens burning the flag in protest, but I can't find anything about immigrants burning the flag.
Well, I mean, so you see, but I just don't think that that they should be letting people in from countries who would say, would burn the American flag or burn the UK flag, Or like,
so like if a far-right person burns a flag, should they be deported if they're an American citizen?
Well, not if they're a citizen.
Or far left? Okay, why? Okay, so why do you think constitutional rights only apply to those who are citizens?
Well, I think constitutional rights. I think that person should probably get arrested and be fined. You know what I mean? Because obviously.
Okay, so you don't believe in free speech in the purest sense.
Well, I mean, there's laws against burning the American flag, of course, or mistreating.
Well, there's no laws
flag.
against burning the American flag. There's no laws about that. I mean, they want to make it illegal. There's flag code, but people wear flags as underwear, make the American flag smell like their balls. So I don't think people care that much about it.
Well, I mean, I guess that's just like an opinion, right? Like some people care about the symbolism more, I guess you would say, right?
Yeah, but it is a symbol. I would just protect someone's right to do that. I would not protect someone's right to lie on the internet and spread lies that can cause violence, like in the UK, for example. So my value system, I want to ban people, like the UK said. If I'm spreading a lie that causes, riots to happen and civil unrest, which causes major violence and maybe death, property damage, etc. If I'm spreading lies completely fabricated, I should probably be held accountable. And I think that makes sense because I'm intentionally spreading this information, causing harm, leading people to commit physical acts of violence. But in my opinion, if I burn the American flag, or if someone does, that should be protected because they're not harming someone. They're not saying like we should go against this certain identity group. You're saying I disapprove of what this country is doing. But you think the opposite. You think you should be able to spread like anti-immigrant rhetoric and lead to violent riots, but you should not be able to burn the flag.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's where it gets choppy, right, with freedom of speech and everything. I think that once the government gets to dictate, what is true and what's not, that's whenever it gets dangerous, right? I think people can make their own stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Like you can, but if something's if it's an AI video, for example, should you be able to share any AI video you want, any AI fabrication?
Well, I don't know about AI, but like if say like the thing that happened in England, knife attack. If I was to go and I was to tweet, an illegal immigrant just went and committed this crime, I don't want any more illegal immigrants, right? I mean, I don't think that I should be arrested for that. That's just an opinion. You know what I mean?
But if you say, for example, we need to go riot because they're stealing our country and they're planning to take over our country violently. They're going to kill all of our daughters and wives, and we need to be able to do this because if we don't do this, they're going to steal our country and make whites the minority. And we need to rise up again to protect our civilization in the streets and find any of them to get them out of our country. And that leads to people going in the streets and rampaging and pulling people out of their cars, beating the shit out of them, saying, "Are you an immigrant?" and trying to get them deported. They're not just simply saying. If they were simply saying, like, "By the way, guys, I disagree with illegal immigration," or I disagree with immigration, that's different. But if you're going to be leading to violence and lying, so for example, like Trump leading up to January 6th, then I think those kinds of lies are probably pretty bad.
Well, I mean, in the UK, for example, the immigrants were protesting as well, and they had like machetes and stuff, and you know, it was kind of like a
all the
and
immigrants had machetes and were protesting. Do you realize that you're just like putting on the worst attributes to every immigrant, and you're absolving all other people from any wrongdoing, right? Because like there's not a situation where all the immigrants had machetes.
No, the anti-protest during that, you know, like all like let's say like the far right people went out to protest, and then the immigrants showed up to protest, and they were just as violent, you know.
You don't believe in
It's kinda-
self-defense? Wait, but if the far right people are going around and just like ripping people out of their cars. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, man. So this is crazy. The riot you're talking about in the UK, all right? There were violent anti-immigrant protests and riots instigated by far-right groups. These events were fueled by misinformation surrounding a tragic knife attack in Southport, where 3 young girls lost their lives. False claims circulated online alleged that this perpetrator was a Muslim asylum seeker, which incited widespread unrest. It was later confirmed the attack was British-born, was a citizen of the UK. So this is a key example, okay? Anti-immigrant protests causing people to go and beat the shit out of brown people, profiling them randomly. This is a lie about this. The person that did this attack was a citizen. But because they lied and said it was an immigrant, it spread a far-right rage throughout the country where they went in and just brutalized the city. So that's an example of a lie that leads to violence that's anti-immigrant right there. That's the whole story.
Well, were their parents citizens of the UK? Did their parents?
The person that did it was a citizen.
Well, I mean, I don't care if they're a citizen, but what if their parents came there, you know, as...
Oh, you're moving the goalpost.
Right? Well, I mean, not really. I mean, I'm just saying that there's a lot of I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of like Muslim rage against Europe nowadays, you know, and it goes both ways, of course. But I just don't think that the government should be able to dictate. You know, AI might change this a little bit, because AI, I do see that as kind of like a dangerous
The parents
threat.
were in the UK since 2002 for over 20 years. It was probably just a kid that went crazy, just like kids everywhere go crazy. In the US right now, we had multiple mass shootings in the past few months that were inspired by Hitler and Candace Owens.
Hitler and Candace Owens?
Yeah, inspired mass shootings in schools in the past few months in America. I'm just saying, this is a lie on social media that made people go rail against immigrants. It was not even an illegal immigrant or it was a citizen. So if your problem is illegal immigration, the parents came legally, okay? For over 20 years, they were here.
No.
If you're just saying, at that point, you're just arguing that some cultures are inferior, then you want to cut out all cultures from your society.
The problem in Europe isn't illegal immigration. It's legal. I'm still saying that the problem in Europe is legal immigration, but they're just bringing in too many people that have anti-views of Western civilization.
There's no evidence of anti-Western civilization views. Why are you talking about Western civilization? The dog whistles are crazy, bro. The parents came over in 2002. That's nothing about the policies right now with people moving there now with the current migration movement. So every point you're making right now is falling flat on its face.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no dissent in the Middle East for Western
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the issue you brought up, the one that caused all the violent protests, is not connecting to your it's not analogous to your concerns at all. You're making a cultural appeal. You're afraid of other cultures being integrated that you say are anti-Western civilization. When I can argue that there's ranks from the citizens in these countries that are more anti-Western civilization and more anti-freedom than the immigrants, and create more crime than the immigrants do, including the far-right militias. Do you have any bad things to say about the far-right militias that went rampaging throughout the town based off a fake news story?
Well, I mean, of course, if they were like committing violence and stuff, then that's obviously not right. You know what I mean?
Do you think Trump was wrong to pardon the violent January 6th guys?
Yeah, I think he was wrong for that.
Okay, that's
I don't agree.
Do you think Trump incited January 6th?
I don't think he incited it. I think that, I mean, obviously it's protesters, but I mean, people always say stuff about like dog whistles and stuff, but I think that's just kind of like a conspiracy theory, you know?
So, like, in my mind, when Trump says, for example, like, the election was stolen, you're going to lose your country, your loved ones are going to die, you know, protest peacefully, and then, like, Rudy Giuliani is saying, like, a trial by combat, for example. And I'm not even going to say leading up to it in general, because we can look at what he said leading up to it. I predicted January 6th. I have a video of me talking about January 6th. I knew Trump was using violent rhetoric. I think you need to be very autistic to not see that. And I'm someone who's close to the spectrum, so I'm allowed to say that. So like Donald Trump right now, we can look back in hindsight and look at his speech right now. So fast forward to just this year, he called the cops on January 6th them. He called the rioters us. And that's why he said he pardoned all the violent January 6th offenders, because he views them as us. He views the cops as them. He views the cops there on that day as the enemy and the rioters as us. So he was obviously, picking sides on that day. We don't have to get into that, but yeah, it's just like, I feel like you have to be just autistic or just like a Trump sexual to not see that Trump wanted that to happen.
Oh no, I mean, I'm not defending January 6th, of course, and I'm not saying that Trump didn't want that to happen. You know what I mean? Like Trump could have wanted whatever he wants. You know what I mean? Like in his head. I guess we'll never know about that. But I'm not really that worried about January 6th. That's a long time ago. But I mean, I do see
that was like 3 years ago, bro. That was like 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of current events, it seems longer ago than it.
It does seem longer ago. I feel like the last 3 weeks was like 5 years.
Yeah, I was in high school whenever that happened. I remember that. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll never defend something like that.
That's good.
That's pretty crazy. And of course I don't agree with him pardoning anybody. I think that's a strange move, but that's just politics.
It's not just. I mean, it's not just. It's probably the most egregious thing a U.S. president's ever done is pardoning all the violent people from that day. Like if I had to say one pardon, that's my least favorite all time. That one's pretty shitty.
Yeah, I'd say it's up there. It's probably up there with Nixon and stuff. And Ford.
It's way worse than. I mean, Nixon was a bunch of Trump does Nixon every day now, like Watergate. I never saw Nixon. Yeah, I don't know. Pardon cop beaters that were there to try and lie about elections. Nixon did not do that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know about I don't think that the 2020 election was stolen or anything, but I mean, I do think that it had cause to maybe be a little bit, obviously with the mail-in ballots and everything. I can see where he's coming from a little bit on there, but
he said there was mass voter fraud. He wanted to just throw voters out. He gave no example or evidence of fraud. He's been given multiple chances to. He's a bullshitter. I know a lot about elections, the processes throughout America, the verification process of the ballots, the mail-in ballots, etc. In fact, a lot of mail-in ballots get thrown out because the envelope doesn't come sealed enough or whatever. I could see all the rejections from this election. We had a lot of rejections from absentee ballots and mail-in ballots. There's zero grounding at all to say the 2020 election was stolen. There's been multiple audits in multiple counties, multiple states. Trump's legal team fought a bunch of different rulings, not really to disprove the election, but to try and use procedural technicalities to try and throw votes out. So none of the cases that the Trump team actually brought to states was about did Trump actually win, or about recounts or audits. They knew they lost, but they're trying to get the election results thrown out. And that's what happened at the final second when Trump tried sending an alternate slate of electoral electors, and he wanted Mike Pence to certify the fake slate. Because all other legal options that his team tried to steal the election with was fake. So his final option to delay the certification was to lie about the election and lead a big, I guess you could say, a rally right outside the Capitol the day of the certification. And then he says to all of his people, go protest peaceful and patriotically. You're all going to die if you don't stop them, but be peaceful. I don't know. But yeah, if you end on a point, then...
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just politics, right? I mean, every, election cycle, liberals and Republicans all say that everybody's going to die, like how Trump was going to be a fascist.
Well, okay, wait. Trump lied about the election, led people there to the certification, and he still lies about it, and he pardoned the people that beat the shit out of cops. Multiple cops died, lost eyeballs, and lost fingers. Politicians do not ever do this. This is a very unique thing.
I remember whenever Trump won in 2016 and people were looting stores in Washington, D.C., I mean, obviously that's not up to scale, but I mean,
Hillary Clinton accepted the election results literally the next morning. So it was not.
Well, she conceded, but of course there was the Russian stuff and all that.
Well, Russia did influence our elections. The debate was if they hacked anything or if they worked with the Trump campaign. It was not proven that they worked with the Trump campaign, but it was proven that they influenced our election pretty heavily. So they did not say the election was not valid. They did not ever question the validity of the vote, which Trump did. They just said there might have been foreign actors influencing disinformation campaigns. So Hillary Clinton's not. And if someone says they're comparable, they're lying. They're propagandists. If they ever compare January 6th to any election in American history, I can't think of one for a long anything 1900s to now. Nothing that extreme has happened. It was the first time. Wasn't it the first time that a electoral certification was delayed by 14 hours? It usually takes 10 minutes. This one took 14 hours. So it's a very unique thing that Trump did. Very uniquely bad. The only leaders that have done similar things are like Hitler and Mussolini. Unironically though, like it's usually the leaders that try to do authoritarianism. They've done like coup attempts. I wouldn't say this is a coup attempt necessarily, but it was definitely like an insurrection kind of activity.
Do you think Trump's authoritarian?
100%. Like he's fully authoritarian. He just tweeted today. Let me see. 1 second. Let me find the tweet. Trump tweeted today. I'm gonna find it. He said, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." And the Trump campaign has been arguing that that Trump can act without any checks and balances. He believes he is an independent president, independent executive. He believes checks and balances are not real, and the president should be like the all-powerful person in government. He who saves his country does not violate any law. I'm pretty sure that's a Napoleon quote before Napoleon established a full dictatorship. White nationalist mass shooters have also said he who saves his country does not violate any law while doing mass far-right shootings in the name of racial purity. So Trump just said that today on Twitter. I can put that on the screen for anyone that's curious about the tweet. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I guess until like actions are actually taken, like you think that he'll actually take any actions that go that way?
So his campaign has already, or his administration has already ignored like multiple court orders. They've been ignoring the power of the purse in Congress. They've been unilaterally shutting down government agencies, which is,
do you think it's bad to shut down government agencies and cut the spending? Because I honestly think that that's a good thing. You know what I mean?
Well, no, they're not cutting spending or making spending better. They're literally shutting down agencies, and that's unconstitutional to do without Congress passing a law.
Like you mean like with like the Department of Education and stuff like that?
No, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They did not say there's wasteful spending here. They just shut it down. They did not say there's like wasteful spending in the USAID. We want to like take out of it. They just shut the entire thing down. Like real audits take a long time. It doesn't take a week and then you shut down the agency. That's how you just destroy agencies. And typically the constitutional guidance is Congress passes laws to make these agencies. Congress passes laws to disassemble them. The executive's job in the Constitution is to faithfully carry out the laws Congress writes. So Trump has ignored that, and also they've ignored like with the funding freezes, with the Impoundment Act and everything. They've ignored multiple court orders on funding freezes. They just said like, oh, we don't agree, and they just like ignore the judiciary as well. They're ignoring checks and balances. They banned AP News from the Oval Office because they won't say Gulf of America, although it's still Gulf of Mexico globally, and they're reporting globally. That's why they're reporting it as Gulf of Mexico. We just identify Gulf of Mexico to be Gulf of America. He's banning them because they don't use the proper way to say Gulf of America, and that's really scary too, because if they're going to compel speech and ban people from the Oval Office for not saying the Gulf of America, then what else will they ban people from the Oval Office for? It's a huge concern. And also another thing, sorry, I know a lot of federal workers. If you're a federal worker, you're not allowed to say, you cannot say the word diversity or DEI or you get fired. If you say diversity or DEI or social justice, you get fired. And if you have a coworker who talks about DEI, you have to report it, or you might get in trouble too. So you have to you're mandated to report your coworkers if they talk about DEI. You're not allowed to. So there's language policing and thought policing done at the federal level because of Trump's executive orders on DEI. So these are all fully authoritarian things, extremely authoritarian. You only see this in Hungary, Russia, and China. Really, this kind of authoritarian crackdown. We have not seen this in American history. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I've never heard of that stuff about like. Is that on the news where they're not allowing people to say DEI and stuff like that?
Yeah, look at federal workers. So like if you ever, like for example, if you have DEI in your computer, you had to like delete it because they were scanning computers. If the walls said like equality and justice for all, they painted over the walls. I have pictures of that actually. I could probably find it really quick. Let's see, Max painting over wall. And again, that's not like a debate on. That's not like a debate on like, okay, what parts of these agencies or what parts of DEI are good, because I think everyone can agree that there's some value in like diversity, equity, or inclusion, especially since that includes like disabilities and includes rural Americans, or includes vets, and also for obviously the civil rights movement. So that's interesting. Here you go. I think this is a picture. It might have been fact checked. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see it because I'm on the phone, but everybody else can see it. But to your point, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't I don't think that would be a good idea to ban people from saying things like that. Obviously, you don't want to ban freedom of speech and everything. But I mean, I don't see any problem with closing down government officials. I feel like the thing is, people who are against Trump would complain even if Congress did pass those things. You know what I mean? So I feel like people are just going to complain no matter what just because they don't.
Well, that's
Trump.
fine, but we're talking about authoritarianism. Even Antonin Scalia, a very conservative justice on the Supreme Court, knew that the biggest thing that protects our freedom is preventing power from coalescing too much in one person or one branch of government. So seeing the executive branch grab so much power right now is really scary. So if it's done through the proper channels, we can debate that, though. There's time for debate on what spending is good, what spending's bad. But right now, it's a full authoritarian executive crackdown. It's like a dictator type thing.
Well, I don't think that cutting government agencies is making Trump any stronger. I mean,
it does, because they're cutting watchdogs. They're cutting federal watchdogs that are meant there. Like, the bureaucracies limit corruption in the executive branch. This one function of agencies in the executive branch is to limit corruption. He's been firing investigators, generals. He's been firing government watchdogs in general. If he's put gag orders on the CDC reporters and scientists, and if they speak out, they get fired. So he is getting powerful, because the more bureaucracy you have, the less power the main executive is, the less power the president has. So if you cut all bureaucracy, that president becomes somewhat of a dictator. Bureaucracy also serves as congressional oversight, because Congress passes these agencies, which the executive branch then follows, and then Congress can also make adjustments to that. The judicial review happens as well to be another check and balance. But yeah, the more bureaucracy, the less corruption. I know they want to flip it on its head because they want more corruption, but
I don't think I agree with more bureaucracy. I think that's an opinion. More bureaucracy is less corruption, because I do think that the federal government, my bad, is pretty corrupt in its own. Whether it's Trump or whether it's any politician, they're all going to be corrupted in somehow, some way. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but now it's going to be corrupted on behalf of one person versus a bunch of public servants that have been here, because the bureaucracies are made up of Reagan appointees, Bush, Clinton, Obama, Bush, Trump, Biden. It's made up of all of them. But even people that Trump appointed now are being fired because they're not complete loyalists. So bureaucracy does play a key role in preventing corruption, for sure. Bureaucracy is good.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but at least we can all see what Trump's doing, right? I mean, I can't see what the guy at this lifetime bureaucrat's doing.
Yeah, you can. You can see all the funding. They execute the laws. That's part of the executive. The government, our founding fathers, with our first, we had a Department of Treasury, War, and one other one I forget. But we do need bureaucracy to carry out all these laws in such a big country. And we can see what bureaucrats are doing, and we vote on our members of Congress to be our representatives in our constitutional representative democracy, our republic, to make changes to laws to adjust the bureaucrats' initiatives. So yeah, there's a lot of checks and balances on that. There's a judicial review to see if they're following the law as they should be. Yeah, I mean, we don't want the president to be. You're advocating for a monarch. You're advocating for a king type person, and we tried getting away from kings when we moved to America.
Well, I'm advocating for more. I guess I kind of like Trump in the way. I'm not a huge Trump fan, but I do like more powers to the states with getting rid of the Department of Education and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Or just having less, USAID, downsizing that. I mean, I don't think that any of that's a bad thing, because it's not like they got rid of it. They just passed it over to the State Department and stuff like that. To more overwatch it, right?
It just doesn't matter what you want to happen. The means don't justify the ends, and the means that you want are very destructive and can lead our country to being an authoritarian dictatorship if we erode our constitution and our checks and balances.
So do you think that there won't be another election then? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying there won't be another election. There might be, but we're going to be there's going to be a lot more crackdowns on freedom of speech in general. It's going to be more like Hungary, and J.D. Vance cited Hungary multiple times during the last few years and during the presidential election on a model they want to follow. And Hungary is the least free country in Europe.
Where did freedom of speech come from? You just throw out freedom of speech there. I don't see where freedom of speech is getting cut off in America.
So they're suing journalists. They're attacking publications for just reporting things about immigration in general. The DOJ is bringing dumb lawsuits, like the San Francisco Tribune or whatever. Just posted constitutional rights. AOC is talking about constitutional rights, and they want to do an investigation on her now. Because she's impeding their immigration process. They're suing. The DOJ is going after a bunch of just politically charged dumb things right now.
Well, is AOC hurting the immigration process? Because isn't she like telling
immigrants by telling people their rights, their constitutional rights.
Yeah,
So
I didn't see that. Yeah, I guess that's not that bad, because obviously
it's not bad at all. The fact that we're even having a conversation about this is insane.
Right, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with AOC.
But the Trump administration does not believe in the Constitution. They already made that very clear. And Trump has said multiple times he wishes he could suspend the Constitution when he wants to.
Yeah, but he hasn't, right? It's all.
They don't until they do. I mean, you could say he hasn't. They want to. They're trying to. They're trying to kill people. They're trying to do this.
So if he doesn't, then will you admit that you were wrong though? I guess that's the point, right?
If he doesn't, then I'll be praying to God that he did not allow our country to fall to dictatorship and that our institutions were able to stand up. But the fact that we're even having a debate on if our institutions can withstand him, it's like, oh, this guy tried shooting at us once. Hopefully he misses again. Like he's still trying to shoot at us.
Right, but this happens every single presidency, right?
No, it's not every single presidency. This is unique, brother. This is unique. This has never happened.
Republicans were complaining about Joe Biden every single day, right?
Yeah, because they're bitches, though. I'm sorry for saying that word, women. I did not mean to say that. But yeah, they're crybabies. Like they do that because they're crybabies. They sensationalize and propagandize. Joe Biden did nothing close or even in the realm of any existence as what Trump's doing right now. No president has. This is Nixon times 50,000. This is Bush going into Iran and Afghanistan or Iraq and Afghanistan times 5,000. Like this is unprecedented levels of government corruption.
Okay, then why isn't Congress? Then why isn't he impeached then?
Because the Republican congressmen are they're in on it. The Congress people are in on it.
Because people voted for that, right? Aren't those the people voted? Officials that you said, the Congress.
It's bad. There's so much cult following of Trump though. The cult leadership and the cult mentality of the followers. It makes Republicans scared to go against him.
You mean more than half of America?
No, actually, 49.5% of America voted for Trump. The other half did not vote for Trump.
So you mean 49.5% of America is?
Well, a lot of them voted for him off of disinformation. So, for example, they thought he was better on Social Security. They thought he wanted to expand it because he lied to them, which he wants to cut it. And also, there's a lot of lies that they voted off of. And he said he was going to help inflation. He has not done anything on inflation. Inflation got worse. He's crying about it. He's blaming Biden still. He has no policies to help the economy.
Well, we haven't started the energy initiative yet. Once we start drilling for our own energy, then
that's economically illiterate if you say that. The energies, even if you got gas prices down, which is impossible because we're already producing at our max capacity for our refineries. Energy prices make up 5 to 10% of any good. So even if you got energy prices down 1%, it's going to bring down that 10% down 1% from your other items, if that makes sense. It's going to be a very small amount. The fact that the idea that Trump said we're going to make things cheaper by drill baby drilling is not economically literate. It just sounds good to people. That's why he said it, because he likes to say things that sound good.
I think that the argument that just 49.5% of America just doesn't know what they're talking about. I just don't think that's a good argument.
No, it's not that they don't. It's not that they don't know what they're talking about. It's they were lied to. They believe things that are not true because they were lied to. It's not that they're dumb. They were lied to.
Well, yeah, but all politicians lied. Joe Biden lied about stuff. You know what I mean?
Did any president in American history ever say that he has no healthcare plan at all when they asked him multiple times?
Well, he said that he was making a healthcare plan, right?
Yeah, so he's been president once. He's been running for president for another 4 years, and now he is president. He still says concepts of a plan. So, has any president ever, gotten to this point without having a healthcare plan?
So he didn't. So he said he was going to make a healthcare plan his first term. He didn't, and then he still got reelected for the second term.
Yep, that's pretty bad.
And how just because people just forgot about that?
I guess. They care about the other things he lies about more, I guess. But he lied. He says he saved Obamacare when he tried cutting it. So yeah, he lies. People believe it.
So did he lie his entire first term too?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah, and then the people didn't notice that, and then they still voted from the second time?
because the media lies to them. If they watch Fox News or a pod like Joe Rogan, then they don't know that he lied about it because no one tells them. They just believe it. They don't know how the government works. It's not their fault.
Well,
they trust people to tell them the information and the news, and they're lied to.
Well, yeah, that's a big problem, right? Mainstream media. There's left mainstream media that tells lies, and there's right mainstream media like Fox that tells lies. I don't think Joe Rogan is
Fox lies. No, Fox paid one of the biggest settlements, $900 billion or whatever, or $900 million, sorry, to the Dominion case about lying about the 2020 election. They outright lie about things, black and white lies. You can find no
but-
example of CNN or MSNBC lying on anywhere near as direct of a level. Like the lies they say are extreme. You have to have nuance in this.
I mean, everybody knows that like CNN's far left, though, right? Everybody knows that MSNBC is
If
far
you think
left. I mean,
CNN's far left, you have no idea what the political spectrum is, because CNN is like barely in the middle. Like they're not far left at all. MSNBC is left, but CNN even MSNBC has Republican morning hosts. Like Morning Joe is literally just like a neocon. And he has 4 hours in the morning, I'm pretty sure. So like even those agencies, even those channels have like right-wing Republican representatives on it. But if you think CNN is far left, then your vision of the American electorate or like the political ideologies is completely fractured.
So you don't think that CNN or MSNBC lie about anything?
I didn't say anything, but I said Fox News like lies about very basic fact. I mean, they're still talking about how we send all these $100 million of condoms to Gaza for condom bombs for Hamas. Like they're still saying all these insane lies.
Well, yeah, but I don't think 49.5% of the country watches Fox News. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no, so if you look at polling, voters that don't watch news or read news voted for Trump by like 20%. Voters that do watch news and pay attention to politics voted for Harris by 40%. But there's a lot less people that pay attention to the news. So it just is a fact that the people that vote Trump don't put the work in to understand what's happening in the world, or they're lied to, and they just kind of accept it.
I think it's just a good argument that mainstream media is just bad. You know what I mean? I think
Well, no, it's just like people that watch CNN and MSNBC have a much clearer view of how the world actually works than Fox News. They talk about actual government policies. Like Fox News just makes like jokes about pronouns. But like if you can do tests and you can ask people like economic indicators, for example, or questions about policy and how policy works. And people that watch CNN, MSNBC will be really prepared to answer those questions. But on Fox News, they literally just do propaganda runs. They don't really talk about, like any actual journalist at Fox News, you can look up a name of them. They got pushed out. They got completely pushed out by the really crazy commentators on there. But I mean, just your overall point. I'm not saying voters are dumb. I'm saying they've been lied to. I'm saying that there's been flyers going around this election that said Joe Biden or that Kamala Harris wanted to cut Social Security, tax it, and give it to illegal aliens, all right, which was not true in any sense of the word, like any reality, okay? And then you have flyers going around saying Trump wants to expand Social Security when Trump tried cutting Social Security in every budget he passed, and now they're trying to cut it again. And I know voters that voted off Social Security, and this election, if you look at the polling, this is the first election that a Republican ever had a 50-50 split on voters' trust to protect Social Security with a Democrat. And Trump is one of the most anti-Social Security Republicans we've ever had. They want to kill it and privatize it 100%, and they said they wanted to expand it. They said Kamala wanted to tax it and give it to illegal aliens. So a lot of voters, yes, they did vote off things that were completely fake, and it's not their fault. They have a lot of busy stuff to do. They're working, they have kids, but when they do watch politics, there's a good chance, if they trust Trump or the White House right now, they're probably being lied to. We could go down different things that they
Well,
say,
I mean, it's not like they're just like glued to their TV screen, you know. I mean, they like live normal lives, and obviously.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I just said.
Right, and they probably felt like they were better off in Trump's first term than in Biden's.
Yeah, but that's
term.
still not like a analysis of reality, because if you look at the recovery from COVID and the economic policies they did, if they really pay attention to politics or policy, or if they watch people that do that, they would know that Biden passed like 6 pieces of consequential legislation. Trump got a participation medal for his economy. He didn't do shit at all. Like he literally did nothing to help the economy in his first term.
Don't care about that. People actually care about like living their lives, you know.
Yeah, they vote off vibes. They voted out. You're literally just saying what I'm saying. You're saying that they voted off of low information.
No, I'm
they're
not
busy.
saying lies.
They're busy living their lives. They're busy living their lives. They voted off low information. They don't have time to be like political experts. I definitely I'm sympathetic to that, but they're believing the wrong sources.
I mean, I see what you're saying, that like in your opinion that Fox News is like fake or like stuff like that, but I mean people are going to work, they're getting gas, you know. I mean, they're going back home. I mean, and their life was just better, and they thought that it was better, so they voted in Trump again. I mean, I don't think that's so hard to see. Like they're in like locked in a room watching, like being lied to all day. You know?
Like back when people used to read newspapers, they were a lot more informed on politics. But now that newspapers are replaced by TikToks that are 20 seconds, or by like a podcast with Joe Rogan, who is like the biggest dumbass on planet Earth. Now that we have had print media taken away, voters are much less informed. Before you'd crack open a newspaper in the morning, you have time to be informed about politics. No one unless if you're working 3 jobs or you're working 80 hours a week or you have 50 kids and you work 2 jobs or if you're deployed, if you're actively deployed in the military, like there's no reason that people need to be uninformed about politics. They're not literally that strapped for time, but they are being fed bad sources because they have beliefs around politics for sure. And you could have a really intelligent person, but if that really intelligent person has nonsense as their information base, then they're not going to have any ability to formulate like a thought that's coherent with a rational worldview because, you know, although they are intelligent, they end up intelligently forcing themselves into a conspiracy.
Well, that's the thing, right? That person's worldview is just how they live their lives, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And if my life was better under Trump than it was with Biden, then obviously I'm going to vote for Trump again.
But they were convinced. They were convinced about that though, because under Trump, like he mishandled COVID like crazy. Like we had a terrible time at the end of Trump, but people were. You can convince voters how to feel. You can. I mean, a lot of these propaganda campaigns, they have videos of this. The focus groups, they spend billions of dollars analyzing political psychology, what messaging works. And when people believe that Trump is pro-Social Security, when he was the most anti-Social Security of all time, like that's a very basic thing that, you know, people care about their Social Security. But if they'll believe that, or he tried killing Obamacare, he hates Obamacare. One of the most famous moments in American legislative history is when John McCain gave the thumbs down. He had the famous no vote when they were trying to kill the ACA. So he could save the ACA because they had no plan to replace it. If you think Trump saved Obamacare and wants to protect Social Security, and like those are things that are very public, like as far as policies go, those are popularized policies. People know about them. But yeah, if you believe that, you can believe a lot of things about the world, especially about like the border, about COVID, about vaccines, because you have no way to understand how those work. You're not gonna. You could just be super scary about those.
It's about living it, right? It's about actually like living in the experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is their propaganda takes advantage of that, and they're manipulating people based off that. They know that, and they're manipulating people.
Like farmers are going home and like getting on TikTok or any of that stuff, or like, you know, like you know, blue collar workers, you know, the people who voted for Trump. You know, I don't think that they're like going back home and getting on TikTok or getting on these social media websites that spread all this misinformation that you're saying. You know what I mean?
Well, they can fall to other misinformation. So, for example, they might just be very anti-immigrant. But right now, farmers are suffering, and they did it in the first term. So, like soybean farmers, when tariffs came, when we did tariffs on Chinese, when we gave Americans taxes on importing Chinese goods, China did reciprocal tariffs, and it really hurt our soybean farmers. And we had to give them like a $20 billion bailout as part of the farm bill. But now farmers are losing their USAID because we paid a lot of farmers to make a lot of food for USAID. They're losing funding. So they can vote against their own interest if we get them mad about social issues, about abortion, gay rights, abortion, trans people, and immigrants. Those 3 topics can make any person vote against their own interests if they're mad about those.
There's no such thing as, I mean, voting against your own interests. You know what I mean?
Economic interests.
But they voted for Trump the second time, right? I mean, obviously, you brought up like current things, but
yeah, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And if you love America, the fact people are okay with him pardoning, a lot of people are okay with it. Him pardoning January 6th violent criminals who, a lot of the people he pardoned, by the way, there's a couple instances where they're child predators, and they get released by him from January 6th, and they went and assaulted another child. So Trump let dangerous criminals back on our streets, and the fact so many people are okay with that is why I'm concerned we're going to a dictatorship, because people are so blinded and they trust anything this guy says. They don't have any ability to think for themselves anymore because they're intentionally, our social media landscape is intentionally shutting their brains down. It's a scary place to be in when people have a cult ideology like this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't use social media. I'm not on Instagram or TikTok or anything. I deleted all of those just because, you know, it's kind of brain rot. You know what I mean? No offense to any TikTok viewers who are watching this. I don't know if this is on TikTok or not, but I haven't been on TikTok in a while. So luckily, I'm a little bit less affected by that type of stuff. But I mean, I guess the main point is just that, I still think that they're dumb or like that they're being lied to or anything. I think that they're just living their everyday lives and just, you know, and just surviving. And
but what you just said in that group, one thing is not like the other. So you said they're not dumb, they're not whatever, they're not being lied to. They are being lied to. The other things are true. They're not dumb. They are busy, but they are being lied to.
So like they'll go to like the store and see a price that's like not real. You know what I mean?
And see what?
or like a gas price that's not true. I mean, I don't see what you're saying. Like
they're being lied to about the root causes. So, for example, when Trump says drill, baby, drill, and in 2023 we had our peak oil production in American history, our greatest energy independence since like 1950. No one knew about that. No one understood that. America had the #1 recovery after COVID, but no one cared because Americans were taught to be pampered and expect perfection all the time. And Biden got blamed for the COVID inflation that started under Trump at his job dealing with COVID, but still, regardless, we had a really good comeback from COVID. Biden actually got hindered for that. The policies Biden passed, the infrastructure plan, the American Rescue Plan, the Chips and Science Act, that's really helping American manufacturing. Biden got no credit for the factories being built in West Virginia and Texas and all these red states. More money from Biden's plans went to red states than blue states. But Biden left with one of the worst approval ratings in American history. No one knows these policies. They've been lied to about it. It's like when Trump says, drill, baby, drill, oil prices are going to go down. When he says tariffs will not raise He said tariffs will not raise costs when he ran. Then when he won the election, he said, by the way, tariffs do raise costs. F you guys. And he also said, oh my God, he said literally when he was finally won the election, he's like, by the way, guys, I cannot actually bring prices down. It's too hard. Like he just, oh, I can't do it. I don't know.
No, I mean, I see what you're saying and everything. I mean, with Biden and all that stuff. But I mean, it's like the voters are like going into the coal mines, let's say in like West Virginia. And I mean, they're still coming out pro-Trump. I mean, they're like actually like living in that situation. It's like they're being lied to.
Yeah, people vote off of social issues more though. They are being lied to though. They're still being lied to, but they vote off of social issues more, even if they did know the economic policy. That's why union members voted for Trump, even though he's anti-union.
Yeah,
they're anti-pronouns. They don't like pronouns, bro, or DEI. So yeah, that's why they vote off of.
Well, I mean, I guess that says a lot if Trump's anti-union and even the union workers are voting for him, you know?
Yeah, mostly based off immigration. So yeah, they vote for funny reasons. Voters are wild.
But I mean, if Trump doesn't even get the prices down, at least they still feel safe, you know, with less illegal immigrants. You know,
I guarantee you, a lot of them have not met illegal immigrants. All right, a lot of these farmers have never met someone who's a different skin color. I know these farmers. I know a lot of them. This country has not been made less safe from illegal immigration. You have been propagandized. I'm sorry. If you have experienced that directly, it was chance. It sucks, and I'm sorry that God let that happen to you. But like, it's just like, you know, the world, bad things happen sometimes. Trump said that New York City is the most dangerous city in the world. He said in Times Square, there's super migrants with super guns or whatever. And Times Square was completely peaceful. He's selling a world of violence and destruction to people, making them scared and isolated. We live in the most peaceful time in human history with the lowest rates of crime, the highest rates of prosperity, and people are mad about everything. People don't respect anything we've done as human beings. They want to tear it all apart because we're being taught to be a bunch of selfish babies.
Well, so do you disagree with like at least getting rid of like the criminal illegal immigrants?
No, but I disagree with the fact that over half of the deportations Trump has done have not been criminal at all. They're deporting just undocumented people and deporting dreamers who are like teachers in communities. They're deporting U.S. Army vets that don't have their documentation. Right. So yeah, no one disagreed with getting violent criminals out. They've been doing that. Biden had more deportations. Obama had more deportations than Trump did in his term versus Trump's first term. Obama did more deportations. He was known as the deporter-in-chief or whatever.
Well, Obama counted turnaways as deportations. That's why he had higher numbers.
They all buff up the numbers like that.
Yeah, they all. They're politicians.
That's how they count. No, but the Border Patrol, like the people that track the stats, it was the same under Trump. Like they did not change that under Trump.
Well, why did all the border counties, you know, go from blue to red? Or why do all the Border Patrol agents support Trump? You know what I mean?
Because if you go into the job of being an ICE agent, people that are in those positions are usually pretty conservative socially, and also, sure, they have a hard job, sure. But Trump told them to vote against the border bill that would have helped them, so even that doesn't make sense because they were going to pass a border bill, and Trump told the Republicans to vote no on it. So even that it doesn't make sense. They just love Trump. They love the idea that he's their leader, he's their God Emperor.
The bill would have given amnesty to all the illegal immigrants that were already in the United States. You know what I mean? And that would
wait,
have been
did
terrible.
The bipartisan? Wait, but all the no, it would not. Okay, illegal immigration is not the same as undocumented. Do you know that?
Well, I mean, undocumented would be like people waiting to get their documents.
Yeah, or someone that has a visa overstay. Those are not criminal offenses.
If I went to a country and I overstayed my visa, then they'd probably make me leave, wouldn't they?
It's not criminal offenses. You said criminals, right? I think there should be a path to citizenship. Let me see what.
Well, yeah, there are paths to citizenship. I mean,
there are not good paths to citizenship. Our immigration courts are being backlogged by like 3 million cases right now because we don't have enough capacity, and this bill would have helped with that. It was a conservative bill written by the most conservative person in Congress, and Trump got it torpedoed.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, now we're getting rid of all the criminals and stuff. I mean, our immigration problem is pretty much solved now.
Yeah, we're getting rid of a lot of teachers and stuff too, and we're going into businesses of hardworking people and kicking them out of the country when we should be diverting those resources towards violent criminals. I don't know why they're going after random people instead of just going after violent criminals then, right?
I mean,
no, actually, America. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, you can't just say that's what people voted for. People voted for people voted for a really People voted for a very diverse number of reasons. Saying that's what people voted for is not an argument. You need to stop sounding like a dumbass. Because when you say that, you sound like a sloganeering dumbass. You sound like a parrot that's repeating shit that you were told to say. Because all you guys say the same thing. That's what America voted for. America voted for. America voted for. I hear this every single day. Have original thoughts to back up what you just said. America voted for this is not an argument. Do you agree with that? Or do you think it is an argument?
Well, I mean, that's what democracy is, right?
No, okay. You just said another line that they tell you to repeat because that's what they also follow up with. Do you have an original thought or not?
Okay, then why do you think people voted for Trump other than that?
I just told you why they voted for Trump, but a majority of Americans, and Trump said, by the way, Trump said on the campaign he was not going to pardon violent January 6 criminals. He was not going to He's not going to pardon violent January 6 criminals. He said that. He lied about it. He said he was only going to deport the violent criminals for illegal immigrants. He did not do that. He's supporting over half of the criminal, over half of the deportations so far have been non-violent, undocumented people who are not here illegally at all. So he did not sell a vision to the American people at all of what he's actually going to do. Most Americans, 70% to 75%, think if you worked in America, if you've never committed a crime, if you're a member of our communities, you should have a path to citizenship. It does not make sense to pay for deportations with taxpayer dollars. That's what Trump is saying he's doing. Trump is saying that he's only deporting violent criminals. He's not doing that. He's not doing what he was voted in to do regardless. But still, our system works with Congress being representative branch. The Electoral College and the Senate are going to be weighed towards smaller states. And even if he wins the popular vote, it's the smallest popular vote margin, one of the smallest margins in American history. So it still does not apply. We did not hear Joe Biden coming in or Obama coming in, who actually did have blowout wins. Biden smoked Trump the first time around with like 7 million votes. Obama smoked Romney. We did not give them a pass on just doing illegal shit or doing dumb shit because it's like America voted for this. America voted for this. You could vote in a leader and still hold them accountable for doing dumb shit. It doesn't matter what America voted for. It matters what's good for the people.
Right, but what you're saying is that the people don't know how to hold them accountable, right?
They functionally do not. They functionally do not. Yeah. We need to arm people with more information so they can hold politicians accountable and actually hold Congress accountable. That's a big thing we need to do. We have to fight for people so they understand how to best advocate for themselves because people don't know enough about civic education. And that's how the elites want you. That's how Donald Trump and all the politicians want you, including Democrats. Some Democrats want you like this as well. They want you to be dumb. They want you to say, America voted for this as rationale. They want you to say a bunch of slogans like, make America great again. Oh, we're so back, baby. They want you to think in slogans so you don't have any ability to actually advocate for yourself when time comes to actually have an opinion on policies, for example. They want to steal money from Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, give it to tax cuts for the top 1%, and screw every one of your families over. And they want to break your ability to have rational thought with your neighbors. They want us to hate each other. And that's what we're trying to fix on this channel.
Right. So if my life got better under Trump, then what should I do? What do you think?
If your life's not better or if your life was better?
If my life got better, which it has under Trump,
I would say you should give a reason for why something they did made your life better. Because if you can't give a reason for why they made your life better, it might just be a random occurrence. So like my life got better for Obama because I was able to have health care as a poor kid. And that direct policy let me have health care. So that really helped me not die and be able to have a healthy life.
Let's just say that I'm very pro deporting all the immigrants and I just feel safer. Then would you just say that that's a flawed viewpoint, even though
it is inherently an irrational viewpoint, yes.
I mean, what if I lived in a big city like Chicago and there's a bunch of homeless illegal immigrants and I was like scared to walk down the streets at night because, I think anybody would, right?
Poverty is the cause of crime, so I mean, it's not immigrants that's the issue. So deporting people doesn't make America more safe.
Well, okay, so if there's a high crime-ridden part, a lot of people were committing crime, let's say. There are big cities that have massive illegal immigration crime, like large homeless people,
But they don't increase the crime. It's just crime in cities in general is high, but the immigrants there actually make communities. There's more evidence to say immigrants make communities safer, and it makes sense rationally because people that come here, and there are mental health issues for sure that cause people to do terrible things. But if you're coming here as an immigrant, waiting for your court date, the last thing you want to do is mess up and be deported. That's one reason why there's less offenses in general that are any illegal infraction by undocumented people, because they want to be able to stay here.
Well, let's say I was in like Aurora, Colorado, with all the Venezuelan.
Well, you only know the popular. Do you know anything other than Aurora, Colorado, New York, or Springfield, Ohio? Can you give me one example of another issue with immigration in America?
Well, I don't think I need any other examples.
No, give me another example of a location other than Aurora, Colorado, and New York apartments. What's another one you know about?
Well, I mean, there's been multiple like one-off instances of people getting killed by illegal immigration, but
okay, Lake and Riley as well. Other than Lake and Riley,
well, yeah.
In your personal life, in your vicinity, in your local area, you don't have to tell me where you live. Don't tell me where you live, but just like in your general vicinity, your states or your region of the country, just like Northeast, whatever. Can you bring up an issue that's not just like a popular news story that the immigrants contributed to because of the immigration system that affected your life or made you feel less safe?
Well, I mean, I just don't want people coming across the border that nobody knows about.
So do you have any personal experience of this? Do you have any real experience that makes you feel less safe, or are you just getting scared off of like internet topics?
I'd be getting scared of, and I think many people do, just off the idea of people that are undocumented that nobody knows about, like wandering around the community.
Well, they do know about them. If they're undocumented, okay, they do know about them. That's why they have phones and housing, because they're being tracked.
No,
so it's not like no one knows about them. Illegal immigration is a different topic, but
border. I mean that's obvious that people weren't.
And still, we have no evidence that there's any crime increase from immigration. You can say that you're afraid of immigrants. You can say that. But yeah, acting like no one knows about them. There's a reason they could do ICE raids now. They know where people are. They don't just like have no idea. People that work in America have tax identification numbers they're tracked by as well.
I mean, I don't think you saying that I can't bring up like 5 whole points. I mean, I don't think that's a very.
Can you bring up one situation in your own life that you're not force-fed on social media or the internet or TV? One other example from any news story anywhere other than Colorado, New York apartments, or Lake and Riley, because those are the 3 popular points that everyone brings up. Do you have one example other than those?
Well, the kid in Missouri that got hit by the car by the illegal immigrant.
A kid in Missouri that got hit by a car. You're saying that's an example of illegal immigrant crime.
Well, the immigrant shouldn't have been there, right? It would have never happened.
You realize that our auto accident rate in America is extremely high, and it's getting worse from distracted driving in general. It doesn't matter if it's an illegal immigrant or someone else.
Okay, well, what do you think the parents would say? You know what I mean? Or like the Lake and Riley parents would say.
Anyone that drives over, again, you're advocating for a system with no immigration. And by the way, again, can you bring up one example of this that is not a national news story?
Well, I mean, me personally, I try and avoid, dangerous.
Can you bring up one example of these things that are not a national news story, that were not popular news stories, that were not mainstream? Just one example that you could think of.
Here, let me think.
The fact that you even need to think, okay? This is what I'm trying to do with you right now. The fact you don't have any examples on top of your head, if you really believe there's 50 million illegal immigrants that are ruining America, you would have more to talk about. Listen. You would have more to talk about. I'm being hyperbolic just like Trump does. I just say things. You would have many more examples other than the 4 popular national news stories you know about. If this was a true issue, you would have family members affected. You'd have friends affected. You would have entire towns in America being like, every town in America would have issues with this if this many people are here causing crime in America. All I'm saying is you have this notion of immigrants being dangerous and being afraid of immigration based off national news stories and mainstream media. You don't have your own examples of how it's affecting communities near you. That's the main point about what I'm saying here, is that most people don't. Most people that are anti-immigrant never met immigrants. Then never even got a chance to meet immigrants. Are you friends with any undocumented people at all, or have you met immigrants who are still going through the process?
Well, no, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as like a good undocumented illegal immigrant. There's many hardworking immigrants, of course. So
like, if you're an amazing person and you like hit a kid by accident with a car, then like, are you it's only bad if they're illegal, or it's worse if they're illegal, or undocumented?
I would say it's worse if they're illegal, yeah. And that's because they never should have been there in the first place, right?
I think it's just as bad. I think any person that hits a kid should not be there in the first place.
Well, yeah, honest. I agree.
We should cut down. Do you think we should regulate drinking in America so less people drive drunk?
I mean, I think that there's like methods to do that. You know what I mean? I think that they try, right? To regulate drinking. I mean, I would be pro regulating drinking. I mean, I'm not a big fan of alcohol or anything, so.
Okay. Someone brought up the New York subway, and this is another intuition thing. The New York subway is a much safer way to travel than a car is. Would you disagree with that?
I mean, I would way rather take a car than the New York subway nowadays.
Yeah, but
you know
that's
what I mean?
that's also another irrational thought.
That's not an irrational thought. I mean,
No, subways are much safer than car travel is. Car travel is accounting for a lot of deaths in America. That's why the insurance rates are going up for cars, because the public transport's safer. Cars are really dangerous. You're much more likely to die driving a car than you are on the subway by like a few 100 times more likely to die in a car.
well, yeah, but if I was in New York, then I'd rather take a car than take the New York subway. I mean, I think that most people agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but because you're afraid of stories you hear on the news. You're afraid of stories you hear on the news. That's what I'm trying to get to.
If I was in New York and I heard that somebody got lit on fire in the subway, then I'm pretty sure that I would avoid the subway in New York.
I saw someone on fire today off a car crash. You're still much more likely to be safe if you're in the subway than if you're in a car, just by like logical sense. But conservatives are not logical in America. It's more emotions-based politics. So I understand why you in the chat would have this opinion.
I mean, somebody literally got lit on fire by.
Yeah, but it's still logical. It's still not logically sound. You're going to be more likely to be in danger if you drive a car. And apparently the illegal immigrants are in the roads too, right? So you're going to be even double more dangerous to be in a car. Like traffic deaths are much higher than subway deaths anywhere in America. Public transport's a lot safer than. I know you prefer it, but you have to just admit it's not a logical point. It's just that it's more emotional. Like it's just an emotional point,
well,
and that's fine to be emotional about that, but your heightened fears.
I see what you're saying. Like, I see that some people might choose a subway or choose a car, but I mean, I'd way rather trust myself at the wheel than just like go and sit in like a dirty New York City subway. You know what I mean?
I know girls that safely ride the subway every day to work that are like small girls that like are completely fine. Like I'm just saying the conservative media wants to scare all of you guys into being like really pathetic babies that are afraid of the world.
Then why did New York City add all the police officers down to the subway then?
Because you still need police? Is that a bad thing?
Well, why did
the public's
they
scared? Because the public is scared. Because the public is scared. Because of the sensationalized news stories. And I think it should be even safer. You're right. It should be even safer. It is scary to be set on fire, sure, but it's also much more likely to die if you're in a car. It's like saying it's like people that are afraid of flying. It's the same concept.
Well, I mean, I know that like millions of people travel on the subway every day, but I just feel like, I don't want to be like trapped in a car, or like trapped in a subway car, I should say. And just have that risk. You know what I mean? I'd rather just.
But it's not a. The risk is lower in that subway car. Harm. I
think I just saw a story of somebody getting like pushed onto the track. It's not just like an illegal immigration problem.
Yeah, but
right?
you're saying that you saw something scary on the internet. Now you're scared.
Isn't all your
That's fine. That's fine. You just have to admit that your emotions over logic. You make your decisions on emotions over logic. No, you're being ruled by fears on the internet. I know the subway's safer because I'm a logical person.
So are you. You're talking about Trump's doing this and Trump's doing that. All the information that you got off the news sources that are scaring you into believing that. Whenever it's
I'm not basing. I'm looking at the Constitution and constitutional law and the separation of checks and of powers in our government, like actual fundamental principles that our founding fathers cared about. I'm sorry that you align more with I align with our founding fathers. You align with freaking Steven Crowder. Like I'd rather our founding fathers. I don't know, bro.
Well, you can't just say that whenever you're getting. Where are you getting this news that Trump's doing all this unconstitutional stuff?
From the Trump White House, from Donald Trump.
Trump White.
Yep, and from Reagan judges that Reagan appointed and Bush judges and also Trump judges, they're saying much of what he's doing is unconstitutional, and it seems like a big power grab in the executive branch.
But the judges have the power to block that, which is what they've been doing, right?
Yeah, but they are ignoring the judges, and in many of these cases, they're ignoring the judges. That's the constitutional crisis part.
To the Supreme Court?
Well, they're still ignoring the court orders. They're still ignoring the federal courts. It doesn't matter if they want to go to the Supreme Court so the partisan court can save them. It's still the federal courts that they're denying the orders from. They're taking power from judicial review. And Congress is just like giving everything up to Trump because Americans cannot think for themselves and they just support Trump overall. And Republicans are too scared to vote against Trump because they are scared of bodily harm, physical harm, and they're afraid of being voted out.
Well, what do you mean bodily or physical harm? By who? Like diehard Trump fans?
By the militias that Trump set free, that he empowered, and Trump has neo-Nazis in the White House too. So like Jack Posobiec.
I mean, do they like attack liberals like how like Antifa would attack people at like a Trump rally or something? You know what I mean?
Where has Antifa attacked people at a Trump rally?
Well, not necessarily at like a Trump rally, but just at gatherings, you know, and Antifa shows up and just causes chaos, right?
Where's an Antifa attack at? Where's an example of this? I never heard of this.
Well, we'll look it up.
Antifa is not a real organization. It's hard to look it up. Let's see. Antifa attacks Trumpers. Okay, there's one story where there was a neo-Nazi rally in Charlotte, and Antifa showed up to protest against the Nazis. I think that's pretty cool to protest against Nazis.
What's this news source that you're reading off of, though?
The videos from the protest in Charlotte.
Well, yeah, in Charlotte, you know, I mean, Charlotte's such a famous.
The official
state.
reports from the journalists on the ground at Charlotte, the Charlotte protest with the tiki torches, the really famous one.
Well, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, and Antifa showed up to counter-protest them, but is there an example of... I don't even know. Wait, let me look up the Antifa website. 1 second. Antifa.
What? I mean, I'm not like pro-Nazi or anything, but I mean, are they not allowed to like protest like the Nazis and stuff, or like the far right? I mean, they label them as Nazis, but they're really far right. Just like the people who burn the flags that you argue are allowed to protest. I mean, isn't that the same
did I say they're not allowed to protest?
Well, you said that the Antifa people were okay for attacking them, right?
No, not for attacking them, for counter-protesting. Did they attack them?
I think so. Or maybe they were held back, but I'm sure that they went there with the intent to attack them. Or like how Antifa burned down, you know, Minneapolis or...
Well, actually, Minneapolis was a far-right guy that burned that down. It was a Boogaloo boy that wants to cause social division. He went there and burned it down on purpose to blame BLM protesters on the fire. You can look it up.
One guy burned the whole entire city of Minneapolis down. So there
you
were
think
no
the entire city of Minneapolis got burned down, dude? What media do you follow? You are so brain poisoned. Holy shit, bro. One guy burned down the entire city of Minneapolis, bro. The entire city. That's another example of conservatives having little baby brains and getting scared. Because they can scare you easily. They can scare you with big words, bro.
We're both
They can scare you, bro. They can scare you so easily.
Million.
They burned down the whole city of Minneapolis, bro. The whole city. It's like Minecraft. They took around the lava bucket. Holy shit.
You guys just like, well, let me make points, because you exaggerated earlier, but I'm not allowed to exaggerate now, you know?
No, you're just really afraid of things you see on the internet. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Abraham Lincoln said that.
I'm not on the internet. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on TikTok.
What do you watch?
What?
What do you watch?
Well, I watch you a lot. First of all, I watch.
No, for your information, for all the dumbass shit you say. Where do you find that at? Like, what YouTube channels?
Well, I would find like, I don't watch like
Tim Pool.
I don't watch.
You watch Tim Pool, don't you?
What?
You watch Tim Pool, don't you?
Who's that? I don't even know who Tim Pool is, but
who do you watch? Who do you watch?
Well,
I want to know who you watch. I gotta know.
I watch like MSNBC if like a news story pops up. You know, I watch CNN. I watch Fox. You know, I watch everything. You know, and then I get like all the different opinions and everything. You know what I mean? And then that way I can form my own opinion. That's how it should work, right?
Yeah, I don't watch any news. I just make stuff up. Thank you for calling in. I do appreciate the long conversation. Do appreciate it. Hope to see you call in again. But yeah, I hope you get over your fears and your paranoias and your phobias about the world.
Well,
immigrants are pretty cool people.
I hope you get over yours as well. All right, so I guess that we can both agree. All right.
I love immigrants. They're my friends. Immigrants are Jesus. Jesus said to love the immigrants. You hate Jesus. Goodbye. I'm sorry. That conversation interested me. I'm sorry if that was boring. I saw Kyle saying kick. Thank you for watching. Please drop a like and subscribe. Bro, you think one guy burned down the entire city of Minneapolis? You think that one guy burned down the entire city of Minneapolis, bro? One guy. They literally burnt... Minneapolis is not there, bro. Minneapolis is not there. You think one guy did that? Bro. You think one guy did that?
Call from.
Always nerdy.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I heard of Antifa. Okay, there's like actual white supremacist groups in America you don't care about. Antifa's not even an official group with a power structure. We have the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys. Hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. I was just I overheard your conversation here, and you've got
overheard it.
Yeah, or I was listening to your conversation.
No, I'm just kidding,
I guess
I'm
with
just
I feel you. Great joke. And I'm reading. You've got a poll up, right? That's asking if Elon Musk is president right now, right?
Yeah, that's my generic poll for this week.
Okay. And you're calling conservatives conspiracy theorists. Do you see the hypocrisy and how stupid you look, or no?
Do you know what Elon Musk is doing currently?
He was appointed by the head of the executive branch to run an executive branch agency. Do you know what that is?
An executive branch agency.
Yes, every agency, every agency created by the executive branch is an executive branch agency, meaning that the president is their boss. Do you need Civics 101, or do I need to send you a U.S. government book about how our history and civics are run?
A U.S. government book? Okay, so what do you think I'm asking with the question, who is the real president right now? What do you think the question is about?
I don't delve into your conspiracy theories, so I don't really care. The irony of you calling conservatives conspiracy theorists when Donald Trump won the presidency, right? Do you not believe that Donald Trump won the presidency?
Yes, Donald Trump won the presidency.
Okay,
Did Donald Trump win 2020?
I'm not going to answer that question because it deviates away from my point. So my point, see, that's what you do. You deflect. So you admit that Donald Trump won in 2024,
That's the definition
right?
of deflecting. You literally just said I'm not going to answer your question because I don't want to talk about it.
Won. See, so again, you admit. See, that's what you try to do. You're deflecting from something that occurred 4 years ago. That I agree with you. I probably agree with you on all of those points.
You
but
probably
you
agree.
want to deflect to that. You want to deflect to that.
I'm not deflecting. That was a very simple question in relation to elections.
Okay, perfect. So then you admit that Donald Trump won the presidency in 2024, right?
Mm-hmm. I trust our elections. I don't just choose who my favorite team is. Yeah. Sure.
Perfect. Okay. So was Elon Musk running with Donald Trump and campaigning with Donald Trump?
He did buy the campaign. Trump said he was going to give special favors to Musk.
Perfect. Okay.
And then
so
Elon Musk said they said Doge was going to be.
Hold on.
Hey,
no need
buddy,
to deviate away from the yes or no
Elon
question
Musk,
I
no,
asked
I'm answering
you.
your question. It's not yes or no. We're not doing Congress. Okay. So Elon Musk
it
said Doge.
It couldn't have been more of a yes or no question, Jolah.
Elon Musk said Doge is going to be advisory only.
Yes or no. It could not have been more of a yes or no question, and the fact that you want to deviate away from that.
Hey, buddy, I'm answering your question fully. When they said Doge is going to be
I don't need you answered it by saying yes. So if you want to continue to dribble on,
I have one thing to say. One thing to say for your little
I'm not your buddy.
Okay?
I don't know. You are a fascist and you spread propaganda to the 600 people that listen to your show.
Okay, sweetheart.
You say, let's bring people together.
Honey, I'll be home by 10 tonight, honey.
And I want to bring liberals together.
Sweetheart.
I want to bring them together, but then I'm going to call them
don't gotta be like
irrational
this.
Conspiracy theorists.
Sweetheart.
You sound ridiculous.
Honey. Okay, so Doge said they were going to be advisory only when they were running for, with Trump. It was going to be advisory only. They did not say Musk was going to be, unilaterally by himself shutting down government branches or government agencies.
Who cares? Jolah, I don't care because
I know.
Somebody who claims to be efficient and does an audit is not in an advisory role. And if you believe that people were voting for Doge to come in and just be, just to overlook, just to not to actually audit the government and get rid of wasteful spending.
They have not released anything about auditing. They were going to give recommendations based off the publicly reported budgets that are already public. The budgets are already public, I think it's going to look through government spending for sure. And it's all public information, but they're not auditing the government right now.
Jolah, do you advocate for wasteful spending?
I think we could fix the government in different areas. We could definitely look at wasteful spending for sure, but what they're doing right now is not doing that. They're not auditing anything. They're ripping through our government agencies,
they're not
stealing
auditing
information.
anything.
Nope.
Imagine how
name
you
one
call
thing they
other
released.
people conspiracy theorists.
Name one thing
you
they released,
call
buddy.
other people conspiracy
You sound
theorists
very
and have the
stable.
audacity
You
to
sound
ask
so
A,
stable.
if Elon Musk is president, and then B,
Are
no,
you
they're not auditing
transitioning?
anything. They're not
Are you
making the
transitioning
public
by
files
chance?
of the U.S. Agency for International Development. They're not making that public to
What?
audit it. No, they're just doing that because it's an advisory
What do you
role.
think they made
Is that
public? What do you think they?
You sound delusional, Jolah.
Sweetheart.
Do you know that?
What do you think they made public?
They've made public certain funds that were provided by the U.S.
So every fund they
Agency
talked
for
about was
International
already publicly
Development.
available.
Would you
There's
like
a
that
website.
link? Would you
There's a
like
website.
a link
Hey,
to all?
beautiful.
Would you like
beautiful.
a link to all of the
Beautiful.
U.S. aid that they've provided and they've
honey,
exposed
it don't gotta
already?
be like this. So U.S.
Look,
government
calling me
spending.com.
honey doesn't make your point better.
U.S. spending.gov.
Trying to
Okay, US spending.gov.
obfuscate
Honey,
by calling me
sweetheart,
sweetie
sweetheart,
and
it's
honey
Valentine's Day.
doesn't make
Come
your
on.
point.
We had a great day yesterday.
You asked me a question.
Honey.
You asked me a question. So,
The kids are
as
gonna
a
wake up.
conspiracy theorist, Jolah,
The kids are going to be
who
waking
is
up.
running the government?
I told you not to drink
Conspiracy theorist?
anymore. I told you not to drink anymore. Okay, so USspending.gov.
I don't drink. Who's
You
running the
should.
government? Who's the
Okay,
president then, Jolah?
USAspending.gov. This has been
Who's the
publicly available
president?
information. Doge has not released literally anything. Okay, he has not released anything. Doge
Yeah.
has not released any audits. So this agency right here is
Yes,
where they
they
got all
have.
the information from. It's public information that they've gone off of and lied about. But Doge has not released any information that we did not know about in the government. There's
Yes,
not
they
one
did.
thing you could bring up.
Yes, they did.
Like what?
Yes, they did. You can sit there and claim that they didn't, but it's publicly
Well,
anybody can access
they
it.
shared. Elon Musk literally
so tell
shared
me,
this
who's
page
the
when he
president then?
said that.
Conspiracy theorist. Hey, conspiracy theorist. Who's
My
the
only
president?
president
then?
is God.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So like
That's
when Elon
interesting.
Musk talked about USA spending, he
So
did it from
as-
this
as-
website,
if
by the
you
way.
think God
They did
is
not
the
report
president,
anything.
So as somebody who thinks God is the president, do you think that was he elected, or is that something? Was that a constitutional election that God won presidency?
No, we didn't
Or
choose
is that
God.
just something
God
in your
chose us.
delusional mind?
We didn't
Are you
choose
as
God. God
retarded
chose
as, like,
us.
are you saying? Are you
God
religious?
chose us. God chose us.
Who are you? I didn't know you were Jewish. That's crazy.
God chose all humans.
That's crazy. You know what? Some might believe
And
you.
he made us in his
This
image.
isn't a religious talk, though. I'm not into religion, and it's
Christian.
crazy that you would try
You
to
should.
get me into a religious discussion because you have
I'm
nothing
not.
to stand on. You were just proven that you're a conspiracy theorist.
So
and you
USAspending.gov, are you familiar with
you're
this
a
website?
propagandist. You propagate
Are you
information
familiar with this
that
like
you base
website?
nothing on. Like
tell
Elon
me,
Musk is
okay,
the president.
you're gonna be banned if you don't tell me one thing. All right, what did Elon Musk release that was not publicly available information through Doge? Name one thing he released.
That was not. So I'm understanding your qualifiers. That was not publicly released. Well, the information is publicly accessible, but it wasn't published through.
It was published, but what did he
mainstream
name? One thing
media.
he revealed. Name one thing he revealed. But it's published on the government websites. It's on the government websites. What did Elon Musk find in his audit so
Which
far?
government websites are you referencing?
The one I've been talking about the past 5 minutes, honey. USAspending.gov.
Oh, okay. So you admit that the U.S. aid that
USAspending.gov. That's the website. USAspending.gov is where you can find information at. This is where Elon Musk got all of his lies from. But what are you talking about with USAID? USAID? We might be getting somewhere. What are you talking about from there?
You don't think there's any wasteful spending in USAID?
I didn't say that. I just said that they're not auditing it
Okay,
right now.
so then
They're
I'm
completely
confused.
shutting it
So
down.
then I'm confused. Is your argument that there is none?
I never said that. I said that if you want to do audits,
Okay,
then it takes a long time with actual audits.
Okay,
You
so
go through
if
Congress.
you would like it,
you
so-
respect
so
the
the White House
Constitution. I
press
like the
secretary,
Constitution.
the White House press secretary and Doge, who was hired by the president 3
Who is
weeks ago,
Doge?
have actually been scrubbing these documents left
Scrubbing?
and right. And
With,
they
like, what?
they
Dish
they
soap? With
they
Dawn?
they created a consensus and they typed up a sheet that Karen Levitt provided to
What
the press.
sheet? What sheet was it? What did the sheet say?
It had a list of she read off probably 7 wasteful spending measures
All right,
that were
name
passed.
one. Name one.
A gay play in Dublin, Ireland.
Okay. Do you think the gay play?
Okay, there's
means,
one. So do you admit that it happened?
Do you think the gay play, if you disagree with that, you can cut it out for sure, but do you think that's enough to remove the entire agency of the USAID?
Hold on. So what you just did right there is you took the goalpost and you moved it back. You took the goalpost and you moved it back because you said it didn't exist, or that you claimed it didn't exist until I could mention one. And then I provide one to you, and now that you know it exists because you've heard of that example before, you know that it exists, you're now changing the goalposts to whether it should be reason to audit the entire USAID.
The point of the government agencies, no, you should not remove it. So like Congress passes these agencies into by law, and then Congress needs to get rid of them.
Admit to your audience.
Okay, I'm going to mute you for a second. So Congress, you're muted. You are muted. I was like, so Congress passes laws and they make agencies like USAID. The president's job in the executive branch is to faithfully carry out the laws of Congress. Okay. So when Elon Musk, for example, says he's doing an audit, he goes into the USAID, which is an organization investigating his companies. So that's a conflict of interest. He lies about some things on social media, and then he decides to just remove the entire organization rather than say, hey guys, there's some issues here. Let's cut out certain budget items. Because if you think there's waste there could be some waste. You could disagree, but that's why we have Congress to actually negotiate and work through law to do this in a real way, to really audit it and find out what is waste and what is beneficial. There is no auditing program that works over a 2-day period and then unilaterally shuts down the entire agency. That's not constitutional. It's not legal at all. And also, when it comes to the Congress should be debating on how to fix the systems. It's not the executive's job to just like shut down agencies or to make agencies. So you can like make different priorities and say like this money should be spent somewhere else, but you still need to spend congressionally appropriated funds. So you can say like, okay, it should be spent somewhere else. I disagree with like the gay plays, but we have to still talk about the humanitarian issues. We abandon some Americans in Africa and the Congo. We do a lot of soft power around the globe. So there is a very there's a nuanced discussion to have here. But the richest man in the world, who's a conflict of interest, being investigated by the USAID, going in and just like destroying the USAID unilaterally. So Elon Musk doing that is a conflict of interest, and also it makes it so that we're not actually having a debate on where spending should go. He's removing the entire agency instead. Removing the entire agency is not an honest attempt at auditing things. And Elon Musk is the biggest recipient of all time of U.S. taxpayer dollars. So Elon Musk is making money from our taxpayer dollars, and he's getting rid of agencies that restrict him, that are able to regulate his companies and are investigating his companies. Elon Musk is making sure there's no government agencies to hold corrupt people accountable. So Elon Musk, he got rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as well. They're the police that are against corruption. So we have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Their job is to protect people from corrupt organizations and corrupt banks. That came after the 2008 financial crisis. Elon, this guy is still screaming, by the way, and I'm trying to talk over his dumbassery. Okay, so after the Dodd-Frank reforms that came after 2008, included the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That cost around $700 million a year to run since 2010, which is when it was actually instituted. And since 2010, it's returned $21 billion back to American taxpayer dollars. $21 billion back to American taxpayers. This agency, Elon Musk did not even pretend. That there was waste or fraud in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He just killed it unilaterally without Congress, bypassing the Constitution. And also, this is the anti-corruption police. It protects the American people from corrupt corporate interests. And Elon Musk cut them as a first priority. They only cost 0.0001% of our federal budget. Why did Elon Musk make it a first priority to kill an agency that protects the American consumers against corruption, which only saves us like $500 million? It makes zero sense. Elon Musk got more in government contracts this week than the entire agency takes to run. All right, I'll let this guy talk again. This guy has been screaming still. Okay, guys, before we let him out of the cage, make sure you guys have your treats ready in case if he tries to bite you, throw him the treat. He won't bite. He's just a little upset. Valentine's Day did not go very well. We're going to let him out, and hopefully he's a good boy. Thank you guys for the donations. Jolah Politics, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. If you want to say something text-to-speech, go through Coffee, the link that's pinned, or you can see it above my head right there, or down here if you're watching the other stream. I think the TTS works. I need someone to test it out. It's $10 minimum, though. So if you donate $10 for a super chat, try the Coffee link to see if it works, if you would do so. Thank you, and I'll let the guy give his piece on. He's going to give a nuanced policy perspective on how to allocate government funds. Remember, it's going to be nuanced. Okay, go ahead.
Well, it is nuanced because the funding that Elon Musk got was actually under Democrat Party control. So the funding that you're alleging is corrupt by Elon Musk was provided by the Democrat Party.
Talk about the USAID and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Why is the CFPB corrupt? You said the CFPB is corrupt. Why is it corrupt?
Well, you talked for about 5 minutes while you had me muted, and you made about 6 incorrect points.
Okay.
So one of those incorrect points was that Elon Musk is corrupt because he's getting federal funding as somebody who is supposed to be the watchman of the government.
Yeah, it's a conflict of interest.
I'm sorry. Okay, you get to mute me when you're making your points, but I don't get to finish my points.
And like he got money from Biden, but Biden did not put him in control of the federal government. So like it's it's a difference there, right? Or you got money from
I
Obama
was still talking when you started to make your point, and if both of us are talking at the same time, I can't hear what you're saying.
Stop crying.
So I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Talk, honey, talk.
I'll stay here in dead air if you think that it makes you look better when you talk over me and then sit there in dead air. If that's what you want, go ahead.
It's called a conversation. You talk to each other. We're having a little dance here. You know, you have a conversation. I talk, you talk. Go ahead. I just said about Biden and Obama. You can get government contracts with like SpaceX, but we did not put him in charge of the federal government. So that's a conflict of interest because the companies that need to, or the government agencies that regulate people like Elon Musk, he's now in control of. So that's a conflict of interest because he could give special favors to his companies, and he can dismiss cases of corruption that are against his organizations that USAID was investigating, Consumer Financial Protection was investigating, and a bunch of other organizations were investigating Musk. And now he's in control, shutting down agencies that are a conflict of interest for that reason.
No, your argument falls flat when you realize that he was given the money before he became a government agency authority. So
he just got a contract approved yesterday, bro.
The irony is that not only is, in my opinion, that empowers him because he took money that was given to him from the government and multiplied it. He added what's called in economics a money multiplier to money, which the government. Are you laughing because you need the lesson in economics, or I'm confused by your interruption?
He added an economic multiplier to our taxpayer dollars. Yeah, the taxpayers helped make him rich. He should be thanking the taxpayer dollars. Thank the taxpayers.
You know what?
Thank us.
Yeah,
he's a welfare queen.
Loans. Yeah, loans. Interest on loans doesn't make people more rich, I guess.
He's a welfare queen,
Christ.
Bro.
Interest on loans doesn't make more people rich, according to Jolah. People get that through your head.
Interest on loans.
When we give out loans to businesses on interest, and we get that money back,
what do you think
that's
the government
not us
contracts
making
are
money.
with SpaceX? What do you think that is, or the money that was approved yesterday to buy $400 million worth of Teslas for the DoD?
That wasn't approved yesterday. That was actually
or whatever.
That's what I'm referencing. That was actually given to him under Biden. Did you know that or no?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that contract was given to him under Biden. It was what's the word? It was
wait. Why is the CFPB corrupt? I want to know why the CFPB is corrupt. I asked you that earlier. You didn't answer. You did not answer. Why is the CFPB corrupt? I asked you earlier. I need to know. Need to know why it's corrupt.
Why is USAID corrupt?
No, why is CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, why is that corrupt?
Well, hold on. Do you admit that the wasteful spending in USAID and Elon Musk exposing things like gay plays in Dublin being funded by us Americans, do you acknowledge that is a wasteful spending and that should be addressed?
I acknowledge that we can debate if that's wasteful spending, but we shouldn't be killing all of USAID.
I acknowledge that we can debate whether, so you acknowledge that it is at least controversial.
Yeah, it's controversial, but we can debate that with the Congress passing a law.
Perfect.
We shouldn't have the unilateral shutdown of all of USAID because of that one play.
What a deflection. I didn't even get to that point.
Your favorite word is deflection.
The irony is that you're trying to insert an argument that I'm not making.
I'm making an argument to you. I'm engaging with you.
No, you're not. You're saying that we shouldn't shut down all of USAID because of one play. Who said that we should?
You can cancel one.
Who said
Elon
that?
Musk.
Who
Elon Musk
said that?
shut it down. Elon Musk shut it down by himself without Congress, which is
really?
unconstitutional. But he shut it down.
The irony is that you have no idea what you're talking about. So you're saying that we are not currently giving foreign aid right now.
There's actually a huge story about we're having aid expire in shipping containers, like $400 million worth, and Trump fired the government watchdog that reported it. So yeah, we are letting aid expire. We're letting people die around the world, and we're also abandoning Americans in other countries. We are abandoning Americans in Africa.
So you admit that you just lied.
We just cut funding off right away.
You admit you just lied that we are actually sending aid across. We are sending money.
No, they cut it off. That's how they got stuck in Africa. The funding was cut off, so they got stuck in Africa.
There was certain funding that was cut off, and that was corrupt funding.
All of it. No, wait. The people that were doing humanitarian work in Africa.
You believe all of USAID was cut off.
You can't keep screaming. Yeah, it was frozen. That's one of the things that was unconstitutional as well.
Because freezing something is the same as completely cutting it off and shutting down the agency. A government freeze.
Yeah, they shut it down.
You get it, conspiracy theorists out there.
The story is about being forced to flee the Congo. USAID workers lost everything. They're suing Trump because they got stuck in the Congo. Their apps got shut off. The USAID funding just got paused around the world, just like in general.
Good.
You're saying it's good to abandon humanitarian workers in America or in Africa so they barely escape with their lives? You think that's good?
I don't know that money's going to them. And also, too, neither do you. Three, a freeze is not a shutdown of the entire agency.
I thought you were against the gay plays. Okay, no, they froze everything. They froze everything. That's the issue. They froze everything.
So you believe that we shouldn't audit the government then, right?
No, you can. We do audits. We do audits.
Oh, okay. So we can't audit USAID, but we can't do it because Elon Musk is not doing it, and he's evil.
Elon Musk is not auditing it. He is not auditing it.
Big evil, and he's gonna
calm down.
Despite
your
party being entirely wrong about everything.
Bro, stop being a sissy. Stop. Why are you lashing out right now? Let's talk about your life. Why are you lashing out right now? What's going on in your life?
Hold on.
Why are you upset?
How old are you?
No, why are you upset? I want to know more about you. Why are you upset right now?
How old are you?
No,
Nobody's upset.
Stop asking my age. I'm of age.
Why are you gay right now? Why are you gay right now? Doesn't make you gay.
I want to know
why are you gay right now?
You're having it. What emotional trauma? I want to know what deep and dark place this comes from because you're acting out. I want to hear you. Tell me about yourself. What are you going through, brother?
So, well, I appreciate you asking. I live in a world where delusional people that think that their virtuous nature doesn't warrant any reaction or I'm trying to think of a good way to word this. People want to act virtuous and don't realize that sometimes has consequences. Like you asked, you said, how many stories have you heard of illegal immigrants perpetrating violence that you haven't heard on the news? You asked the previous caller that question, which is such a stupid question to ask. Tell me a story about an immigrant killing somebody that you've never heard of on the news. It's so audaciously stupid. And your virtuous nature in thinking that you're helping illegal immigrants come over is murdering little girls across the country.
No, I'm not in favor of illegal immigration.
Those are preventable deaths that you don't seem to understand or comprehend are harming the country, let alone the economic or any other factors that occur.
So yeah, I'm definitely in favor of cracking down on violent crime for sure. We should be having a cleaner immigration system that's more well funded so we can handle large amounts of immigration claims. So that's definitely something I agree with. That's why I'm against the January 6th violent pardons, because I don't want more violent criminals in the streets, which are like Trump released pedophiles from the January 6th pardons and they went out to attack more children. So I guess Trump is pro-pedophile. It's weird. He's pro-Epstein, pro-Diddy, pro-pedophile.
Theories. I'm
crazy.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's not a conspiracy. Hey, brother.
Can you name more than 3 instances where that happened? That's not national news.
He pardoned child predators from January 6th.
Can you name an instance where that actually happened?
No, I looked through the documents. Are you
news?
Excusing those children being attacked? Are you excusing those children being attacked because Donald Trump did it?
I don't believe your conspiracy theories. I'm sorry.
So it's okay. It's a conspiracy theory when children are being attacked by Trump's actions. It's a conspiracy.
I haven't seen that's happened. You're just saying things.
Look up
I don't know that that's
January
true.
6 cases. I could send you the whole file right now. Let me find it.
Do it. Send it to me. I don't believe
I asked
you.
About you. This is another thing about the world, though. I want to know about you. Why are you so mad? Like, what's wrong, man? Don't bring other people into it. Like, what's happening in your life? I want to know more about your internal struggles.
Can I ask, why are you so angry at Elon Musk? What did he ever? Did you buy a Tesla and it broke on you or something? Why do you hate him so much?
Because I'm against the ultra wealthy in society coalescing power into one centralized agency, and it's against our founding fathers' principles of too much power in one place. I want power delegated, so I don't want the richest man in the world
By definition, our government doesn't have a central agency. By definition, our government has
it's
three
not
agencies.
consolidated. Yeah, it has 3 branches, co-equal branches of government, but they're trying to bypass those now. So I don't like how Elon Musk is using his money to bypass that.
So your fear is baseless, and you understand that. And yet you
like right
still
now we're
provoke
having a
such
constitutional
propaganda.
issue because Elon Musk is
The
using
irony.
his extreme wealth and power to try and shut down those 3 branches of checks and balances.
Oh yeah, because what a conspiratory theory. So Elon Musk can be all
Oh no, he has tapes of him saying
members
this.
of Congress.
There's interviews with him saying this and Peter Thiel saying this.
Elon Musk can be all 100 members of the Senate. Elon Musk
but
can
he
be all
threatened all of them.
judicial
He threatened all of them with
members
his
in the
immense
Supreme
wealth and
Court.
power to run
Elon
primary
Musk
challenges
can
against
also
them.
be president.
He's controlling the federal
conspiracy theory
government.
is wild,
Trump is in the
brother.
cuck chair. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's right out there
The
in the
conspiracy
open.
theory is wild with you, man.
What's happening in
you
your life?
admit that there's
Are
3
you okay?
agencies, right? You admit that there's
Stan,
3 branches of
Stan,
government, and then
why are
you
you so
believe
mad?
that Elon Musk
Please
has
understand,
the
I
full
do
power
want you as
over
a
all
fan.
3.
I just don't want you doing some crazy shit.
I think it's the Democrats that are more prone to assassinate people and do crazy shit. I think you're conflating Republicans with Democrats. The irony is audacious.
Audacious. What does audacious mean?
It's bewildering. I'm sorry. It's befuddling. I'm sorry. These are words you don't understand because you're might be at a 4th grade reading level.
Yeah. The tranquility of the human
And
experience
look,
is quite intriguing.
And here's the thing too: is you come on here every night. It's crazy. Almost
do.
every night you get
He's a fan.
suggested
He's
to
a fan.
me
He a
in
fan.
my
Freaky ass.
feed.
He is 69 God.
You get suggested to me in my feed, and I would rather hear that music because at least Kendrick will call out pedophiles instead of trying to pretend that they don't exist, like the Democrat Party, the conspiracy
do you
theorist
think
party.
Donald Trump was best friends with P. Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein? Do you not think that's
Yeah,
a
they were
weird
best
thing?
friends, despite Jeffrey Epstein
Yeah, they
getting
were.
barred from Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, they were
Jeffrey
best friends for
Epstein
like 15
he got
years.
barred
Do
from
you know why he got
Mar-a-Lago
barred?
for touching little girls.
He
by
did.
Donald
No, he
Trump.
did. No,
And
because
you're
Trump.
so
That's the
stupid.
issue.
You spread
They were
so
best
many
friends for
conspiracy
around
theories.
10 or 15 years,
You
and
spread
then Donald
so many
Trump finally
conspiracy
barred him when he
theories.
had to because he assaulted one of the Mar-a-Lago guests. So Trump knew about him for a long
The
time,
conspiracy
but he finally
theories,
barred
the
him after he
irony-
assaulted a Mar-a-Lago guest when he couldn't ignore it anymore. He also said P. Diddy's a great
The
friend.
irony with
Donald Trump
your ignorance to Bill Clinton's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but you want to pin the projection is
that's
crazy.
bad. That's bad too. That's bad
Jolah,
too, for sure.
Jolah,
yeah, that's bad.
do
That's
you
bad.
understand how
I agree. That's
how
bad.
much
Yeah, that's definitely
projection
bad.
is
I don't
coming
like that
off of
either.
you?
I don't like that either. Can you admit that Trump is
Perfect.
weird? I think it's weird with Bill Clinton. Do you think Trump's
How come-
relationship with
how
Epstein's
come
weird?
the FBI
Hey,
How
I need
come
to.
Joe
Hey, buddy,
Biden's
buddy,
FBI didn't
buddy. You
release
gotta.
the
Hey,
Epstein list?
this is your final straw. I just said Bill Clinton's weird too. Can you admit that Trump being best friends with Epstein and P. Diddy's weird? I admit that Bill Clinton's weird. Can you admit that Trump is weird for being friends with them?
Are you? Is that under the qualifications that they're best friends? Because you have no proof of that, and it's a baseless
We
conspiracy
have.
theory.
Wait. The Donald Trump and Epstein are in multiple interviews. It's well documented with all the parties they've
really?
been to. Donald Trump is on the
Play
Epstein
me-
flight logs.
Play me a sound clip right now.
Okay.
If it's so abundant, play me a sound clip right now. After 2005, when he was convicted and it was found out that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, and I want to say Donald Trump banned him before that. I could be wrong because it's not a case
Nope,
I've looked
they were
at
best
for
friends for a long
5
time.
years.
He bragged about how Epstein liked younger girls as well. And Donald Trump said he wants to have sex with his own daughter.
Yeah,
That's weird.
I believe you.
Why did
I
Donald
believe
Trump say he wanted sex
Jolah,
with his
King
own daughter?
conspiracy-
Wait. Why did Trump
Elon
say he
Musk
wants
is
sex with his own
president,
daughter?
Conspiracy theorist.
Why did Donald Trump say he wants to have sex with his own daughter?
I do remember him saying that his daughter was attractive. I'm trying to remember the exact quote. If you said that, I would probably remember the quote. What was the exact quote?
He said he wishes.
And while you're looking that quote up, because you don't.
Okay, someone else call in. I'm tired now. I can't do it anymore. I survived long enough, but someone call in. Thank you for all the donations. Let me go through donations really quick. They can be crazy. Thank you for $3, RDX. I give it 18 months before USA is in a depression. True. I mean, I give it sooner, honestly. I don't know what kind of global conflicts are coming, but it's going to be kind of crazy. True Believer, thank you for $2. Bill Clinton, you chose Trump's friend. Yeah, that too. Trump was friends with... I forgot he was a Clintonite. Trump was friends with them too. Chill, 1 second. Okay, if you want to guarantee, okay, there's 500 of you calling in right now. Okay, you're all calling in. If you want to guarantee a call, remember, send $10 to Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo with your first name and your phone number. $10 or more. Yeah, fun toddler. Please consider donating to Cash App or PayPal or Venmo. Jolah Politics. Really appreciate all of the support. I'm going to read the rest of the donations real quick. On the streams, give me a second. See the chat real quick. Funding. $5. Thank you, Sean. Go attend a gay drag show in Ireland, Jolah. Use this money, not my tax money. Wow. Rogue. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Rogue. Thank you for... I did not say that earlier, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Please drop a like and subscribe to the stream. MAGA trying to be hard, bro. What's up, Malcolm? How you doing, Malcolm? What's up, Malcolm? Malcolm. We're not having any, yeah. That's cool. Who's watching on TikTok? I had like 1 viewer on TikTok. I mean, it's working. It's not lagging too much. So I mean, I don't know if it sounds good on TikTok, but it's happening, and Twitch, and also Instagram. Thank you, Bucky, for the 1 gifted membership. Thank you so much. I've also been streaming to Instagram with 0 viewers, so that's been productive. That's been very productive and useful, for sure, for sure. All right, let's see what we got here. Phone lines are open again, buddies. We got 63 people watching the regular stream. Wow. Talk about something then, please. Go to bed, Jess. Stop complaining. You're cranky. I don't know what you're saying, though. Oh, never mind. Okay. All right, the phone lines are open again. Wait. Trump released a statement tonight? 1 second.
I know that the Overton window is constantly shifting, but Trump's post today should still serve as a 5-alarm fire to anyone, left, right, or center, who values democracy. He took to Twitter writing, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." The quote is often attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, the French dictator who staged a coup, seized power, and crowned himself the Emperor of France. Not exactly the kind of guy you'd want to emulate unless you yourself are a budding dictator. Yeah, no, that makes total sense now. Now, think about what Trump is saying here, that so long as he commits acts that he himself perceives as, quote, saving the country, then what he's doing can't be considered a violation of the law. In other words, he can do anything, label it as being in service of saving the country.
And that also goes under the presidential immunity standing, where if the president believes it's within his executive authority, then it's qualified under the immunity. And they need to say things like this, because when they do illegal things, such as genocides or going after political opponents or illegal wars, they want justification. So they say, I am saving the nation. I am doing this on behalf of the people of this country. I am the people. I saw someone call Trump the living constitution. They called Trump himself the living constitution. He is the living constitution. It's crazy, bro.
And then get away with it. This is Trump normalizing the idea that he is in fact a dictator, can do anything, and that there are no checks to his power. And I would pose the question to Republicans, what if a Democrat said this kind of thing? What if any Democrat said that the law doesn't apply to him or her, and that so long as they viewed their actions as being in service of some arbitrary, subjective notion of saving the country, then no one could touch them?
Remember when Joe Biden spoke with like red lights behind him, and everyone said he was a fascist because of red lights and red, white, and blue lights behind him in the American flag? They said it was a scary color. Meanwhile, Donald Trump can just be like, "Hey guys, I want complete power. No law restricts my reach, and it's okay." Like, this is scary to Republicans, but apparently, you know, actual authoritarian ambitions are nothing in comparison.
Republicans called Barack Obama a dictator for issuing executive orders, even though he issued fewer executive orders than Bush and Clinton and Reagan, Carter, Nixon, Johnson, Eisenhower, Truman, Roosevelt, Hoover. I think you get the idea. But Trump straight up deciding that birthright citizenship, for example, which is literally in the Constitution, should be ended via executive order, and it's crickets from the right. From all those people who called Obama a dictator. From all those people who called Biden a dictator. Like, for example, Trump's own Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum.
President Biden's policies on immigration or student loans. But respectfully, I mean, you're calling the democratically elected president a dictator?
Well, we've got three branches of government. And this president, more like any other, has bypassed Congress because as a governor of a natural resources state and a big ag state, we're facing over 30 rules and mandates. Each one of those could be.
Thank you for the $5. Full of assumptions. Being emotional without facts. Wow.
800 pages to 1,400 pages long. None of them have come from Congress, and all of them could literally kill the.
Oh, hi, Behemoth. Yeah, hi, Behemoth. Behemoth, you used to drop big donations, dude. You came in with those big ones. I have a coffee link. You see it pinned up there? It's a speech to text. You know, it's a text to speech. Sorry, a text to speech. If you donate through there, I don't know if it works though. It's like $10. I don't know if it actually works to say the words out loud. I need someone to test it if you're interested.
Industries that we have in our state, including baseload electricity, which we need to be competitive in the arms race around AI with China, who's building baseload electricity plants like 2 a month. So that's happening without Congress. And then, of course, on the student.
Oh, yeah, I got my, who cares about checks and balances? I got my first hater account. It's called Joe Wan. So instead of Jolah, it's a W instead of the L. So it's Joe Wan. Wan. Jolah, Joe Wan.
Literally kill the industries that we have in our state, including baseload electricity, which we need to be competitive in the arms race around AI with China, who's building baseload electricity plants like 2 a month. So that's happening without Congress. And then, of course, on the student loan thing, when the Supreme Court ruled against him, then he just said, hey, we'll figure a different way to do it. So I just think that there's, again, a double standard here. He is bypassing the other two branches of government to push an ideological view, whether it's on economics or whether it's on climate extremism. He's doing that.
That's crazy. So Joe Biden followed official processes and the court said no. So he said, I'm going to find a different way to do it, which means he completely retracted the efforts, like the court said, and went through a different legal means to do the student loan debt stuff. But Republicans at the time said it was a dictatorship under Biden. They called that a dictatorship under Biden when he followed the courts. Now Trump is defying the courts, defying Congress, defying checks and balances, defying the Constitution. And Republicans are okay with it. They're spineless. They have no
New
principles.
donation from Vanguard.
Without using the other.
Trump sexuals rock.
Ooh, did it not work? Thank you for the donation. I don't know if you left a message or not. Let's see if you sent a message with it. 1 second. I'll go. Crap. Did you send a message with it? It just didn't work.
So Biden was a dictator for bypassing Congress and signing executive orders. But when Trump does it to the nth degree, unilaterally.
Thank you for the donation. I have to fix it. Thank you for trying. Oh, God Emperor tried too. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you tried earlier. I don't know why it's not working. Let me try to fix it.
Impounding federal funds that were legally allocated by Congress.
Thank you for the donation.
That's totally fine. Just want to make sure that I'm getting the full picture here. And of course, Trump is putting on full display his desire to subvert the system of checks and balances with a spate of recent moves to fire career civil servants, despite the fact that the law prescribes requiring cause to do so, dismantling entire agencies, impounding congressionally allocated funding, ending birthright citizenship via executive order, and on and on. Most of these moves have already been blocked by a raft of TROs, temporary restraining orders, that have been handed down by judges. And that, of course, has led to Trump's sycophants like Elon Musk pushing the idea that any judge who doesn't bless their illegal actions should be impeached. He tweeted, for example, federal judges who repeatedly abuse their authority to obstruct the will of the people via their elected representatives should be impeached. With the irony being, of course,
no, I know you heard the TTS as far as like I got a donation, but I did not hear. There's other messages on top of that. So that's my generic message. Like I could do a test one right now for the stream alerts, and it'll just say like
new donation from someone. Trump sexuals rock.
So it says that. Maybe I need to include in the. Oh, I think I know how to fix it. Wait, Okay, I think I figured it out. 1 second.
That the only abuse of authority here is ignoring the law in deference to Trump's corrupt edicts. But that doesn't matter to Elon, who, along with Trump, is drunk on power. But the reality is that Trump does and always has viewed himself as being above the law. He himself said that he wants to terminate the Constitution, that he wants to be a dictator on day one, and since he took office, has governed to that effect. And of course, Elon, desperate to consolidate money, power, and influence for himself, will use his platforms and his wallet to help Trump consolidate power so that he can entrench his own influence. I spoke to Congressman Jamie Raskin about this exact phenomenon. Here's what he had to say.
Donald Trump has taken the position that his scholars call the unitary executive position, which is that anything that is under the executive...
Okay, I think it'll work now.
New donation from someone. Trump sexuals rock. I can't believe it's not a test 3.
Okay. I think it's fixed now. The TTS should be fixed now. I had to change around the keywords for the thing.
Branch of government, writ broadly, including the independent boards and agencies, are not really independent, but are rather subordinate and vertically reporting to the president. So the president can fire any of them for any reason, for political reasons, for reasons of retaliation, and Congress cannot stand in the way with a statute which says, no, this is a 6-year term, or this is a 4-year term that has gone into your administration. We learned last night, this is really an historic and dreadful statement, but the Department of Justice said they no longer will defend these statutes. So people are going to start to feel the consequences of this outrageous monarchy.
They'll feel the consequences when it's too late, and they'll probably blame the wrong thing when this happens, though. Okay, one more test alert, then I'll take another call. I want to test that one more time before someone else donates.
New donation from someone. $3 potato.
Okay. Okay. I think that works now. Cool. Good stuff. Okay, so whoever donates to coffee again, it'll work. Thank you. Thank you for the tests. Thank you. I'm stupid. Technologically. I don't know technology. Okay. Do another phone. Actually, I'm going to get a drink quick. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Here's the Discord link for the channel. Let me drop the Discord link. Oh, that's it. Okay, that's God Emperor. Okay, 1 second. I'm dropping the Discord links in the chats. You can join Discord.
New donation from Behemoth. $20. Ha, dictator. If he didn't have his little blue pill, he'd be a soft tater.
There you go. Perfect. Now I don't got to read them all. Yeah. If he didn't have his little... Thank you, Behemoth. Dictator didn't have his little blue pill, he'd be a soft tater. Nice. And I think the haters will like that too, since they can hate on me out loud during the streams now, instead of leaving super chats. Because they leave super chats anyway to hate on me, so... Alright, 1 second. Be right back. I'm going to get a drink quick.
Monarchical and ideological assault on the laws of the people, the programs of the people, right? That's what government is. In a democratic society, government is just us. And the people we pay relatively low wages to go and do our work. What's the job of the president? Is it to be a king? Is it to be a monarch? Is it to do whatever he wants with the workforce? Is it to run roughshod over the laws of Congress or impound the money Congress has allocated? No. The core job of the president in Article 2 is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Take the laws that Congress has passed and implement them. That's the job of the president. So why do we have a civil service with air traffic controllers and at the FAA and food and...
Real quick. I just thought I'd show you guys what I'm working with. This week. 1 second. All right. This is what I'm working with this week. Let's rank these. So I buy cereal based off of the deals at the store. And this week we got some classics, but Frosted Flakes, strawberry milkshake. Strawberry milkshake Frosted Flakes. This was on sale. This is $2 for this box. Decent strawberry milkshake flavor. We also got another milkshake, but this is not strawberry. The other one is the other one is the chocolate milkshake, frosted flakes. All right, so we got strawberry and chocolate milkshake. We also have some honey smacks. It says honey smack and goon. He's gooning. We have honey smacks as well. Some honey. Then we got two related brothers. We got there's a gay one and there's a straight one. So the gay one is Fruit Loops. All right, this is the gay one, and the straight one is Applejack. All right, but they're similar, but this one's gay and this one's straight. But I got Fruit Loops and Applejacks as well. My two other cereals for this week. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, I like the. Yeah, so I'm after my stream, dude. Hop in Discord. Make sure you join the Discords. I'll be snacking on my cereal and talking to the community chat after the stream. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, opening up the call lines again. Thank you. Call in if you would so like. Marshmallow fruity pebbles. Interesting. Jolah thinks if you criticize Israel, you are anti-Semitic. What? Huh? Crazy callers. Now's your time. Where are you guys? Maybe they're all gone. Maybe all the people that disagree are gone. All the disagreeers are gone, dude. Look at that. We got some more people in Discord. I have to fix the Discord sometime. Oh, he just called me Jewish. Oh, man. Just don't cut off the callers. Stop crying, dude. There are no more callers. We'll call it a night if there's no more callers.
Call from.
This is Barbara.
Yes.
To accept, press
Perfect.
1.
He just called me Jewish.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, what's up? I picked up.
Oh, you picked me up. All right, I'm turning everything else off. So I just got on, so I didn't realize you were on. I thought you were off traveling. So anyways.
Yeah,
So,
that got canceled because the weather got pretty bad. We had a little snowstorm in the Northeast, so that got cut off.
Yeah, I'm up in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so I really don't know what's been. Just found you now, so I really don't know what you've been discussing along the line. But one of the things I had in mind, so I hope it's not too off, is that the people that are representatives, are senators and are representatives down there, there's only X amount of them, like, of how they're, and everybody's like, oh, they're so bad, they're not doing anything, and and they, like, you don't like Jeffries and you want him to get out there. See, so I got to disagree with that. Mm-hmm. Because putting this whole situation on the heads of Jeffries and all our Democrats, representatives and all our Democrats, putting all of that as if they are the ones that are responsible for fixing the situation is just not fair. Because it's the people in the United States that put this guy in and screaming at this set group down there. It's not their fault.
I don't blame them. It's not their fault, but my big criticism is in the current age of technology, I feel like they're not adapting good enough, and they're suppressing younger voices that are really good at using social media, and they're really boring speakers. Like, you can say they're really good in Congress, but they're boring speakers, and I feel like right now, you need to be really good on TV. You have to grab attention. They're focused on good governing. So my biggest criticism is that I don't think they're fighting effectively, and they seem unwilling to change a lot of that strategy. So, like, I agree with you. It's not their fault. They're doing fine when it comes to government. But right now we're in an era that I think is, there's other things happening socially and culturally that we need to be leaders on. We need a leader to be, a leader in social and cultural movements as well. And I don't see the Democrats having anyone like that in power positions. They don't let AOC in leadership at all. And the only person that wants to go around the country right now is Bernie Sanders, who's like 90 years old. So I guess I'm just waiting for the next like big leader in the party that can really be, motivational with a microphone.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you completely with that. When they're always asking for donations, so I send them a message and I say, listen, you need to get some leaders, whoever the leaders are that we can get behind. And they're not picking one or two yet. I have to honestly say that. Now, I like AOC, definitely, but she's not, I don't think she's everybody's cup of tea, And, we just got to, first of all, I basically want to re-say that don't blame all of these senators and representatives that it's not their fault. And I don't think they honestly, as when you showed the two speeches with Jeffries, there's only so much they can do. But one thing I would suggest, that whole thing with the dick pics, they should do that every day.
That's what I mean, though. Jeffrey's just too boring. He's just not the person for this time to be on the microphone. I just want other people up there. There's a lot of different stuff going on.
So what do you want to do? You want to have less? You want to have
motivate
less?
people.
Oh, they're motivated.
We need motivators. We need someone who's going to give inspiration to the Democratic Party to keep fighting. And I just don't think Jeffries is inspiring. We have to strive for hope and give a counter vision for America. Give another version of America.
Right. I think America. I cannot disagree with you at all. I just basically just want to say that I don't feel comfortable when people are downing the ones that are there as if they don't care or whatever.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be a Hakeem Jeffries hater. You're gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry. The chat all loves you, but Hakeem Jeffries, okay, if he is upset with me criticizing his speaking style, he should either get better at speaking or resign.
No,
he should resign and let someone else do it.
It's not coming from Jeffries. It's coming from me. I just don't think that it's fair to just focus just as if he's the problem. You know what I mean?
Oh no, but he's like if you do you ever did you play any sports or anything or do any like team?
Yeah.
It's like someone on my I played like basketball, soccer. I was a runner. It's like someone in my relay team
like
for
the
track.
Super Bowl.
But it's like I'm running a relay in track, and my teammates are not working out the same way I am, and my teammates are making me lose because they're not putting the same work in. It's just tough love of my teammates to get better. It's just motivating them to do more effective strategies to, send their message. And it's not blaming them for what's happening, but I just don't think they're fighting it as effectively as they could be. And they're also taking leadership positions and they're restricting younger people from being in leadership positions. So they can't get mad when young people want them to act a different way because it's like, hey, you guys are not letting us do it. So we're going to yell at you until you learn how to use social media. Their social media team's terrible for the Democrats. They need to hire me, guys. I'll do all the posts. I'll tweet. I'll do all the tweets and Facebooks.
Yeah, well, it's true. So if you want to encourage some people need to be encouraged by kicking their butts, and other people want to encourage people by being more positive, giving, just not negative about it, because I don't think it does any. I don't think it accomplishes anything to down.
I agree. But I see people getting motivated by not liking Hakeem Jeffries because they I see a lot of. Did you see the story? It's an Axios article, and it came out, and the Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries' office is mad that so many Democrats are calling their phones and asking them to organize in innovative ways.
We talked
I just
about
think
that,
right now we need to have some type of whether it is certain rallies or giving a voice to certain communities or just giving the working class
They should have two lines. One phone line should be for people that want to trash them, and the other phone line are where people want to give them some good ideas and some encouragement. Because right now, if you only have one line, the people trashing are going to clog the lines up. And the people with good ideas aren't going to get through. That's what I'm going to say about that.
Definitely.
And are you watching what's going on overseas with the Vance and the vice president and Oh my God.
Yeah, we're probably going to be on. If there is a world
about
war,
Ukraine and it's
yeah.
disgusting.
If there's a world war, we're going to be on the wrong side of it.
Yeah,
It seems like we're
this is
allying
true.
with Russia.
Nobody's. Yeah. Well, I just think we probably, as a country, needed to get our butts kicked anyway. So.
Americans have it too good. Americans are used to it. We're not used to having wars on our soil or anything. Like in Europe, they understand
exactly
the threat of like Ukraine, and like Americans, we benefit from Ukraine. We benefit from, like before World War II, we were isolationists and everything, and then we got bombed. It's like this was going to happen eventually.
Exactly.
We need to be involved globally. Everything globally affects everything. We need to be leaders. We need to be there. It's not. We don't lose money. We're not just giving money to countries. We're paying for global stability. We're paying for security. We're paying so problems don't happen, so wars do not happen. We're preventing wars by giving money to Ukraine. But in America, we don't even want to fund Ukraine anymore. It's just like, and we don't even fund really Ukraine. But Ukrainians are dying and providing security for the entire world basically, and we can't even give them the respect they deserve.
They're taking it on the chin for the whole world.
And they're not getting the respect for it. It's not even fair.
Truthfully, I think it's only fair to say that the Europeans should have been kicking in a lot more all the way along.
Yeah, they did a decent amount through the European Union. They did actually fund them a lot.
Yeah, and they also took their refugees.
Yeah, we're definitely, and like I said before, Russia and Germany and all these countries are very close to each other. Like we think we think they're huge, but compared to the U.S., like we can drive in between Russia and Germany in like 10 hours probably. I'd assume, with the roads that are set up. But yeah, it's a scary time. I hope we keep giving support to Ukraine. And Americans view it as like a zero-sum game or whatever. Or they view it like, oh, they're giving my tax dollars to them. It's like, no, we are greatly benefiting from supporting the Ukrainian people. It's the right thing to do, and it's not only the right thing to do, but it's also pragmatic and it works for us. It's a good strategy as well. And it's really rare when you have both of those things together, when you have it be morally correct, justified, and also be a good strategic move. So it's like it's one of those rare scenarios that if you argue against it, you just have to be very you have to not know much about history or about global geopolitics or just history in general. Yeah, it's probably just history.
Well, I think we could put all your trolls into that basket.
Yeah, all the
not
trolls.
Knowing anything about history.
Yeah, all you trolls in
chat. No, that's the trolls don't know anything about history. I'm listening to you argue with people, or shall we say debate with people, and they're so ignorant. Oh, the Constitution says this, the Constitution says that, and it doesn't. And they have no concept of history.
Yeah.
So,
someone said like USAID. Like USAID is such a low spending target, and like it keeps the world more stable. USAID, less than 1% of our budget. It keeps our troops safe, keeps our humanitarian workers safe. It takes our media, free journalists, into authoritarian countries. The NGOs in these countries are spreading like American messaging to countries that are oppressed. And we're spreading messages of freedom, providing humanitarian care, helping restrict diseases, even diseases. We don't believe in vaccines anymore. We're having measles come back and polio. And meanwhile,
right in our own country.
Yeah.
I know.
And all the diseases we just saw COVID happen from China. In Africa, it makes sense to slow down Ebola. That was a big, scary thing.
Right.
It makes sense to slow down
now.
diseases everywhere. Giving support everywhere, it always comes back to America. But Americans don't understand that, and we're being so selfish and self-centered that we're not even being pragmatic to even help ourselves. Like it's
No, spoiled, just like the Romans. They were spoiled.
Yeah, all the trolls.
I know the trolls. The trolls are spoiled. I don't know. I wonder where Well, it is frustrating. I know I was only 23 when when we bought our first house, and we actually built the house for under $30,000, and that was something you could do in those days. And now it's not like that anymore. It's so sad, It really is sad. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll have to just wait for history to play out now. It's scary. We have to just do what we can, message what we can.
Yeah. Yes, but we gotta be also. Yes, this is true. And in the process of doing exactly that, we gotta be careful who we blame, because when you blame the wrong person, you're wasting your energy. Put it into something that works, or something rather than just a change of energy rather than downing because that only adds to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree,
So,
but I also think that, you know, the activists and the people doing the work on the ground are very unhappy with the party leadership, and they need to listen to the organizers as well. And if they're not going to listen to organizers, then they're actually hurting our chances to fight back. That's my biggest issue. That's why I say the things I say. I know I'm a good speaker. I think I'm a better speaker. I know I am. I'm a better communicator than Hakeem Jeffries is for this day and age. Maybe 20 years ago he would have been amazing.
What would you be saying? I mean, talk is talk, but when you're in the minority, how much can you do? So what would you be doing different than he's doing?
You provide a different vision for America. You provide a counter narrative. When there's someone in charge,
Well, we did
like right
that.
now,
We did that through the whole campaign.
yeah, but
We did
they're
that through the
doing the
whole
same thing they're doing
campaign.
now. We need to provide a vision for the future. During the campaign, they said we need to maintain our current government. Very suspicious of the government because of the money. I would say like the big money is one of the big issues, and I would say like right now we should be messaging purely about, you know, the money in politics is a corrupting force. We need to get money out of politics. We need to ban super PACs. We need to make sure politics is more clean. We have to just attack this issue head on with Elon Musk. But right now, like Hakeem Jeffries is meeting with Silicon Valley tech bros, looking for funding and begging for their support. I just don't think we need that right now. I feel like we need to be a clear distinction from what the Republicans are doing. And if we're not going to be a clear distinction, then it's going to be really hard to sell it to people when we're doing pretty similar things, and from their view, because they don't understand. You hear the callers I'm talking to. We have to learn how to message people that don't know history, that don't know this stuff. We have to give a new vision for the future of America, not to return. We don't want to return to the same system that gave us Donald Trump. That's not going to be a good pull for liberal or conservative voters.
Right. Well, you know, this is true. I think people should also see a more practical thing when I see them going after USAID. Okay, they were having a beef with Musk. The FAA was having a beef with Musk. The EPA was having a beef with Musk. They were, you know, fining him for this and stuff like that. You notice the things he went after were the things of the people that were giving him trouble. You know what I'm saying? And the whole thing about firing all these inspector generals, I mean, and they're looking for fraud and they get fired, the inspector generals. I mean, it's not logical.
But when
I mean,
think about the American voter.
I haven't heard people speak in the terms of what is logical. Now, I hear you say people are emotional, and I think I'm emotional. I'd say passionate, maybe. But people got to think logical. Why is this? Why is that? It's just not logical. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's not practical.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have a future. There's no future in this. If the Supreme Court says, okay, the president can go around Congress, okay, that's the end of the Constitution.
Yeah, I would just say right now, we have to imagine the people that are being swayed by this propaganda. How do we message to them specifically? We need to learn how to message to them. We hear the thing about Donald Trump talking to people in a way that's like understandable because people don't know government. They don't know the Constitution. They don't know what inspectors generals mean. So we need to we need to package it in a way that people do understand. And that's why Democrats right now are not delivering, because they're talking with a lot of words, a lot of big words. They need to really boil things down to a simple statement that's still factually correct, but people are not logical. Give them something to fight for. It's just not going to be compelling. If you're not fully anti-corruption, people are not going to believe you. If we're going to say like, oh, we're going to take money from billionaires, but only our favorite billionaires, it's not going to be compelling. It's going to be hard to organize around. If we go full Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, if we go with the New Deal messaging completely, I think that'd be an easy sell. But I also think the party's very, like, Hakeem Jeffries is very tied to money. That's why he's in the position he's in. He's not in that position because he's popular or whatever. It's because he has institutional connections. I just think we need to go a little bit more less institutional, and you can't really fake it that much. You know, it's hard for these institutional politicians to act like they're one of the cool kids because they curse every once in a while. We need someone who's really angry about this stuff. And like you brought up AOC, yeah. I think she would be more popular if she had a chance to message for herself. She's not had a chance to even give her views to the public. But I would say, out of every Democrat in America, AOC by far received the most votes from Trump voters. Like she split more tickets with Trump than any Democrat in America. She appeals to those voters that Democrats need to get. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's true. I think, though, I would like to get a chance in there. I can see one asset that I see that can speak to people. I watch your chat, and even the ones that are leaving these stupid, idiot little things, okay, that I can't even think of a word, dribble. They dribbled into your chat, okay?
True.
Dribble, drool. And,
They
they're
drool.
listening. Because if they weren't even listening, they would turn you off. They wouldn't even been drooling into your chat. So you are getting somewhere. I see you as an asset, sir. I wouldn't be wasting my energy if I didn't see you as an asset. Now, as far as the down in Washington D.C. and Capitol Hill, you have no clue of what's the rules and the regulations and sneaking around this and this cabinet. No, being in the Congress. There's so many little tiny rules and regulations. You don't have a clue about those. Sorry, not to insult you, but Jeffrey does, okay? And Pelosi
Yeah, but that's
does.
kinda-
You
we're
can
kinda
hate them all
losing.
they want, but that's where their talent is.
Yeah,
they
I'm sorry,
know
but
their
like,
way around
I'm
that.
sorry, but Donald Trump is president and he won the popular vote. It's not working anymore. We need a new America. We need a new vision for America. The
By
old
how much
institutional
did he
rules are
win?
killing us.
No, they know the rules.
No, but
So
like press statements are not rules, though, right? They could be more aggressive messaging wise.
Exactly. Press statements and all of
That's
this.
my
and
that's
even
my
they've been-
criticism.
they've
That's
been
my criticism,
staying all
though.
night.
That's my
They've
big
been
problem.
staying all- They've been staying all night. What does that do? It does nothing. Okay.
They're bad speakers.
But
They're bad at speaking.
I'll give you a little hope. I'll give you a little hope.
Okay.
Once
some
they're
hope.
done with all these confirmations that only take a 50-50 vote, then it's going to go back that you need a higher than 50-50 to pass laws. It has
Hopefully.
to be higher than 50-50.
Yeah.
So once we get through with all these stupid confirmations, I use the word stupid, but I should use something else. I haven't. I don't know what the S. I don't want to use that word. I save it for special education. But we'll say butthole, okay? And
Yeah.
we'll say that, okay? After that, they have to have more than 50-50, okay? So then you're going to see when they want to do this and they want to do that, they're not going to be able to do it because they may have the majority, but they don't have that threshold that needs to get things through.
Yeah, but they're violating the
But that's
Constitution
coming
already.
up. So you
But
don't want to take
I'm
somebody
sorry,
who
but
knows
also, do you think they won't just
Yeah.
eliminate the filibuster? I mean, they're eliminating the Constitution already. You know, I feel like the filibuster is going to go. I can't see them maintaining it. I feel like it's going to be gone.
Yeah. Well, he said at the beginning, this guy that's running, what's his name? Begins with a C, Thune. Okay, this guy is an old timer, and he had
Well-
said that he specifically, he's an old timer, and he's a little bit, he's not as nutty as somebody like the Cruz.
He's anti-vax,
Okay.
though. He voted for RFK.
Well,
He said he's not going to vaccinate any of his kids. All I'm saying is, when this stuff happens, it's going to happen. They're probably going to eliminate the filibuster. They're going to do whatever they want. This is why I'm saying the Democratic Party right now,
That would be
the
bad.
institutional rules are
Okay.
not real anymore. We need to get public, because the Constitution is just a document. If there's not public consent and the public supporting the rule of law, there is no rule of law anymore. So the big thing right now
No.
for me is setting the propaganda, and you could use propaganda in a negative or positive term, but we need propagandists on our side because they have propagandists, just straight up propagandists trained by
it's
Russia,
just
Project
straight out
2025.
lie.
They just,
It's
they
straight out
JD
lie.
Vance can lie about anything and make it sound eloquent. We need to focus on messaging and how to contextualize what's going to happen. We know, we can predict. I can predict everything that's going to happen in the next 100 days other than foreign conflicts. But I know as far as like Project 2025 and what bills they're going to try to push, what they're going to do in the budget, all that kind of stuff, I can probably predict it pretty accurately. How can Democrats package it and tell the American people a story, a counter narrative? How can we set up people in our story to reject what they're doing so we can recontextualize America and get public consent for a different kind of America as they cut Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, all this kind of stuff when they kill farmers off in America, independent farmers. How can we get the grassroots? How can we get the American people to support our message? Because
Okay,
we're living in like a post-constitutional moment almost. We're post-constitutional right now. We are fighting for a new social
we're
fabric.
getting close to that. We are getting right on the brink. We are.
Yeah.
I will say that there are 3 different elections that they're hoping to get Democrats in, which would actually put the Democrats in the majority, okay, in the House of Representatives. Have you heard about those?
Yeah, I heard a couple key races that like
Yeah,
Jeffries is
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
Well, that's something maybe you could get some information to put out there. There's 3 seats up within the next, I think, like 45 days, and there's 3 seats, and if those turn Democrat, then the representatives House of Representatives would go Democrat. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I just feel like enough damage is going to be. I feel like what we need to,
That's
in
pretty
order to
hopeful.
protect against this, we need a majority. We need public consent. So we need like the Democratic Party right now is at the lowest approval rating, I think, in Democratic Party history. So the Schumer's, Jeffries model, Pelosi model is ruining us right now. It's hurting the party. Our party's not popular. We need the messaging. The Democratic Party needs to be popular so we can advocate for it without having any restrictions on it. Because I don't want to just say like, well, Democrats are better because they're not bad and they're not as corrupt or they're not taking as much money or their healthcare plan is going to be like, do they have Jon Stewart was asking Hakeem Jeffries over and over again, do you have a healthcare idea for the future? Because I know the ACA is good and we want to maintain that, but like what is, it's better than not having it, but can we talk about a vision for the future? Hakeem Jeffries would not give one aspiration towards the future. Instead of just fighting against Trump, it'd be great to be able to advocate for Democrats for once. And that's why I want them to turn the party over to other people. And yeah, I'm not happy at all with the way they're organizing. And
well, I think putting in new people is good, but the people that know the rules and the regulations, okay, they need those people.
Yeah, they could be in the party for sure, but they don't need to be the leadership on TV every day.
They
is what I'm
need
saying.
them. They need the rules. They need people that are smart enough, okay, figure out the rules and how to manipulate the system within the rules.
Yeah, but right
of
now
the
they're
House of
not manipulating
Representatives.
anything. They're just losing. We're losing our country right now. Like they suck at it. Like they're really bad at what they don't know the serious moment we're in right now. The system, the rules are changing.
I'm going to go back to the first moment. It's
I'm debating
not
Barbara.
fair.
I'm debating Barbara,
Right,
guys.
it's not, yeah, and we're coming back to the beginning. And it's not fair to dump it all on that guy. It really isn't. It's just not fair because it's not accomplishing anything by centering it on him. It's just not.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Talking about Jeffries and getting mad at him has motivated people I know to organize against him and also against Trump at the same time. So him being bad is actually making people really organized. Yeah, because they want different leadership. People hate, like I said, the Democratic Party has like a 25% approval rating. It's the least popular party in American history right now, and they're not working on that part at all. We need to be more popular to enact these changes. The rules are changing. The rules and regulations of Congress don't matter if we have a dictator. Like it won't matter anymore. The elections won't be fair anymore. We need the public, the American public, to be able to fight for us and care about us, and not be and not hate Democrats. Because if they hate Democrats, it's not going to matter. Because we need to be welcoming. We need to be a party that looks like we're fighting for people, and not in a sense of its rehearsed lines. We need people who are seriously pissed off. We need people they might be abrasive, but AOC and Crockett, they're angry. They know how to use social media. AOC can go on Instagram any second and have 5 million people watching or something. It's crazy. The free media they get is insane.
So do you think she should be Speaker of the House?
She should have been head of oversight instead of Connolly. Connolly cannot speak in public. She definitely should have been oversight.
So there's a switch you can make. Connolly versus AOC. Okay, there's a switch.
Well, Pelosi's why she didn't win. She was going to win, but Pelosi endorsed Connolly. So Pelosi running again, I think, is a huge negative for the party. She should be retiring. She's like 86 years old, and she can barely even like walk or talk. It's just like giving us the vision of Joe Biden, holding on too long. But like at the end of your career, holding on, refusing to let go, putting us in a bad position. I don't want them to pull more Joe Bidens. I'm afraid of that.
Yeah, I think her expertise on how the rules. She's gotten a lot. She's accomplished a lot.
I definitely.
She's been in there longer
agree.
than you've been alive.
Yeah,
okay?
but she can still provide advice. She just can't do the job anymore.
Yes,
like we need her.
Okay.
Like we need these are like it's like bringing back
that's perfect. Yeah,
it's like right now.
Advice
If
on
the
her
NBA,
specialty.
where's Barack Obama at,
Yeah.
by the way? Where's Barack Obama? Why is he not doing interviews? Why is he not helping at all? Like his
Well,
presidency has been torn apart.
I heard he was going to marry Jennifer Aniston.
Oh, okay. where did you hear that at?
Oh, there's been like even on the YouTube. Oh, like supposedly they're having an affair or something. It's just something stupid anyway. But I'm surprised you didn't hear that. But
I just feel like
anyways,
the
that
rules
was
are
kind of a
changing. You
joke.
know, the way that Trump is able to be popular right now, the rules are changing. We have to engage in the
I don't know.
information
I
wars and
don't
the
know that he's
propaganda.
popular. Do you think if we had an election today, he would get voted in? Hell
I
no.
don't.
He
Well, I
wouldn't.
don't think
He
so.
would
But
not.
the fact, but his approval rating's still like 47%, and this is the president that tried to overturn an election and pardon violent
47%.
rioters.
40%. 47%. It doesn't get any worse than that.
No, I'm saying it's high for what he's done. Like it's still high for what he's done, and it just shows how unpopular. It shows how unpopular Democrats
That's
are.
going
To
to
be
get
honest,
worse. I mean,
Democrats
when
are
people
this
hear,
unpopular.
it's cascading. I mean, the whole thing with Ukraine. People in the U.S. want Ukraine.
Oh, there's people watching on
you know,
TikTok
to
now.
be free.
We have TikTokers watching. Hi, TikTok. Yeah, thanks for dropping a like on here. I have TikTok running on as well. I don't know what the audio sounds like. I usually debate
Okay.
people, but this is I'm on YouTube. All right, I have like 20K subs on
really?
YouTube. If you guys want to come on YouTube, I'm talking to the TikTok guys right now. But yeah, I have like
Okay.
20K
Do you want me
subs
to
on
get
YouTube.
off
Jolah
and
talks
let
politics. No, we're
do you want
talking
me
to
to get
Barbara
off?
right now. Barbara's a favorite of our channel. But yeah, if you guys want to come on, you can call the phone number on TikTok. And yeah, welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
Thank you for all the
found
likes.
I found you on TikTok because when
Oh,
you're
you
on
found me on TikTok?
that's where I found you initially.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I found you on TikTok and I was listening. I'm like, oh my God, this is great. So I hit the live, watch live, and then that was
Yeah.
that. And I listened for a couple of
Nice.
times.
Yeah, I
didn't
guess I'll
really
go.
care.
I guess I'll go yell at them. Thank you for the call in. And for your insights. Again, you're a town favorite on the channel. Everyone in chat's very happy.
Yeah, I know. They say nice things. So I'll have to look it up. I can't see it now. So some of them say nice things. I like that.
Yeah. So only listen.
Makes me
No
feel
more
good.
trolls. No more trolls. All right. Thank you.
No,
Have a great night. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yes, I'm getting less Trump syndrome. It's dying down. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one, Barbara. Good night.
Bye bye.
We love Barbara around here. Give a round of applause for Barbara calling in. All right, Trumpers. Where's the Trumpers at? How many TikTok viewers are there right now? There's 400 likes on TikTok. Is that total likes? You voted for Trump. Get over it. Who's been in power the last 12 to 16 years? I don't know, bro. George Bush and Donald Trump did not exist in your brain, dumbass. Okay. We voted Trump. Get over it. You're dumb. Dumbass, 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 dumbass. Dumbass alert on TikTok. There's 500 likes on TikTok. That doesn't mean there's 500 people watching, though. Nice. It's okay. I don't think there's 500 people watching on TikTok. That'd be interesting, though. Why so many likes without that many viewers? You're hateful. Oh, little baby crying. Majority voted. Are you bots? Is TikTok full of bots? All right, call the call-in line if you're a Trumper. Come on. If you want to call in, you can call in now. I see all you guys begging to talk. Call the line. The lines are open. Good luck, whoever gets in. Or you could donate $10 to Jolah Politics, Venmo, or PayPal, or Cash App, like usual. Okay. GG's. Hello?
Hello?
Howdy, what's up?
Hello?
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 Call
Hello.
from
John.
Okay. 2 people. Hello, can you hear me?
Barely.
What are they doing, bro? Alright, someone else calling. Perfect.
call from
Hello.
Hey there.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Pretty decent, just hanging out.
So your whole stream is about how Doge is not good?
Yeah, Doge is definitely fake.
How is it fake?
They're not doing any auditing or anything that they're saying they're doing. It's a complete fraud. They have not released any information. They're not being transparent for an agency that talks about transparency. They have none. So I think that's pretty weird. And yeah, Elon Musk is doing literally nothing. All they've done is leak like sensitive U.S. intel to the internet by accident. But as far as the other stuff they complain about, it was all public information, and it's just stuff they don't like.
So having all the like bad spending is out in the public is not a good thing.
No, I'm saying that what they're doing right now is not doing anything about bad spending. They're just like killing departments that they don't like. Or agencies.
So they're departments they don't like. So
yeah, agencies they don't like without proving any fraud or waste. They're not releasing anything about that. They have not really Doge has not released one thing to the public about this stuff.
So all the bad spending, all that things I heard about with transgender studies in Afghanistan, that all our tax money going to there that's a good thing.
No, I'm saying that Doge is not doing anything. That was already publicly available information, what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
But if you can debate if that's a good or bad thing, but that's the job of Congress to debate stuff like that. If they want to make a new initiative or, allocate the funding in a different place. But the whole idea of
Doge was to put out into the public, you might notice it's all publicly available, but now it's being brought out into everyone's eyesight. Like the regular people around there, like me, I never knew that we're spending all this money on, XYZ projects that are not funding what's in America's interest.
Well, they could have. It is in America's interest. It is in America's interest for sure. We could talk about that. But what I'm saying is they're going into government buildings, shutting down agencies that are investigating Elon Musk companies unilaterally without Congress, which is bypassing the Constitution,
they're
even if the president did that.
Elon Musk. Wait. You said they're investigating Elon Musk.
Yeah, so USAID was investigating Musk, and a couple of the other agencies were investigating his companies, FAA. It's a conflict of interest, but also like what you just said, they did say Doge was going to be advisory. So the fact that they're going into government buildings, like just firing the staff, installing private servers, going into areas where you have to require top security clearances. We don't know what they're doing with the information. None of that is geared towards like understanding funding or spending or talking about like what funding or spending should happen or not. Everything they're doing right now is very illegal. We don't know where they're sending this information. They have our tax information. They have like all this stuff.
All this like non-essential spending.
No, but you can do that. Like, okay, so let's say for example, USAID spends money on. One second. Let me explain. So USAID. We spend a lot of money on humanitarian efforts. We spend a lot of money on independent journalism in authoritarian countries. So like a lot of NGOs are actually independent journalists that are in Russia and China, which is the only real media they get in those countries because their countries are authoritarians and authoritarian dictatorships, and they're not allowed to access media from the outside world.
Sure.
So like, wait. No, I need to explain this to you. No, I need to explain this to you. Let me explain the full scope of the issue to you. Or I'm hanging up. I understand the policy behind it. I'm gonna hang. No, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Goodbye. And someone else call in. I'm not dealing with someone who's gonna be a dickhead, bro. Like I'm trying to explain the policy nuance on USAID spending. All right, we spend money on humanitarian efforts. We spend money on disease prevention from other countries. We spend money on keeping trade routes open, on keeping our military alliances together, on making countries more favorable towards the U.S., on getting journalism into authoritarian countries, and general aid efforts everywhere. Just because you disagree with 1% of the funding of USAID or 0.0001% of the $30,000 that went to support like a gay event somewhere because you're anti-gay, just because you're against that one thing is not a reason to kill the entire agency of USAID. That's the point. Okay, you can talk about funding in different areas, but you have to have a real debate on hard and soft power, a debate on where USAID funding should be at, where the influence should be used, where that money should be used, where it's good, where it's not good. We shouldn't be abandoning American citizens overseas who are working on behalf of the U.S. government because a dumb billionaire who's a dumbass who wants to just seize power for himself decides to shut down the entire USAID's funding mechanisms, and they get stuck in the Congo and barely escape with their lives. That's not the point of doing an audit for the government. That's how you destroy government programs that are investigating you, like they are Elon Musk. That's how you kill government programs and you make them essentially unable to operate. You're not fixing them. You're not clearing waste. You're not making the systems more effective. You're killing programs. It's a conflict of interest. A real discussion on this can be had about audits, about waste. That is not what's happening. That's the Trojan horse. That's the lie they sell so they can go in and steal whatever top security information, whatever top security clearance information they want from our Department of State, from our Department of Energy, which has our nukes, from our Treasury Department, from the IRS, from the, they have information on all of us. And they have already accidentally leaked important U.S. data with our intelligence, how much we spend on intelligence, where we have people located throughout the country, throughout the world. Doge put up a website that got hacked instantly. And now there's critical information leaked, putting those serving America in danger all across the world, including our troops. Giving sensitive intel to Russia and China because their dumbasses not actually doing auditing. But people want to not listen to logic and fact because they want to suck off Elon Musk's ball sack more than actually think about what the actual process of an audit would be like. It wouldn't be a 2-day rampage through an agency to kill the agency. It would be an intense process where you analyze the funding. The already public information that Elon Musk is pulling from on usaspending.gov has been publicly available. Just because your lazy ass has not done the work to understand what the freak you're talking about does not mean this is new information. It does not mean we should give up our constitution or checks and balances. It does not mean we should give up our entire government to the richest man of all time to let him do whatever he wants with it because you're too weak and ineffective and you're too insecure to seize power for yourself and to join with your neighbors to organize and make change through government through voting. Just because you're too weak and ineffective doesn't mean we are. And it doesn't mean you should come in and vote for assholes to take control of shit and then just not engage with the process anymore because you're too weak to actually organize and learn this shit. You'll throw away the entire country because you can't open up a web page. You can't use an AI. You can't use any means to actually access this information. You need to trust like 20-second clips and tweets and X posts because America is so used to being babied, is so used to having our water, our air clean, so used to not having wars on our soil, so used to being in a safe, protected, isolated country in between the oceans. We never had to learn learn the lessons of history. We never had to confront those directly enough, I guess. So now we're okay with the Constitution being gone because all you dumbasses don't want to put the frickin' work in. Have some personal responsibility. Have some self-respect. You shouldn't want to look like a dumbass. You shouldn't want to look like a dumbass. You should not want to be a dumbass. It's not cool to be a dumbass. Just because you can't handle your emotions, by the way, if you say I'm getting emotional right now, just because you're too weak to handle your own emotions doesn't mean I'm any lesser than you because I'm able to express my emotions in a focused way with precision to actually know what the frick I'm talking about. And I still have questions. I still don't know everything, but I know a lot more than you. Because I'm not obsessed all day with crying about trans people and gay people and other races and DEI. All the dumbass topics you dumbasses focus on. You probably cried about Colin Kaepernick taking a knee. Like that's an attack on your American freedom. But you think pardoning violent criminals on January 6th is A-okay because it's your super daddy that did it. You could beat the shit out of cops if it's for Donald Trump. You can't take a knee for police brutality if you're a black guy in the NFL, or conservatives are going to cry. Bunch of babies. The built-up victim complex. Trump, yeah, thank you, AJ, for $5. Trump spent $15 million tax dollars to go to the Super Bowl. Trump spent a good chunk of what USAID spent to run. Okay? Around $650 million per year for CFPB, for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. For that cheap price, $700 million a year. For that cheap price, we could return billions back to the American people. Make sure companies and corrupt corporations are held accountable. For that cheap price, like $1 a person, like literally $1 a person, bro. You can be protected from corruption. And Trump spent $20 billion going to the Super Bowl for 3 quarters. Because his brain probably had an overload from Kendrick Lamar performing. You're right, Notorious. That ain't shit. Elon Musk has $8 million per day. $8 million per day in tax dollars. $2 low, Connor. You know what, Connor? It's $1. We're lying today. Thank you for the channel membership gift, Maria. Thank you. Really appreciate it. If you want to become a member, you could join on the channel as well. You hit the join button. Man, those people that don't let me freaking get a point out are so annoying, bro. Jesus.
Call from.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Nothing much. Can you pause the stream in the background? I could hear the echo.
What was that?
Can you pause the stream in the background? I could hear the echo. I don't know if you paused it.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, bro?
Do you have a, I'm sorry, do you have a Trump 2024 ringtone?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you're just listening to that for your entrance music.
No, yeah, sure.
Awesome.
I'm so confused as to what you mean that Doge is fake, bro.
So Doge is fake because, like I said before, who became a team member? What does that mean on TikTok? Someone became a team member on TikTok. I don't know what that means. Someone sent a rose on TikTok. Thank you for the rose. Someone said fingers, roses. Who's sending roses? I don't know, you guys. I don't know how TikTok works. I'm on TikTok right now. There's people sending roses and stuff. What is a rose? What the hell is a rose? Thank you. You heard my impassioned rant. Thank you for sharing the stream. Appreciate you guys. I'm on YouTube right now. I have like 20K subs on YouTube. I'm smaller on TikTok. But yeah, whatever a rose is. Thank you for the rose. Is that like DeMar DeRozan?
Like 40 cents, dog.
Shoot like the rose in. When I shoot, it goes in. So like, yeah, Doge is fake because everything that they're saying they're doing, like auditing the government agencies, they're lying about it. They're not doing that. Pretty much.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. What evidence do you have at all that they're just lying? Like, I understand that
yeah.
The only proof that the Trumpers have right now is that what Trump and Elon have said, that specifically they haven't come out showing the facts, right? They haven't come out showing the data, they haven't come out showing the facts, but what information do you have that none of us have?
So the information I have is that Elon Musk has lied about multiple budget items. All the information he did lie about was from the USAspending.gov website, which has always been public. And for Doge, they've been going in just shutting down departments and agencies like the USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau without congressional approval, which is unconstitutional, and also a conflict of interest because Elon Musk is being investigated by many of these different organizations, or I mean agencies. And when he goes into these agencies, there's been reports of them getting.
Say that same shit before too. When was when has any of this been proven that Elon was being investigated? What sources do you have?
Okay, I could look up all the. I mean, this is public. Oh, I found 1 second. Every company investigating Musk. He was investigated for the FAA because of one of the explosions he had for SpaceX. He was mad that they wanted him to watch out for like the debris from his fire rockets that were blowing up. He was investigated for like the terminals he sent to Ukraine for Starlink. He got USAID funding for that. He got paid by USAID for those terminals sent to Ukraine. He acted like he donated them. But I'll find the flow chart because there's a good chart on social media. I have to find it though. Does anyone have a link to it in the chat? In YouTube chat.
I've never heard of
But yeah,
any
in
of that.
general, everything Musk has said so far has been publicly available. They've been going in these agencies, just like shutting them down completely, like USAID and the CFPB, with no rationale other than just like, here's one thing I disagree with, which is not enough rationale to shut down the agencies. And they have not released any auditing or they don't even have auditors looking at this stuff. They have like cyber hackers going in and installing private servers. They've already leaked sensitive government information about our intelligence agencies that Russia and China really wanted, but like they released their Doge website, it got hacked instantly. They have not proven. Okay, I'll say it this way: Doge has not released one thing that was not already publicly like known, and the Trump administration and Elon Musk have not proven one case of corruption, fraud, or waste. Just things they disagree with.
Wait, yeah, they have. I mean, USAID, Elon came out. Well, obviously, it was Trump's decision to shut it down, right? But Elon came out and was explaining exactly where funds were being sent.
No, but there was no
shouldn't have
fraud
been
or
sent.
corruption being proven. What fraud
I
or
mean, that's
corruption
kind
did
of
he
what's
prove?
coming out right now, right?
No, but there's
Isn't
no
that the
fraud
whole-
or corruption, because fraud or corruption is different from waste, right? Because you could have waste and have money going to a non-optimal location or whatever that word would
Fraud is
be.
the funneling of funds being sent back to those same politicians, right? Like, isn't that
There's
their
no
whole
proof of that. They have
claim?
not released any proof of that happening.
Yeah, but is there proof of the lather? Like, is there any proof that you have that they aren't funneling funds?
How am I supposed to prove something you made up? Like, I can't prove you're wrong if it's something you made
I
up.
mean, well, how are you gonna say that he made it up, even though he's the one that can? Well,
Because he
actually,
doesn't have
can't
any
see it,
proof.
but, like,
It's his
big
job to give
balls,
proof.
that's it.
It's his job, dude. He literally has private servers in all of our government agencies. He should be able to give even like a % of proof.
And that's not what I've heard. What I've heard is that he's actually not allowed to look at the documents that he has his team.
That's not true, man. That was not true. They have all this. They have all the information because it leaked on the Doge website, and they got top security clearances that they never actually got approved for. So I don't know what you mean. Has he given 1 ounce of proof about anything that you could? If you give me any topic that proves fraud or corruption.
USAID website. You can look it up and see their funds directly and see how, like, connections and conspiracies of how those funds could have been funneled into.
Name one, but you're confident about this. What's one thing Elon Musk told us that's like a politician getting kickbacks? Because that'd be fraud or corruption. That'd be illegal, right? So is there one thing that's illegal, fraud or corruption, or waste, or is it just stuff he disagrees with? Like, can you bring up one topic like that?
What was it? Sorry, man. I'm not like a super big speaker.
You're good.
I just recently saw it. Like, I just liked it. The USAID.
Okay, well, if you don't have enough opinions or enough of a statement to even comment on this, I should probably go to a different caller then.
Well, my statement is the fact that I don't believe what you're saying at all, because you're doing exactly what the Trumpers are doing, saying, oh, this is what's happening. And, well, neither of us have any proof to back up our own opinions.
Everything I said is true and happening, and I have proof for it. Everything I said, I have proof for. You just brought up conspiracies and got mad at me when I didn't agree. Can you prove one thing to me? I said they're going in these agencies. They have not released any proof of this stuff. They have not released any proof of anything. They've just made conspiracy claims, and they have not released any proof. They've installed private servers and shut down these agencies. Can you say one thing at all that they've actually done?
Cry me a river, dog. Trump's your president.
Cry me a river. Trump's your president. See, this is why Trump won, because dumbasses like you are stupid as shit, and you don't want to put any work into knowing shit. Trump is your president. Trump is your president. Trump is your president. Trump is your president. See, this is what happens. This is what happens, bro. That's what they send. Literally the meme. Literally the meme, bro. Literally the meme, bro. Trump is your president. Trump is your president. Trump is your president. Literally the meme, bro. Trump is your president, guys. Trump is your president. Oh my god. What's a rose? What's a rose, guys? What's a rose on TikTok? What the?
Call from
Taylor.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. What's the topic of discussion?
America.
America?
America. Yeah, what's going on in America? Man, what's your opinions?
I thought I was calling into this YouTube thing.
Yeah, bro, we're here. What do you want to talk about?
Who am I talking to?
Jolah Talks Politics. What do you want to talk about?
I don't think I'm talking.
I'm the YouTube
you
guy.
Sound different.
I'm the YouTube guy, bro.
No, you're not.
Bro.
No, you're not.
I'm a YouTube guy.
You hijacked this number? How'd you do that? SMS?
Bro.
Switch?
Bro. Alright. New caller. Alright, so on TikTok, if I got a rose, what is a rose? And then, why do I have 3,000 likes? Do the likes just add up if anyone presses? Thank you for sending a W? A chili? What's a chili and an ice cream? A snowflake? Another rose? What's a chili? Ice cream? Lightning. Lightning seems good. Lightning must be good, right? I feel like lightning bolt is good. Right? Jolah Politics on TikTok if you guys want to go on TikTok.
Call from. To accept, press 1.
On. Hello? Damn. Nice. Okay, we're getting the troll callers now that I'm on TikTok. Roses are money. Oh, thank you for donations. Wow. Thank you for donations. I appreciate it. Wait, so if it's if there's 3,000 likes, can you just spam likes by yourself? It doesn't mean I got 3,000 people, obviously, because I could see that it's not 3,000 people. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how the talk works. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Call from.
Well, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Howdy. What's up?
Is this Jolah politics? We're talking
Yes,
about
it is.
Doge, and the last caller was actually getting into stuff. Was talking about USAID, or am I incorrect here?
Yep, talking about Doge.
Yeah, well, it is definitely an unconstitutional thing that is happening. He's definitely getting information from people that he shouldn't have. He has no government clearance. And if we wanted to go that route, which I particularly don't, but if we want to talk about that side, the MAGA side, the Trump side, they should give him some type of governmental clearance, or actually have him vetted in some type of substantial way for this to even be happening. But what would be your opinion on that?
Well, they can't do that because you can't pass the security clearance. That's why they call the bureaucrats a deep state, because they want to make the FBI agents and CIA and whatever and military. They want to make those untrustworthy so they can discredit the security, right? Because even Tulsi Gabbard is a known Russian agent, and she's leading our intelligence. I can't even say it out loud, bro. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
What do you mean you can't say it out loud? What were you gonna say?
No, I can barely say it out loud that Tulsi Gabbard is head of our intelligence, and she's literally a Russian asset, literally explicitly known as she's a Russian asset. It's just crazy that where we're at in politics.
Okay, can you explain to me how she's? And I'm not even sure. I'll go off that premise. I'm just curious. How is she a Russian asset? I don't know too much about her in that way.
She was she had a little love affair with Assad. And she met with him.
Syria's president.
Yeah, dictator. Russian. She was a member of a cult growing up, or when she through her teen years. Russian state television calls her our girl. And she for example, blamed Ukraine for being invaded by Russia instantly. And she just has a lot of really pro-Putin talking points. And she's been known for a long time as a security threat to the U.S. and as a compromised individual by both parties. Republicans have said this, Democrats have said this, and it's just crazy that she's ahead of, heading intelligence.
Is that why she probably switched parties? She was trying to get her reputation to switch up, or am I extrapolating here?
Yeah, I mean, the lights for the light. Yeah, no. Basically, she was switching parties over and over again. They say RFK and Tulsi, they're examples of people changing their minds away from the Democrats because the Democrats are corrupt and suck and whatever. But in reality, they just chase power. So Tulsi Gabbard was a DNC vice chair. She dropped out to endorse Bernie because that was the new cool thing. Then later she ran again in 2020. Then she actually dropped out and endorsed Biden over Bernie. Okay, so Bernie bro to Biden whatever, and then she supported Trump the election after. So Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, and Elon Musk, they all just go to wherever the power is in society. They don't make real ideological changes. They don't have ideologies. But yeah, they go to wherever the power is, and that's why they switched their ideological leaning so much.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. Never really thought about that in that way myself.
For all the dinosaurs on TikTok. I don't know what dinosaurs mean either, but thank you guys.
You're getting all them donations, raking in the money.
I don't know. I know the TikToks. I saw them on. I saw the Instagram reels and the YouTube shorts. I don't use TikTok that much, but I know they say thank you for the rose. I know they say thank you for the rose. How much is a rose worth?
Yeah, I have no idea what any of that means neither. I never use no TikTok, but I assume that means money. I'm unsure.
Wait, the roses are different costs depending on the seed. Wait. That's a. Wait a second. Nope. I looked up the results for how much roses cost, the actual flower. I was depending on the season. What the?
Probably roses on TikTok worth more money than real life roses. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, it's only it's a couple cents, I think.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like values. I said, I've never used nothing like that.
One rose is worth a penny. It's worth a penny, and then you have a panda which is 5 cents. The galaxy is worth $15, and the lion is $400. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that definitely is crazy. But yeah, shit. You made me completely lose my train of thought. But
which is a crystal rose. Okay, you keep talking.
No, you made me lose my train of thought. I got to reset on the train of thought here. Shit. Well, actually, we could even get into that. I'm curious about your thought process on this. What do you feel about TikTok just in general? You're obviously on TikTok. Do you think it is it could be used in bad ways, or do you think it's just overall not anything we should be worried about?
Oh, someone sent a Rocky, which is $4. Thank you for the Rocky, whatever that is. So TikTok, right now we have, if we want to talk about foreign governments controlling countries, we literally have a Russian and we have Russian and Chinese influenced.
No, I don't even mean in that way. It would be more data collection than like controlling social
I don't
media.
care. At this point, bro, like Elon Musk is literally downloading our data. We have no data anymore. We have no data privacy. I would look at Temu to be a bigger threat than TikTok. Like Temu is more is more wild than TikTok. The reason they focus on TikTok is because it's social media. They have ulterior motivations as well. Yeah, so I'm not really too scared about TikTok. I'm scared. I mean, dude, yeah, it's crazy.
Well, yeah, I was just curious. Yeah, I mean, Trump even said himself, though, TikTok definitely helped with a lot of young people. And I definitely think Trump was able to connect with young people through podcasts, TikTok, YouTube, this type of social media apparatus. And that can be a good or bad thing. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. I'm not a Trump fan at all, period. But it can be used in a positive or a negative way. It's a way to get the message out. You get what I'm saying? And I feel like the Democrats have been faltering on that more than the Republicans, because the Republicans are kind of just spewing their bullshit and making it. And the Democrats, they could spew their bullshit too on in a different lane. And I'm not saying everything either side is saying is all bullshit, but it's definitely the Republicans are utilizing TikTok and the social media, I feel like, better than Democrats have.
Well, Democrats are held hostage by Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, and Connolly. So, I mean, we're kind of screwed because all of our greatest fighters in the party right now. I compare it. Do you watch any sports at all?
Yeah.
I always compare it to like basketball.
Okay.
I basically say, like, Shaquille O'Neal, and he played for the Celtics his final season.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't remember. I remember when it was on the Lakers. I don't remember him.
Yeah, so like Shaquille O'Neal played for the Celtics his final season. He was really bad when he was old. So I say like the leaders of the Democratic Party are like Shaquille O'Neal on the Celtics, or he's like Michael Jordan on the Wizards. Or there's just a bunch of like old players that can't let it go and they're not good anymore, but they refuse to give a chance for the younger stars. And I just want them to give up the party to the younger, aggressive, really hungry politicians who are there. But like, I don't want to hear people come up and talk about institutional values and the foundational structures of American democracy. Like, we don't need that talk right now. It's an era. It's a populist era that we're in. We need people who understand that and who can message in a popular fashion. And yeah, the people who are in charge right now, they're too scared to push the needle in either direction because they are tied up. They're tied up with money. Hakeem Jeffries has he was just visiting Silicon Valley. We need to be opposing what Republicans are doing, not going. Like, he was meeting with Mark Andreessen and all these Silicon Valley tech bros. Like, bro, the tech bros are not going to support Democrats. Republicans literally want to have a techno monarchy. They want to have techno monarchs. They're going to support them. Like, we either go working class, we go anti-corruption, we go Teddy Roosevelt, we go FDR, we go New Deal and anti-monopolies, or we don't do anything. We're just screwed.
Oh, well,
like,
yeah,
those are the two options.
Monopoly busting needs to happen, and especially too.
Everyone agrees with that.
Yeah, and especially too. You're talking about populist is the thing right now. I would say that's a easy thing you could put to Tulsi Gabbard or RFK. They're kind of just following the populist route. And it's they're not following populist actually based on ideology. It's based on what the general consensus is.
Anger.
Correct.
It's all anger politics.
Well, and anger, right? And what I mean by general consensus, I'm not saying what the average person actually thinks. It's what the average angry person thinks. Like you're saying now, the average reactionary is the word. I guess reactionary would be a good way to describe
anger too.
that.
Like, that's why people like Bernie and Trump. Like, there's no logical reason to like Bernie and Trump for policy reasons, but they like angry people. They want to be angry about something. It's entertaining. It's a movement they can join. If you do have problems, it can be another, like, instead of having your angers, be put on immigrants, you can put your angers on money and politics. And that's what Bernie Sanders was going to do if Bernie would have won the primary. Like, he would have beat Donald Trump by so much.
Are you not a Bernie guy at all?
No, I am. No, I'm saying Bernie would have he would have directed the anger in a better, more productive direction. He took the same anger. a lot of the same anger, but he did not make people more racist. He made people more angry at systemic issues, and that would have been good.
I
getting
agree
money
with
out
that.
of politics, like yeah.
I totally agree with
And
that.
he
Yeah,
really
and
cares. Yeah.
it's populist angles on two different ends of the spectrum at that point, and it's similar. It's similar gripes, but they're getting to different conclusions, right? I would think that's a better, the best way I can describe that. Similar gripes, everybody gets to different conclusions, but if you can see a conclusion that actually makes logical sense, it would be a lot better. Like a lot of I don't know if you've heard about New York cities and stuff being dang near abandoned because, well, I wouldn't say abandoned is the right word, but being less populated, less walked through than they were couple months ago before the mass deportations and all this stuff. And it's like that creates a unique issue. And I don't think these business owners should be exploiting these illegal migrants because they're going to pay them under the table, pay them less than minimum wage, threaten them with ICE in extreme
It's not even illegal
situations.
immigration either. It's also like visa overstays are the way I phrase it. And I'm probably gonna take a break.
That's still
after
technically
this.
illegal immigration, but I agree with you.
Oh no, visa overstays are not. It's not criminal violations though. It's not illegal in a sense that you're a criminal. It's a civil infraction, so you're not technically like
Okay.
illegal. You're undocumented. So like it's just crazy to me that people in America do not have that nuance. And like they just cheer to people. It's so anti-humanity. It's so anti-Jesus Christ. It's so anti-morals to cheer people being thrown out of the country. Get them out of here. Like you don't care if they're good or bad. You don't care what they're doing. You don't care anything. You don't care if it's beneficial to your communities. You don't care. You want to see people get kicked out of the country because you're bored. And that's the truth of a lot of it. That's really scary.
Oh well,
to see
yeah. And if you want to bring
rallying around
Jesus into it, yeah, I can't cite the Bible verse, but if you want to bring Jesus into it, it literally says in the Bible, accept people of all kinds and all nations, and accept them for who they are, basically. I forget the exact Bible verse, but I'm not making shit up. I'm citing it very terribly, but it's a real thing. So I definitely think, well, I think if Jesus were to come back right now, I think conservatives would be the first people to put him up on a noose, a pike, name it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean he was a progressive at the time. To be honest, he really was. He was preaching about being anti like slavery and everything. Like he was anti-rich. He was anti-powerful. He would not be the American version of Christianity. Like J.D. Vance's Christianity is not what Christianity is about at all. Explicitly, like there's no interpretation of the Bible that supports J.D. Vance Christianity or Donald Trump Christianity. There's no interpretation at all other than Crusader, monarch, God King.
Well,
Christianity.
100%.
Thank you for $5, Beast. Thank you, Beast, for $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
100%. We've talked before, bro. I've told you I grew up in the Catholic Church. I went to Catholic school up until 8th grade. I can tell you there's basically nothing Catholic about J.D. Vance. I can promise you that. It's not very hard to see if you can look past the smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors.
And his smoky eye makeup too.
Well, dude, he damn near do look like he put on makeup. I'm sure. Well, I know Trump has done it a lot too.
Oh, dude,
when
you
he
ever see
goes
the
up.
Trump ratio? His face versus his hands, bro. That guy is I think that qualifies for blackface. Like it's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah,
the bronzer he has on there. Ugh.
Yeah, he's tan as hell, man.
Bro, how do you even find out you like that? How do you find out you like that much makeup? Like, what day did he do that? When was the first? Serious question. When was the first day Donald Trump put that much makeup on, and why? Why did he do that? Who made him
Probably
do that?
because of TV. I can't say the first day, but if you want the honest answer, top of my head, probably because of TV. Because TV,
It just kept getting
especially
worse.
back in the day, you need to have good makeup for the cameras to look. It needs to make it look nice. You know, they didn't have they didn't have 4K in the 90s.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, thank you for calling in. I'm gonna take a little break. I don't know if I'm gonna stream again. I have nothing to do tonight, but it is 2 a.m. But I do appreciate the call in. I need some cereal. But yeah, thank you for calling. Thank you for calling in.
I
Share
am
the
it.
channel some more.
You
Are
hung
in
up
the
on me
Discord
last
stuff?
time. You hung up on me last time, man. I said some shit you didn't like. You hung up on me last time. I think we agree mostly, man. I'm trying to have a real honest discussion about this shit. So
Please, give me some grace, brother.
Yeah, I'm allowed to get annoyed sometimes. It's okay.
Hey, that's fair. Yeah, I get annoyed as well. Have a good night, though, man.
You see the stuff I deal with on here. You see it. You see the stuff.
Yeah, because I think you think. That's what I'm saying. I think you think I was trying to troll you or something. I was just trying to have an honest discussion. And yes, I am giggly and stuff. But yeah, it was. We were. Well, I'm not even gonna get super into it. But we were talking about. I was like, oh well, Biden definitely has a racist history, and so does Trump, and all this stuff. It became like this. Yeah, do you remember that shit?
No, because it's just a lot of stuff going on, man.
Yeah, and I got your point though too. It is Trump has definitely been more racist in his history when it comes to recent history than Biden. I think that was
also
your
like
point.
New York City, like black people in New York City vote for some of the most like racist white Giuliani, Bloomberg. Like they voted for friggin' Eric Adams, who's a literal cop. Like they are pro these reforms that are super big on policing. So like Biden, the crime bill, it was very supported broadly, even if it was not a good policy. Like,
well, we agree with that.
Misguided, then.
Yeah, we agreed with that it wasn't a good policy, but it was and then you brought up the Central Park 5, and I was like, oh well, come on, man, Trump wasn't even in politics at the time, and then you hung up on me, but like.
Oh yeah, it's just hard to go through those arguments because it's like, yeah, he was not in politics. So why did he spend all this money to have a front page ad calling for their execution? Like, god dang.
Well, I agree. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, absolutely terrible. And I think Trump was definitely very racist as well. Like, but if you just want to, see, this is what I mean, man. It's definitely. I wish we didn't have this discussion. I wish we weren't having this discussion because we wouldn't have old folks who are dealing with the world how it was 40 years ago, if that makes sense. Like
I had a great text message sent to me. This is awesome. All right, I'm gonna eat cereal after this, but thank you for definitely nice to get back to those convos. But okay, really quick, I got a text message for the chat for everyone. Someone said to me just a minute ago or a half hour ago, if you really hate America so badly and want to down Trump, there's a free plane ticket waiting for you. Unlike your pointless rants, at least Donald Trump is trying to prevent nuclear annihilation. Or are you too stupid to figure that all out? All I'm saying, dude, is you should really shut the hell up about politics and focus on being a whiny little pansy talking on a podcast. Go out and actually do something about it, or shut the hell up. If you believe that Donald Trump is a savior who is preventing nuclear annihilation, you gotta stop doing. Bro, I don't know what kind of tricks you're doing on it, but geez, okay.
What kind of tricks? Oh yeah, I agree, man. Yeah, how my politics are personally. I'm not attached to any party. I just want to hear what the policies are and stuff, what's actually happening. I don't have much allegiance, and I know that's very rare in today's politics, but I probably represent a good amount of America in that way, that people just don't vibe with this shit, like they don't vibe with it. Like,
yeah, they got to get on. I mean, like I said, if the Democrats had different leadership, I can advocate for AOC. She's genuine. She was a bartender.
Well, actually, dude, I used to hate AOC. That's actually a great example. I used to hate AOC probably five years ago ish, maybe a little less, a little more. But now I actually really respect what she has to say. She really stands on business. Like, I'm not even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Capping.
People like the genuine. Yeah, they like the genuine. They like the genuine talk. They don't want to be talked to like they're watching a Broadway play about Hamilton. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, thanks for the call in. See you on the channel. Join the Discord if you're not in Discord. Join Discord. It's fun in there. Sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Some nights.
But yeah, I'll probably call in again, man. Great talking to you. Have a good night.
All right, you too, sir. Thank you. Oh man. All right. If you're watching on TikTok, 7 people. Thank you for joining. This is my first time putting a TikTok stream up. Does the audio sound okay on TikTok if anyone's still there? I am curious if the mic quality sounds okay. I really don't know. I have no idea what it sounds like right now. Or if it's even loud enough, or if the caller is louder than me. Is the caller louder than me or equal? Or do one of us need to be more noise or less noise? Just so I know for future streams. Sounds better than... It is equal? It's good? Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know how the app works or anything, but we'll get it going. Dual streaming's hard on my computer, so I have to put the settings pretty low. But thank you guys for hanging out on TikTok. My TikTok is or my YouTube is Jolah Talks Politics. I don't know if you guys are just from my YouTube or not, but thank you for all the random. That was my first roses. I never got roses before, so thank you guys. I'm gonna end the stream now though for the TikTok guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. See you around. All right, so that works. That's good. Wow, I got diamonds. What's a member? What's a member? I don't know what a member is. Oh, you join a team. Cool. Oh, there's member rankings too for coins. That's interesting. That means I got... Okay. Alright, guys. We're gonna... What should I do now? I feel like we're done. I feel like it's too late to recover. How's the chat going? Anti-Jolah mirror universe? What do you mean? Wait, the Jolah real? Cam, what is that? Link it to me. YouTube is good? Okay, thank you. Good to know. I need my cereal time. Like I said before, if you go in Discord, we usually talk in there after streams. I'm going to hop in Discord now to chat with people. If you guys want to go in Discord, here is the link for Discord. I might hop on again tonight if I get bored. But here's the Discord for anyone that wants to join. I'm going to lead you guys into my regular stream for a second to talk to the actual viewers of the channel. Thank you for watching though. In the shorts stream, I'm going to redirect you to the horizontal stream now. Thank you for watching though. Take you to the horizontal stream. Hi Kyle. Eat the cereal on stream. Ew.